Shuffle up and deal, guys. Good luck.
It's the final day of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London, but we still have two champions left to crown. We've got the 50k short deck, and of course, that's playing second fiddle to the 100k short deck main event. Guys, final day, how are we feeling? You excited about this one?
I'm definitely very excited, and we got a very star-studded cast at this final table. It's Wykin and Paul at the top again. Of course, I'm a little bit sad because the action's been crazy. Every single tournament's been sick bluff, sick call downs. Of course, we had that Triton Million happening earlier this week.
Yeah, I think there's no question the storyline. Wykin Young, who just won the 100K long deck, as they're saying. It's weird for me to say that, but the regular main event here wins it. Now he's chip leader, both 100-person plus fields, and Paul, who kind of, we see keep getting second. He said, I saw his Twitter, 16 cashes, no title. He wants a title. He's got a shot as well. So this is a big day. I mean, these guys are back at it. And Rui Cao, who so many people say is one of the better short deck players, getting to see him and what he's exhibited some sick bluffs. He got a full house to fold with, he had 10 jack, and the other player had, he had a 10 as well, and the board was 2 10s, 2 9s, and he got him to fold the full house, which is pretty crazy. So it's been really wild day yesterday.
It's going to be a great way to finish the event in general, and we've come to the end of the event almost. And do you get that sad sort of end of festival feeling when you see the tables being cleared up? I'm sure you're quite tired, guys, but it's been one to celebrate and look back on for years to come.
Yeah, it's definitely been a super epic event. I mean, the biggest prize pool, the biggest entries, the most in Triton history. It is a bit sad, when everything's cleaned up, but then again, there's always the next stop.
And can you see Triton coming back to London? And if they do, maybe even longer event, a few more days added on?
Oh, 100%. They think this has been a super successful tournament series. There's a chance they might even raise the buy-in, who knows? But definitely they're always looking to improve. We're definitely going to go for more stops. And London was like the one time we left Jeju and Montenegro, and clearly it's been a huge success.
Have you had any time to see the city, Jeff, while you've been here? I'm sure you've been here before.
Yeah, I've been here before, but honestly, it's been a lot of the time here at the desk and in the booth, but it's been a lot of fun. The short deck game is I see why it's so popular, and there are some surprising things, and still it's fun because, in No Limit Hold'em, you see so many times ace-king to queens, or ace-king to tens, or ace-king to king-queen, and you know the percentages. So when there's hands all in short deck, I'm like, oh, like what's the odds here? Wow, that's interesting. It's 3-1, or, 8 kings to ace-king is 50-50, or so. These kind of things are very surprising, and it's fun to learn. And I get why some of the top Western pros are playing this exclusively. This is, as Randy Lex mentioned, some of the biggest games in the world now are played by a short deck, and tournaments are, the big buy-ins are getting huge fields. So, it's very interesting, and it's a fun game that, obviously it takes a little bit to learn, and we're getting a good taste of that right now.
And we haven't talked too much about the cash games that have been going on, but round the corner in Les Ambassadors, there's been some big games, especially last night, rumors of a 2K, 4K. I heard you were
I was there. I wasn't playing, but I did go there. I saw it. There were 3 tables going. There was 500 1K PLO. There was 2K, 4K no limit. It was Durr and 5 other gentlemen, and it was hard to tell. There's a lot of laughs, people getting up, a lot of excitement. I saw our champion of the 1 million pound one drop, Zhang, was there, and he won a huge pot in PLO. Like scooped everything, ran 2 boards on a flush draw, and it was just like, it was crazy. He was just like, I'm running hot. What are you gonna do? And it was a fun atmosphere there.
And how swish is it in there? I think it's been a film set for a few things. It's quite a fancy place.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's got a little extra kick to it. Makes you feel very, I don't know. It's as nice of a casino as you're going to see, and it was fun in there. And obviously the set was beautiful, and I think we're going to see some high stakes cash games footage from there. They were filming some stuff.
And has anyone checked on Lex to see if he's still alive? Did anyone change his water on the way out last night?
I haven't seen Lex in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He put in a long day yesterday. It was a lot of fun, and I know Lex is very into the short deck. He really enjoys it, as I'm starting to, and I know Randy does, and I hope everyone at home is, because it is fun, it's electric, especially when it's different. You know, when it's a new kind of game. As we mentioned, the percentage is sort of different in a lot of spots that you see normally in Hold'em. They're just a lot different in the short deck matchup, based on the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s removed. So you're kind of learning these kind of standard situations you don't really know, and it's fun because, you know, you're just like, wow. Like even where Lex said maybe the guy folding quads and no limit, you would never fold. You would never fold when there's a boat basically on board. But in short deck, it's not as crazy that the quads could be present. I guess that was the reasoning. So kind of cool to see some other unconventional lines and people making folds and why they might be doing that.
What would you say has surprised you most about the short deck, coming from a full deck background?
Well, just the matchups like Ace King to King Queen, I believe was 75-25. I'm not sure if that's right, or that might not even sound right.
That doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah, for example, the Kings to Ace King, I think, was basically 50-50. Ace King to Kings, it was like 45 to 51.
I thought it was more like 60-40, maybe like 50,
there's 4% for a chop, and then the other part in there. So, but just in general, like those odds really surprised me. It just surprised me to see how it matches up, and also Ace King to Queens. Ace King is a favorite, which is interesting. That like flips there. So it's. I got to study those. I need to know those. Those are kind of tripping me up.
I think Randy's messing with us. His percentages change every day.
Yes, I don't know if he knows.
They're keeping us on our toes.
That's true.
Okay, let's look at the 50K short deck tournament. Let's have a look at the leaderboard there. What's going on here? 3 Malaysians leading the way. It truly is an Asian game, this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's another opportunity. This is a little more realistic to get a title. Not quite as many people, 31 right now. I think registration's open for a while, so who knows? This is always these numbers can balloon very quickly.
I'll tell you, every single one of these guys that happen to bust this 100K are going to jump straight into that 50K tournament. So the numbers are going to go up. Registration is still open. It's cool to see, Wayne at the top, as well as Ivan Lau and Chinwei Lim. These guys, they grind all of the Triton series. I've been saying it over and over again, these Asian players, they have an edge in the game. Even as recreational players, they've just got so much more hands dealt. And maybe they don't understand like the mathematics to all-in shoving pre-flop as much as some of these Western pros, but their post-flop game is quite aggressive, and they can really put their opponents in some trouble.
It's amazing, these events. Some fill up immediately, and it's a huge field, and some just take a little bit of time to get going, but one moment later, they're suddenly filled up again. And I saw yesterday there were 4 pros sitting there. We had Makita, Greenwood, Dvoris, and Jetton sitting there playing for 3-4 levels. And then Ivan Lau sat down, and suddenly there was an influx of maybe 5-10 more players within the next half hour.
Yeah, I think it just speaks to it goes in. Probably experience. The pros want to get a little more hands. They want to be there, take down the variance a bit, see some more flops, and try not to be quite as crazy. So it makes a lot of sense. And I think another thing about the 50K is you talk about legacy grinding. Lex mentions legacy grinding, and that's the thing. Whether or not the field size is big or small, this is a Triton title, and it's a little more reasonable size to a field to get through. So I think you'll see a lot of these guys come in and take a shot at the 50K, try to get a Triton trophy as well as some nice cash.
It was quite a nice moment when, shortly after Ivan Lau had sat down, Chong Leng took his seat, and as he approached the table, he said, "The fishes are here." And the pros just, their faces lit up like their favourite superstar had come on stage. And well, it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. And let's be frank, it might be a slightly easier shot to take down a Triton title because of the smaller field. So, I mean, you get a trophy, you get a trophy. They all, they're all very special.
It's true. It's hard, too, when you got Wai Kin Yong taking down 3 Triton titles now. There's not a lot of space available. He's at the top of the leaderboard here. To me, I think we're understating how impressive this really is. This is the guy who we have to remember on the bubble or shortly after got an ace queen of spades to aces, cracked Stephen Chidwick's aces, went on to win the title, and now here he is on the leaderboard. There is no player that has won 4 Triton titles, and he's a chip leader with 6 left in a game in which I think he probably has a pretty big advantage. Him and Paul have played way more hands than a lot of these guys, so I think they're going to be really tough to dismantle here.
Remember, Dave played this game. They probably invented the game. They were there from day one, dealt the most hands for sure. Wykin, very experienced short deck player. I've been saying this ever since Jeju and Montenegro. He's very strong. He actually was very deep in one of the previous events, was a clear chip lead, got very unlucky back-to-back hands, probably would have shipped that tournament. Another chance, but a bigger prize pool this time. Was it 2.7 million pounds up top?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and good payday.
Yeah, if you win 2 main events with 100+ entries on a
back-to-back.
Yeah, you want to talk about legacy grinding. That would be a way to get your 4th title in style. So I can't wait to see how this unfolds. This is going to be a really electric table, and it's going to be interesting to see how people leverage and lean. And Justin Bonomo, again, fresh off, he was #1 in the world all-time money list. He's #2 now. This is Bryn Kinney who took it over for a 10 million lead. This is almost 3 million USD up top. So this is Bryn Kinney does not play short deck or much of it. So these are a good opportunity on the Triton stops, high buy-ins, high prize pools for Justin to make a dent back into getting that lead. So he's I know he's stewing a little bit about that, relinquishing his #1 spot.
Okay, let's look at how they fell last night. So there were 15 players paid and 177k guaranteed for the rest of the remaining players. But let's see how the rest of them fared. We're going to need a montage. So Richard Yong was the first to bust out of the money. He was nursing the short stack on the bubble, never quite found the spin up. Elton Sang was next to depart in 14th, the former one-drop champ. Wouldn't add to his trophy cabinet here. Carrie Katz also snuck into the money. The Poker Go founder 13th for 192k. Then the man, the myth, the legend, Tom Dwan, busting out in 12th. His stack swung wildly, but eventually fell to 0. Rakimov out in 11th, the short deck specialist, who's definitely impressed, will have to wait for his first title. And then Triton's very own Jason Kuhn would surpass the 1 million earnings mark this week. But his good friend Ike Haxton stopped him getting any further. Stevie out in 9th. Perhaps the performer of the series, having finaled the million and the long deck main. And finally, David Benefield, 25k short deck champion, last to depart, 370k, his consolation prize. Was there anyone you were particularly sad to lose that was really impressing you, Randy?
David Benefield, hands down. He won the 25k short deck. He was really putting pressure, shoving all in, making people fold their high equity hands. In that final hand, that ended the day yesterday, he had the pocket aces. Wykin Young had the 10-9 suited, and they saw a flop, came queen 7-6, two spades.
Yeah.
And it checked to David Benefield, and he just overbet jammed 2 million into a pot of about 800,000. Wykin, of course, makes the call with 10-9 suited, just has a flush draw and a straight draw, and it's actually a favor. It was like 52%. Binks it on the turn, and we lose David Benefield, and he had a mountain of chips there in that hand, like 150 antes, and he's out.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that Durr, many of our growing up favorite player, one of the most interesting guys, and he got it all in ace king to ace queen to Stephen Chidwick for a huge pot, which he did not win, and that made him pretty short. So I think it would have been fun to see Durr kind of navigate a final table and get to see his cards in a big spot. But he did cash and went out, but good showing for Durr.
I heard ran straight over to Les Ambassadors to play some cash games, and I believe those cash games are being filmed, so hopefully in a few weeks we'll be able to bring you guys at home some of that great action.
Yep.
Stevie Chidwick, furthering that reputation. He's had a fantastic week and continues to impress.
It was super impressive, his short deck. I didn't think he played that much short deck, but you can tell he did the homework. He made Lang Shu fold that straight. I don't know if you guys saw that hand. Yeah. He had the Jack-9 on the Ace-Jack-9. He put a pot-size bet out, got called, turned with a 6. Lang Shu made a straight with 7-8. He check-called a bet. River came another 6, paired the board, and Stephen Chidwick checked, and Lang Shu bet 375k, check raise all in for almost above a min raise, and Lang Shu folded the 7-8 face up, and I've never seen Stephen Chidwick show a hand before, but he showed the Jack-9.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point, though. He wasn't showing to rub it in, and Steve probably wouldn't. It was at a feature, so he was going to see it anyway in 30 minutes, and also the player who folded the straight showed. So it wasn't like, if you muck and they show, it kind of looks like in your face, but he showed, and then he kind of just was like, look, man, here it is, and I think had a smile. But Stevie's a very classy guy and wasn't looking to be, rub it in. Because when you show a bluff, sometimes it can kind of look like that, but I think because it was a feature, he was just like, all right, it's going to show soon. I'll just show the guy now and have a little fun.
And we know that Stevie's strength comes from just endless studying, right? And how much studying will he be putting into this short deck, in your opinion? What's your best guess?
Well, I got to say, seeing the Western pros and seeing guys like David Benfield and there's some other players that I know that really are now focusing on that. It's just they're aware. They see it. All right, well, Triton stops. There's massive buy-ins. There's cash games. These are the bigger games. There's online games, and this is sort of the preferred game of many of the high stakes, if you call VIPs or such. So I think it's just there's going to be a lot of sort of discussions, pros talking about it, looking at hands, maybe some kind of solver stuff or situations where you're looking. Because I think the cool part is there's ICM, there's different tournament aspects as well that maybe it does even it out a bit, where some of the players that play the cash games just aren't as aware of, but they have an advantage in the overall understanding of the game. So I think it's really cool how it's sort of like a hybrid where one side has an advantage in this aspect, the other has a tournament advantage, and then it kind of mixes in the middle here in these short deck big buying games. So I think we're going to see a lot of that coming up.
I do think that Steven Chidwick is one of the best all-around players out there. I know he plays a lot of cash games live, mixed games. He won the PLO tournament at World Series of Poker. Clearly, he's very good. He knows how to play triple draw. He knows how to play. I mean, when you see short decks getting all the big binds, you got to put in the homework. We saw his play post-flop was very good, clearly, with that big bluff. He's phenomenal. I know he's going to enter every single short deck tournament from now on.
And looking ahead to the future of who's going to be on top of the all-time money list in years to come, it's quite interesting how, the likes of Bryn Kenny, from what I've heard from Luke Schwartz interview earlier this week, a good friend of his, that he doesn't do too much studying compared to these guys. He's more of a field player. That seems to be a bit of a dying breed. But who's going to win the battle? The field players, the GTO players? Who's going to come out on top?
I like to see this battle, right? We don't want this one clear-sighted see who's the best. Bryn Kenny he probably just watches some streams here and there. Listen to us commentate, of course. Whether he takes our advice or our analysis or not, it doesn't really matter. It's just that he's always studying his opponents in a different way. He's not using the solvers, but if you know how your opponents are playing, you can exploit your players, right? Whereas if you use a solver, you're probably more playing the general field. You want to know the ranges that you should be betting, should be checking, should be calling, and as long as you just kind of go by these rules, and you can't be exploited.
And I think it's important to mention when we say that he doesn't use solvers or he's working on his game. He's in there, he's taking notes, he knows his opponent's tendencies, he sees stuff, and he's very aware of what solvers are. He's aware of the right things to do in the right spots. It doesn't mean that he's gone through every program and maybe like a jungle manner. We hear Linus Loliger, who's like a GTO guy, probably has done all the work, knows all the spots. Bryn is very in tune to that. He knows what your basic strategy is in GTO. He's looked at it. He's just not done necessarily all the work. Don't let it, I don't want it to come across like, oh, Bryn's just like total street poker, has never looked at anything and whatever. I mean, I'm sure less so than some, but, he's still doing work and he's putting in time and studying just maybe in a different way. And like Bryn said, he's a hard worker. He's not just not working on his game. It's just a different format, different style of what maybe some other players are doing.
And we've seen the Triton series, but Wai Kin Yong, he's got a commanding chip lead in this tournament. He won the main event. Paul has final table so many tournaments, got many second places and third places. They don't look at solvers. They go by field. They get advice from their friends, like Tom Dwan, Jungleman, and Timothy, and they improve their game a lot. It just goes to show you don't need solvers to necessarily be the best player and win at this game. Definitely will help, I'm sure, but there's different approaches and styles.
And I think I want just to touch on that. It's part of why poker's so fun. It's such a beautiful game because how I'm going to play my hand against you or Randy or someone else, you in particular, I'm going to do different things, and that's why it's cool. Because if I get dealt ace king on the button with 20 big blinds versus you in a spot on the money button, so like even these guys that battle all the time, it's like, oh, they're playing the high roller, the highest buy-ins, But it's fun because it's never quite the same. One of them's got out chipped. They're on the money. They're right on the bubble. They're in the money. So it's just like it's constantly a puzzle, and you never know on any given day who's going to bring it, who's going to be dialed in, who's going to run well, and that's why poker's so fun. Anyone could win on any given day, and it's just it's who's going to make the best decisions and who's going to run well, and it's just such a perfect blend of luck and skill, and it's just an amazing game that it's nice to see variations coming as well. Short deck now, PLO came out. Back in the day it was 5-card stud, 7-card stud, 5-card draw. There's Baduki, Badesi. There's all these other games. There's 5-card PLO now, big BL. There's no limit, pot limit. So it's like there's just so many games and there's so many things, and ultimately I think poker you can really take skills in your real life and apply it to it. It's like golf. You learn a lot when you golf with someone, how they are, do they have etiquette, how do they handle wins, how do they handle losses, same thing in poker. And I think a lot of these guys who are businessmen are also, they use skills in poker in their real life, and you get to, a lot of my closest friends' contacts are directly from poker. Either I've met at a table or met indirectly through poker, and I think that's what we're seeing here too, and why it's so fun. You see guys like Paul and Richard, and they become friends with Durr and Timofey and other guys, and kind of it's like a nice mix because maybe they help them with some business stuff or get them more acclimated in the real world, and then they're helping with poker. It's sort of a value exchange, and they know they have a slight disadvantage playing with them, but it kind of all works out, right? They get some information, and it's just an amazing thing, and you get what I'm saying,
I get what you're saying.
You get me, Pete. I like
it's an
that.
amazing game, and you can spend your whole life trying to master it. You never will. You could get really good.
Yes.
But yeah, amazing game. Let's look at the 100K seed draw. Let's see how they're placed there. Bonomo, obviously, he'll be looking to chip away at Bryn's lead, but of course the story really is Paul Poir, Wai Kin Yong. Can Poir get the revenge? Can Wai Kin Yong take down the 4th Triton title, becoming the first person to take down 4 titles?
Well, I just looking quickly at the seed draw, it looks like Wai Kin Yong has such a great seed. He's got the chip lead. Paul Poir and him have the history. They know how to play the game. Rui Cao, so talented also. So he's got a great seed being on the left of those two gentlemen. And I think from what we saw, Ike Haxton, he made a couple of higher variance plays, even when he knocked out one of his closest friends, Jason Kuhn, who was a little bit visibly upset by the call. I guess it was close, but it was King Jack to he made it all. I think Ike's going to take a little bit higher variance lines and get in gamble a little more. Bonomo probably as well. So it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. But I think Wai Kin Yong really has a great seat today.
Yeah, we have actually a nice mixture of players at this final table. We got the experienced short deck players like Wai Kin Yong, Paul Poir, and Rui Cao, who plays all the big cash games in short deck, and Isaac Haxton and Bonomo. We know they talk a lot of strategy. They probably play a more similar style where they understand the mathematics to the game, they understand the shoving ranges, so that's why you saw that big call by Isaac Haxton. He knows it's a plus chip EV call. I do think that they're going to rejam. They have much more experience. Isaac Haxton's been playing a lot of short deck. They understand that if someone raises, they go all in, that although they might have the best hand like ace queen, they're probably not going to call off like 100 antes, so really they're only worried about ace king plus and queens plus, which is a very narrow range in this game. I'm very happy to see how these cash game short deck professionals that have been battling so often are going to handle these American pros.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to note how tightly bunched they are. A double for Ike, who's sitting last, takes him to the chip lead. How's that going to affect the ICM decisions?
I mean, yeah, it's always scary when you double up someone. I do want to point out that everyone is at least 117 antes deep, so this is actually very deep. You can kind of wait around a while. So it wouldn't surprise me, actually, if Justin Bonomo and Isaac Haxton might feel out the final table a little bit and wait around. They understand the tournament poker the most of all of these guys. And if other guys are just kind of splashing around, we saw David Benefield lose like 150 antes of pocket aces. It actually is to your benefit to kind of let these guys duke it out and lose all their antes, when normally if you put in this amount of antes in the hand of a tournament player, they understand, we got to get those pay jumps, ICM, ladder up.
Rui Cao is quite a quiet series, but
Yes.
we always love to watch him play. He can be the most aggressive player at the table at any given time. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how his day plays out.
Yeah, he was a guy that impressed me a lot. We saw him remove a player with the same hand for an all-in king-queen to king-queen. He took initiative, pushed it all in, got a fold. He also got, as I mentioned, a fold when the board was 10-10, 9-9, and he had 10-9, so he had the 9 blocker to quads, but he had the full house. Went all in, and we saw, I think it was actually Liang, I'm not sure, but he got a player to fold 10, which is, I was thinking in my head, how is that possible? He's literally has to give him quad 9s, and he made that move, and that's what's crazy. He's so dangerous. Players are willing to fold to him, but they know he's capable, and that's a super dangerous combination. You're getting folds, and he got people off chops, 2 big chops on the river with money in the middle. He got folds, so I was really impressed with him, and he really seems to know where he's at, and seems to know how to put the pedal to the floor and make people make tough decisions.
Rui Cal is definitely the most dangerous. I would say he's the most aggressive, definitely at this table. I've been watching some of those short deck cash games from Montenegro, and it was pretty funny because Paul came down. He's always like, I'm always out of position against Rui Cal in the cash games. Why does no one want this seat? It's because Rui Cal is so aggressive. He's the type where there's a bunch of limps in front of him. He's going to raise you with the Jack 6 offsuit, the King 6 offsuits. And, it goes to show, like, first come, first serve in a cash game. You sit down. No one wants to sit to the right of Rui Cal. And I think Justin Bonomo or whoever is out of position against Rui could be in big trouble if Rui Cal just spins up a stack, because Rui Cal has a short deck championship title.
So Wykin going for the main event double and his 4th title. Jason Kuhn and Mikita Badziowski on 3 titles each. How much will that legacy mean to Wykin to get that 4th, to be the first person to number 4?
It's definitely going to mean a lot to him. Wai Kin Young, he plays for the legacy titles. You can tell. There was, in that No Limit main event, he made some calls with Jack 3 offsuit, blind versus blind. He made calls with Queen Deuce suited. These are hands that probably would have been folded by some of the other tournament players. If he thinks it's a plus chip EV call, he's going to make the call. He has the best chance, really, with this chip stack and his style of play to really push it to the top.
And Wykin, I was reading that he actually won the first ever Triton event in 2016 back in Manila.
Exactly, yeah. That was unfilmed back then. Wykin he was the first title. He can also be the first one to the 4 trophies. It's definitely going through his mind, but Wykin, he's a very humble guy. Plays his best poker. We might see a 4-time today.
That's not a lucky number, but he'd take it, right? They say there's
you can't skip the 4th one.
Yeah, because there's 8 events here, but really only 7 because they don't use 4, which you told me, which is super interesting. But I guess he'd sign for the 4th title and probably try to get 5 pretty quick.
And no seat 4, that blew my mind for a long time. Still getting my head around that. Yeah. Just to note that when he won the main event this week, Wykin, that was 19 times what he won in that first ever Triton event. It just gives you an idea in 3, almost 4 years, how much Triton is just growing.
Well, I'll tell you what, he wasn't necessarily resting up. I did see him at the 2K, 4K game last night. So he's just, he's in form. When you're running high, you want to play. So he's definitely in good form.
Okay, it's almost go time. So I want to get your picks, guys. Jeff, who first?
I'm going with Paul, man. I have to. He's got 3 seconds. He's here back again, and I just think he really wants to get off the schneid, and he's going to go for it. So I think he's also the most experienced, maybe the creator of short deck, or one of the creators and the reasons the game happened. I just feel like it's, he's built this beautiful place, this thing. It's here. It's sort of, I just think it's going to be his day.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, Paul is a favorite, but my pick is Wykin Young. He won the No Limit main event. I've never seen anyone win both the No Limit and the short deck main event. He's got a commanding chip lead. He's been playing great throughout this series. It's the first 4th title. I think we're having some history today.
Okay.
What do you got, Pete? You're kind of the most about this.
I know the most.
Yeah, you're a short deck specialist now.
I'm going to go for Ike Haxton. I go for the long odds.
The Prince of Darkness?
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah.
That's Jungle Man has coined him. Yeah, okay.
He's going to use that dark magic again.
Well, he did get it in with 2 black cards versus aces. Ace King of clubs to aces, and he ran it down. So that was actually on the stone bubble, I believe. He knocked the player out.
Yeah, it was like
2 off.
Soft bubble, right?
Soft bubble, yeah. Pretty sick hand. He's definitely running pretty good, too.
I think Ike's due a major one. It's been about a week since his last one, so I think Ike's he's my man.
All right.
And this week we had Randy played the 100K. It was great to see you in action. But Jeff, When are we going to see you in a Triton?
Well, I'll tell you what, I was going to the Millions. It's in Rosvedov next week, and I was told there is a Triton combo with that, which I didn't know. So there's a 100K high roller and a 25K short deck. So if I can, I want to see if I'm in tune with some of the decision making today. If it aligns, I may find a way. I know you're committed for at least a piece for 25K.
I would.
And Randy, I'll pony up. We'll get it together, and I'll see you at Rosvedov next week.
I said a piece. I'm not sure about the 25K.
Okay.
I said 25, but we'll,
25
The 25
cents.
Yeah.
we'll clear up what I meant.
Okay,
later.
fair enough.
Do we think it's going to be a fast day? I mean, there's some aggressive players at this table. Do we think it's going to be? Are we going to be done by 6 o'clock?
It should be a slow day given the amount of antes they have, but these players all go for it. 100 antes, you can really just be gone in 2 seconds in this game as long as you're willing to have the high equity and push your opponents out.
Yeah.
This might be quick.
We saw at the World Series, and they sampled it, which also shows the popularity where they're putting this on other tours, other stops. It was a 10K one, and I think the final hand was done on a three-way all-in. Guy called with 9-10 suited, Epstein, I believe this, and he just won. It was 9-10 suited or Jack-10 suited all-in, and definitely it's more likely to see a three-way all-in, four-way all-in, these type of things.
Okay, well, we look forward to finding out who that champion is. As I said, I think it's going to be Ike Haxton, but we'll find out very shortly. But guys, it's been a pleasure with you on the panel this week. This might be the last time, but you're going to have to run to the booth. Yeah. They're going to be covering the action for you, so I hope you got your trainers on, or your sneakers. And we'll watch you run out of here and straight into the booth as they get ready to join you. Thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. The final day, another main event. This time it is the short deck. We did crown yesterday Wai Kenyong winning the no limit main event up against Paul Paul in a heads-up match, and both of these guys at this final table in the short deck. But not only do we have this 100K short deck main event, we got a 50K event running at the same time. So don't worry, we're gonna get action over there as well. Welcome to the booth, Jeff Gross.
Yeah, crazy stuff. It looks literally like a repeat. You got Paul, you got Wai Kenyong, and it's a pretty special opportunity to win both of the main events. So it does have a chip lead, 253 big blinds. Justin Bonomo not going to roll over. Rui Cao, talented. We saw him remove players with the same hand twice. He got him off chops, and he is definitely dangerous. And Paul Pois played a lot of this game. This is tough, man. Prince of Darkness, they call him. Ike Haxton, or Jungle calls him. He's in the back of the pack, but one double basically into first. It's anyone's game, wide open. In short deck, I think we see a lot more collisions, and the equities run closer, so, it is open. This is an open, available Triton trophy plus 2.67 million. Ton of cheese up top. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, like we said at the break desk, it's going to be super exciting to see the clash of the Malaysian players that have played this from day one, ever since the first hand of short deck was ever dealt. Wai Kenyong and Paul Paul being those players. Justin Bonomo, Isaac Haxton, the Western tournament cash game type pros. They got a different approach to the game. They're the type that really wants to jam the equities pre-flop, make you not being able to call because equities run close. You don't want to bust when there's these very huge pay jumps. It's 482,000 guaranteed for every player, 611,000 for sixth, 783,000 for fifth, 974 for fourth, 1.2 for third, 1.8 for second, 2.67. You can see the ladders, they just get bigger and bigger. We're gonna take a quick little photo. There's Ming Zhonglu, Justin Bonomo, Lang Shu, Rui Cao. Of course, Paul Paul, and Wai Kenyong, the champ. Oh, Prince of Darkness as well.
Prince of Darkness smiling.
We can't call him anything else but the Prince of Darkness from now on.
No, that's too good of a name, yeah. Jungle just gets the nicknames right.
So super excited to see. Everyone is very deep stacked. 117 antes is the short stack. That's a lot. You can really just hang around. But we saw David Benefield busting, the final table busting Bubble Boy. He got into aces against the 10-9 suited, had about 150 antes or more, lost it all in one hand.
Just like that, goes quickly. This is big jumps. 482 up to 2.67. I mean, that's in pounds, and that is attractive. That is big. Basically, 4 spots getting $1 million again. We saw that in the main event. This is what happens when you get a 100,000 pound buy-in and you get 100 plus entries. 108 in this one, 130 in the main event. A lot of fun. Hope you guys are having a good time and watching it. And we are in the mix. We're learning as we go. I guess Randy kind of knows.
You're learning
I'm
as you go. I'm teaching
You're
as
teaching.
I go.
Well, all right. But we're both students of the game. I think we all are out there. If anyone at home thinks you're a short deck expert, you may be. But I think it's safe to say there's not too many people that know what to do in every spot. So let's try to learn something. Let's have some fun. And let's see who's going to come away with this trophy today. There's a look at Lu Ming Zong with 118 antes. He's played well. He's impressed me. He's stayed out of harm's way and navigated pretty special stuff from him. Are you familiar with him? Have you seen him in the cash games? Does he play a lot of short deck?
Well, he pretty much, I imagine, only exclusively plays short deck. You know, he's not a professional player. But in this game, recreational players have a really good shot at winning a title. And there's even guys, you know, when Kerry Katz first played short deck, he got second place. And, you know, Nick Schulman, first time he played and won a trophy. You know, I would consider them, at that time when they entered, probably a recreational player in short deck, right? Even though we know Nick Schulman's clearly very good, but him himself said, this is my first time I've ever played a short deck tournament. Doesn't have much experience. So he's got a shot. It's a game where anyone can win. That's the beauty of poker. Yeah, sure, maybe you have an edge on me or I have an edge on you, Jeff, but anyone can win. Just even if there's big varying stack sizes. We saw the other day, Paul had a massive chip lead on Wai Ken Yong and flip-flop just like that.
Yeah, and I think the real story here is the difference in styles, and not that these guys aren't aware of ICM or pay jumps. It makes sense, right? The money, you collide, you have a chance to go out, but I think like Bonomo or Ike, who kind of leverage some of these spots potentially, they may resistance. There's going to be some calls, some gambles, and you know, there's just, this isn't going to just be a most likely slow-paced action. I have a feeling we're going to see chips fly and people make some big moves. See Haxton go ahead with top pair and a king kicker. 6-6 board. Not a card generally a lot of players are going to have, but I guess it's in the limp pot.
Actually, what's important in short deck is that the 6 is a irrelevant card for anyone that limps. You're not really supposed to play 6-7 offsuits. Right. Definitely not going to play 6-8. And you're not supposed to play ace-6 too much. So what does this mean? This means that we only played a jack. As long as no one has a jack, betting is very profitable. And it's very hard to hit a pair in this game, of course. One thing that's very important is who can represent the 6. In actuality, it's only the dealer button because no one would limp those other hands. This dealer button should actually stab here very often on the flop, and you don't need to bet too much. But we know Haxton's going to continue, but easily Haxton could have a hand like King-Queen, Queen-10 that's just going to fold. And you will see this time and time again on these paired boards, especially on these 6s and 7s that come out. You just ignore them. So it's kind of like if you're approaching the game for the first time, I would just see King-Jack blank blank.
Right. Well, he does improve to top 2. Now, I mean, that's a great card for Ike just in case his opponent had ace-jack, or it helps a little bit, but still, we're going to see the story continue to get told here.
Yeah, it's a pure bluff. The story really does look like a 6. When Haxton check calls a flop of jack 6-6, what is he representing? Usually a jack, queen jack, ace-jack, jack 10, jack 9. These hands would have a lot of trouble calling the turn because it's very easy for Ming Jong Lu to actually have a 6, and occasionally a king. So this bet's actually very good from Ming Jong Lu, especially first hand final table when some people like to kind of keep it quiet, feel each other out. Haxton shouldn't be going anywhere. Ming Jong Lu, there's a chance he just fires the river card.
I mean, this is so sick in general. I mean, it's sick. He happens to not have anything, so it's like only how hurt can Zong get, but the fact that Ike just ran off this board is such a crazy run out. He's just got to be the absolute stone cold nuts. Well, other than pocket sixes.
Yeah, with King Jack, it's nice too, right? Like, you were worried about the 6, but now you're like, okay, hope you have the 6.
Right.
Can he fire again?
It's kind of sick because he's probably put his opponent on a jack. So, yeah, it's like you said, like, can he go 3 streets here? Or do you just show down the 10 high and give up and just kind of cut your losses?
Look, I can only put Haxton on King Jack, really, to really handle another bet. And when 2 kings roll off, it's so much less likely your opponent has King Jack. I don't mind that he's betting. Like I said, it's so hard for Haxton to have a 6. Let's just say Haxton actually had Queen Jack here. I don't think he's calling this river bet.
It's really, really top level stuff. It just, because let's say it runs off Queen Queen or even just Queen or an ace on the turn, and you have King Jack here. It's just that much harder.
You gotta remember, Ming Jong Lu doesn't think that Haxton would check call a hand like King Queen. Does never have Ace King. So the king is usually irrelevant. Occasionally they have it in this spot. It's exactly King Jack. It makes a lot of sense. Haxton might go for it all, potentially. If he thinks that Ming Jong Lu might have just randomly backed into a king, he should just jam right now. If he thinks Ming Jong Lu has a 6, then he should go for a smaller check raise.
Yeah, Ike's hand's so crazy, really. Like, what hand is he? It's nuts. It's a nutty run out here to start.
First hand.
Prince of Darkness life right here. Just getting the perfect run out. It's his opponent just has absolute nothing though. So as we know, it won't matter what he raises. The 10 high is not gonna take a peek here. Playing the board.
So we are playing a shot clock tournament. We got limited time banks. Haxton trying to pretend he's on a sick bluff.
He's taking another one, huh? He's taking another 2 time banks here?
2 time banks.
1.7.
So he thinks that Ming Jong Lu has a 6, going for a smaller check raise. Toji.
我也有6，但这里有 K。
我还以为他都 K。
我也是啊，或者投机或者 K， 我也一个6也不敢打得进来。Must be king, must be a bluff.
Ming Jong Lu is from Hong Kong. Okay, well, you know how we're discussing should things be slow? Clearly, it's going to be super fast.
That was just to unload the clip right into it, though. He just
No
unlucky
equity.
timing. Like we said, just completely unlucky timing.
Now, I know Ming Jong Lu lost that hand, but what's actually important is that his willingness to kind of barrel off. You know, he understands the ranges really well. That actually shows to me that he might be more than a recreational player. This guy
Right.
clearly understands the ranges and what Isaac Haxton usually should have, which is Queen Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack, Jack 9.
Right.
啊，冇人多你啦，全部要賭你啊！而家全部要賭你。
Liang has made some
太多學
very impressive moves and calls and folds. He did get bluffed off the same hand, but it does show you he's a very thinking player. He's happy to... He can make big folds.
Yeah, he's the one that folded that straight to Chidwick, right? But look, Chidwick's out and he's still
跟
in.
你一起可以，
Yeah.
拖一点就算了。
算啦。
你要卖点股份可以。
I think he folded the hand to Rui Cao as well. The 10 jack on a 10, 10, 9, 9 board.
That's so nasty.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive, but Paul's having fun, having an espresso over there, ready for a chance at his first title. He's got 3 seconds, including just the other day, to none other than our friend Mr. Young, who's at the table here, the son of Richard Young, Waikin Young. That would just be, I mean, that would be the most impressive Triton feat for sure. Not to mention the 4th title, but just to win main event in both formats that are offered here.
Yeah, for like a cool 6 million
Yeah,
pounds. There you go.
Crazy. He was playing the cash game though last night, so who knows? Hopefully did all right, because that's a 2K,
Look,
4K pound.
I'm just saying, if a guy is crushing the no limit main event and is crushing the short deck main event, he's on fire, you know? Like, he's probably playing like the 7 deuce game and like, yeah, just making some triple barrel bluffs or call downs with like a pair of 2s and it's good. Who knows? Super sick stuff. Onto this hand, Jack 6. This is the 7 deuce of short deck. It plays very bad. Even if you hit 2 pair of Jack 6, it's not, it's like top and bottom or bottom 2 pair. It's not a hand you can really commit tons of chips with.
Yeah, and Bonomo.
Yeah, it's a game where it's hard to call down here. Gonna lay down the best hand.
Nice play there.
I mean, you've touched up on it, Bonomo trying to get back on the all-time #1 money list. He's in second place, playing great. I've seen him make some really good post-flop plays. Of course, pre-flop, he's willing to kind of just put the fold equity on your face. Got a real shot here.
Yeah, this is a great mix here. We're gonna see it all, I think. I was thinking there's not as much bluffing, but I guess that we have seen some big moves in some spots, and it's just the hand combinations are less, right? So I mean, with the 2, 3, 4s, 5s out, a little more collision, a little more stronger holding you need.
Thank you very much.
It makes for an interesting situation. The bluffs, I've seen some really incredible plays so far, just in a short amount of time, and this is a nice hand with Jack 10 suited.
还没有随行，
Goes for a big raise.
赚一大
我，给你打现
Whoa.
金局
1，万完了。
赢了吗？
Bonomo, Jack 10 off, but running into a pretty hand here, Ace King suited. Do you feel better with Ace King suited in short deck or in hold'em? Better, right? Because it's ahead of queens.
Yeah, Ace King suit, I mean, it definitely helps a lot. But when you get all of Ace King, they always have so much equity against you anyways. It's almost exact coin flip here. If the Ace King wasn't suited, it would be exact coin flip.
打打3 B 的，
All in?
谁呀？
Or,
Yeah,
太
both.
炫了。
It's practically all
10
in.
把 open 6 把的，
so
You want to make really big re-raises in this game, but let's just say he made it like 800k, which maybe you see in Nolan and Hold'em. Your opponent will begin to write price to peel Jack 10 suit, and you do not want that, especially with big ICM page ups.
然后我说一把，你不能说特别
And
不
it
好。
wouldn't surprise me if Ming Zhonglu actually has the odds to call this 3-bet. This is the one, the dangers of not just shoving the Ace King yourself.
我不是推销了他，也是。
yeah, if he called it, it'd be about half his. Well, he'd be down. He'd have a million behind.
我 open 88，
Putting in 1.1, 1.1 he
And,
has.
you know, there's a lot of flops where he can just open jam the flop and Ace King would just have to lay it down.
两种抽掉
Imagine it comes like Queen 9-4.
A 9了，
Queen 9-4,
Yeah,
Queen
6.
9-6.
Come on, Randy. If you need any short deck advice, let me know. If you need short deck rules, no 4s available, but yeah, there's a lot of bad
你
flops.
是一个3 B 吗？或者赢很大吗？很合适。
Really tough decision. Maybe thinking to myself, I should have limped here.
你对3还可以，因为对3你有可能。
I don't think his intention was to fold. Like, he doesn't expect to get blown off here very much.
Usually players just 3-bet jam, so it's actually more of a rare sight to see these kind of 3-bet not all-ins. Does lay it down. I mean,
A 9了，
what I've seen, most players actually have pocket aces exactly when they do this 3-bet not all-in, occasionally pocket kings. So if that's the case, then Jack 10 suited doesn't do too well.
2打吧。
Yeah, if you saw his hand,
If he saw Ace King, he would have called because he can definitely like put some pressure on a lot of
Right.
flops and just shut your opponent from even seeing the last 2 cards.
可以做丢。
All right, so you're taking notes, so we can
Yes.
get that action.
yeah, I'm telling you, I gotta. Well, we'll see how many entries. I don't know how it'll be. The
I was
field
thinking
size
about
there.
buying like 10% of you. Now it's going down to 9 after.
You're the one saying there's a 4 in the deck. You picked
That's true,
Queen
that's
9
true.
4. Come on, man. Come on, Randy. I think I'm evolving.
I'm gonna miss you, Jeff, after we finish this series.
Yes, me
But
too, man.
it's
This is
been
fun.
great.
Hopefully, there's another one. When are they going to announce? There will be another Triton stop at some point. We just
I'll
don't
tell you
know
this:
when.
it's always like every time I talk to them, they're like, "Yeah, we don't have any more plans for the rest of the year." And all of a sudden, next week, there's a new tournament coming.
Some slow rolling going on there.
There's a lot of slow rolling.
All right.
All right, but good news, Razvadov, like you said, you can touch up on that.
Yeah, that's going to be the Millions for Party Poker, which is now partnered with Triton. So they are going to add a 100K high roller that starts this coming week. That'll be the 10th to the 18th in Kings Casino, Razvadov. Really fun that they're going to put a 25K short deck and a 100K high roller in that series with Triton, so that's cool if you're in the area. Or I think there'll be coverage. I'm not sure exactly where, but there will be coverage and there will be information on both websites, Party Poker and Triton
And
series,
if you're
so.
wondering if it's going to be a good tournament, there's at least one VIP named Jeff Gross in it.
Well, I'm not saying I'm playing the short deck, but I will. Or
You
you're just
up
saying
to
in
it.
the poker in general. Yeah, I'll be there in the main. Right.
Just messing with you. All right, White Can's got the pocket pair. Very nasty board, actually. But when it checks around, you actually have the best hand a good amount of the time.
Some blocker stuff going here too, right? It's like
Yeah.
he
It's
gets
kinda
to
like
have ace queen, so.
Occasionally you turn your hand into the bluff. Well, we can't get rid of Rui Cal. Rui Cal's, I don't think he actually thinks he's got the best hand a lot. But he does think that he can maneuver and bluff it. I'll tell you this. If White Can actually checks this turn, Rui Cal probably will bluff at it. What a sick check.
That is pretty filthy. And Rui Cal, not a man who I think wants to. His plan wasn't exactly as you said. Didn't think he was good. So he does get a bet. And
Nice bait.
You win.
Very, very nice. Wow. See, some people, they get excited when they hit their straight. They're like, oh, well, I need a value bet, try to get called by 2 pairs. But if you don't think your opponent's going to call you with 2 pairs, because there's no obvious flush draws you can represent that missed, you should be checking to your opponent, let them turn their hand into a bluff. And when you're holding 2 queens, well, technically you block your opponent having a straight with those 1 extra queens, right? So more likely Rui Cal just has a random hand.
yeah, and you don't see the check raise. Ace queen did beat him, and of course with 2 queens it's just so unlikely. But I think he's thinking at that point he just turns his hand into a check call. He's not gonna. What's he gonna get called by re-raising?
Yeah.
Even though at the same time, if you re-raise, there's a chance your opponent just has the queen as well, and you do get him to fold. But
Yeah, the danger is occasionally they have ace queen and you just lose like dust off 4 million chips for no reason.
I mean, that check call makes a ton of sense. Like how he played it. Mike Haxton was on the receiving end of a really nice run out. He stuck on there on the turn when he made it top 2 and got the king on the river. Just to good measure. Picked up some nice chips with Lu Ming Zong going for it, showing us he's not afraid. And also, as you mentioned, has a really good understanding of ranges, it looks like, and knowing that the 6 is on the button, a capable spot. And pretty interesting hands. Short deck is fun. It just seems fun, right? You're getting a lot more suited, cool hands more often. We're going to go 4-way here. No one has a pair. Pairs are hard, huh? Ace high. It's in the lead, and now there is a flop. A little something for everyone. Top pair, middle pair.
It's actually very hard to maneuver on this board 4 ways. You kind of want to bet for protection, but you don't want to bet and get jammed on by like king queens and then have to fold your hand. It would not surprise me if Paul decides to check back turn, but he is going to bet.
He has the 9 in there. It's kind of nice. He's got top pair. Without knowing, again, short deck not playing all, I would think betting makes some sense, but
It is actually very tricky. I don't think it's a clear-cut bet, and I don't think it's a clear-cut check. I think
mixed strategy, one of those randomizers.
yeah.
Touches on. Maybe he's looking at his watch.
Agree.
Where's
Yeah,
his second hand? And
I mean, his like Richard Mill, like how much
Yeah.
of those watches cost? Jesus, costs more than the pint of the tournament.
Yeah, he's checking it, and he's gonna shake the field there.
You know, these watches too, they got like extra little hands, right? So he's got extra randomization going on. It's a
Yeah.
randomizer of a randomizer.
Yeah, that's a lot of randomizing, and he is gonna go ahead and get over 4 million. Nice start here. How much would this mean to Paul if he wins this? Like, he'd be a happy camper, huh?
I'll tell you this, he's gonna be like 16 cashes and 1 title. He doesn't want 16 cashes and no title.
Yeah. Well, if he wins, there may be a Triton stop next week. He might just want to keep the party
You know
going.
what? Instead of that, maybe it's like, you know what? Production. We're keeping production here another day. We're gonna go again tomorrow. Let's do another main event.
There is another event, the 50K. So as you said, I think registration's open for a while. These guys all would likely take a gander there. I mean, just depending if it closes.
Clearly.
If it doesn't, if it closes at some point, though, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So,
we
yeah.
can't wait for all these guys to bust out.
Some of them might register and blind out just so they have a chance. You know, until when this is over, they can still be in. We'll see.
I was going to say that's unlikely, but you know what? That's very possible.
Remember, Kerry Katz was playing the 100K, or I believe the 100K and the main event at the same time, or the 50K and the the main event. He was back and forth. He was deep in the World Series main. He was multi-tabling the,
Oh my.
yeah, the 50K. Pretty sick.
Oh man. Okay, so look at this. So Lang Shu limping the pocket aces. Tricky, tricky. He gets Paul
Oh,
to
so he
bump it
limped
up.
behind too. It was a limp and then he re-limped. That's sneaky.
Yeah. And Paul just trying to exert his pressure. You know, when you're this middling stack, it looks extra strong when you raise with a bunch of limps. It looks like you're not messing around. So I like the play of Paul's hand because King 10 it's an okay hand. It's not that good. So you don't mind if you happen to get blown off it. Because let's just say you flop like top pair 10 king kicker. It's not a good hand. Flop pair kings 10 kicker, you know, vice versa.
Yep.
And Lang Shu, this is the second time he's 3-bet. Not all in. And it's probably going through the minds of some of these players here. It's like, maybe this guy's up to some tricks. But King 10 suited, you can't make a play with this, I imagine. It's not good.
Yeah, not too big of a... Those plays, though, from Paul, those are a little frustrating, right? Because the King 10 suited kind of fun to play. Could, but, you know, so many times you're just going to knock off like a King Jack, King Queen, which is a good result. And
yeah, it's not the end of the world when you don't get to see a flop boot, like I said. It's just too... You never really make the best hand.
Right.
You kind of... Those two gappers, they're marginal at best.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what, if Paul somehow ends up in second overall in this tournament today, I think he might get into the lab on the heads-up modules. What do you think, Randy?
I mean...
4 seconds in the Triton would be a little much to take.
What was it? Man, who was it? I remember after he lost that heads-up to... Oh, he was talking to Robert Flink at the featured table and saying, hey, you play a lot of heads-up, right? He's like, maybe you can win the title for me instead when he gets to the heads-up match. I mean, Paul's been putting in the work, but it's very easy to lose a lot of heads-up matches. Of course, he's always playing against a very talented player that probably has more experience in the heads-up portion of the tournament. But knowing Paul, he's just going to keep trying. I'll tell you this. He probably has the most chances of winning the title, at least.
Yeah, that's fair.
Paxton looks like he's wants to be up to no good. Checks it. So no one has a good piece here.
Multi-way, it's tricky, right? These are those spots where 5-way, it's really hard to navigate. You have 2 pairs somehow. You're just like,
It's one of those games, yeah, of course you know that someone usually has a piece, but people actually fold middle pair, bottom pair, and top pair a good amount.
This is, I think it's super creative. When you think about it, too, it's like, oh, it's so hard. You got to have a really good hand. But at the same time, having Rui Cao looks like, oh, this is kind of a fishy, or just like a, you know, not fishy. It's like kind of like a speculative bet, but he's blocking a set of 9s. He's blocking ace-9. So with that being said, look at what he's going to put a weak ace in a tough spot.
When people fold like weak aces, people even fold like ace-10 on this flop and wins 5 ways because.
Yeah. Why you should? I mean, you should really consider it.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a little unlucky here that.
And this one of things you need to adjust for, like you've been asking, some difference between no limit hold'em and short deck, is that in no limit hold'em you probably would never fold a pair technically, because the bet size is smaller. You know, there's a lot more bricks, etc. But in this game, you really got to hone in and fold these middling strength hands because oftentimes you're up against those big kickers, ace king, ace queen, some sets, some 2 pairs, and straights.
Yeah.
It just happens so much more likely in this game.
Well, I think also interesting is that Rui Cao blocks 7-8, which is like the most powerful draw. So I think in his mind too, maybe he's like thinking like that, like it's unlikely someone has the draw, and he's targeting ace-x hands here. So when this king comes too, unless his opponent has ace-king, he's going to be able to rip this on him pretty good too. I think he's going to keep telling the story. As he did, that he's got the set of 9s or, you know, ace-9. That's what he's repping.
If I'm Ming Jong Lu here, I'm thinking, okay, what are the bluffs I beat? Obvious bluffs, they don't exist.
Right.
I really can't name you a single hand that
It's
is
really
an obvious
powerful
bluff.
from Rui Cao, and we see him get away with some absolutely. I mean, he's making guys fold top two, in spots where he had top two. He's making guys fold full houses, and here he is, just out there swinging in a 5-way pot, multi-way, and I think Zong is. Yeah, it's just how can he hang with that hand? How can he hang on? Rui Cao, I mean, this is special. That's a 5-way spot.
Yeah, he's the most experienced at these 5-way spots and 4-way. Like he plays the short deck cash games.
That to me is I mean, that's a really special hand. It is.
Remember what I said? I said that whenever there's a short deck cash game, Paul always sits out of position against Rui Cao because he's the last one to get to the table. Everyone chooses their seat, and they never choose a seat to the right of Rui Cao. They don't like it when he just barrels into you, raises you in position. He's going to be, I think, the most aggressive player at this final table for sure. I mean, sure, he's in 5th place, but he's got 142 antes. That is a ton. Only one clear short stack was Ming Zhonglu. 62 antes. You can still hang around and look for some shove spots because you can chip up very nicely as long as everyone folds, which is very likely in this game.
It's again with the ICM and the implications there, just showing his willingness to go for it. This is a play maybe early on in a tournament. You try to chip up, you make some moves. The fact that he goes for it 5-way there, I think that hand selection is really strong. I just think it makes a lot of sense, but it's something that it feels like you have to really be comfortable to venture out and do that, and you have to rely on your reads and your opponent and what you're going to try to make him fold. And that's not just blind betting. That is really, again, that's knowing what he has, what he blocks, and then what his opponent is capable of and what they can hold. But I'm just really impressed with the multi-way.
What I find amazing for Rui Cao is that everyone knows he does like a lot of bluffs and is very aggressive, but he seems to still always get it right. Is that he value bets very well too.
It's also his opponent did have ace-7 suited, a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draws. And I think it would have been interesting to see if he had turned some more equity. I don't think he's going to shake him for that turn bet in that particular run out.
Yeah, but in that river, you know what's coming? All in.
Yeah, he's going to rip it, right? Maybe 89 is just a good year. Lucky numbers for him. He's going to 8-9 pretty hard here. Paul has got the ace and the king.
This guy's comfortable playing even out of position. 9-8 offsuit. The good thing about 9-8 offsuits and these 10-9s, people raise big cards and pocket pairs. Pocket pairs are less combinations than big cards. So when you hit, like, when it comes out low run out, you usually know you got the best hand. I'm going to tell you, ace-king here is actually very, very tough to play. You kind of want to bet to kind of protect yourself against the queen-tens and ace-jacks and all sorts of random broadways, but you kind of don't want to bet too, because let's just say your opponent has 2 pair, you get denied equity because you're probably fold to a check raise. If someone plays like a queen very aggressively, like queen-jack, 10-queen, you could accidentally fold the best hand. Is going to fire, and in short deck you're going to get so many of these marginal situations where should I bet, should I check, and the player who knows how to do these spots the best is going to come out ahead.
Tan Xuan, also one of the guys I've heard is one of the best short deck players. I saw him lose, I believe, aces to jack 10. He had 2 million, he got it all in. He lost, or no, versus Queen King, and the guy, it was 9-10 jack versus Link. So that was a big pot, because he would have gone to 2.5. He then went down to 1.5, and then he was at an outer table, and we didn't see him. So
you know how many players got their aces cracked in huge pots? It's so many. It's like at least 4 or 5, like 100 ante plus, losing your whole stack.
It's really crazy.
It's like, you kind of want to maneuver to the final table, right? But when you get ices, you're never folding that pre-flop clearly. Sometimes you laid a trap, there's a big all-in in front of you, of course you call, and you just get short-decked.
Yeah, short-decked.
Short-decked is a term.
That is a thing, huh?
Paul's got the ace-king of spades.
King again?
Yeah, we gotta announce the cards the same way they do too. AA, KK, AK, QQ. We gotta, you know,
When you say
transition, properly. See, they all speak the same way.
후에 안 써요.
오케이.
Don't tell them.
안 써보니까.
Black queen.
Was a 9.
Don't need to tell the truth. This table. No VIP.
£482,000 guaranteed.
오케이.
130,000 pound pay jump, slightly above one buy-in.
I copy your style when you were on my left.
8-9 suited
You
here.
were on my left.
So I'm told the 8-9 suited not quite as well. It makes sense, but 9-10 suited, you'd much rather have the 8-9 suited.
Vanilla.
It's sort of like what 5-6-7 suited maybe, or 5-6 suited, that type of hand.
No, it's much better than that actually. Yeah,
Good things
Like 7-8 suited.
yeah,
be
but
much
the
better.
all-in playability in this game is so much better. You just wouldn't jam 5-6 suited in no limit hold'em, right? Like 9-8 suited, you're flipping with ace king. Bonomo's got ace king. He's gonna jam all in
Oh,
here.
so maybe the reverse. 8-9 suited's like 9-10 suited.
Yeah, I would suppose.
Or
But
then-
then again, it's just a different game a little bit.
Right.
Post flop, I would say yes. All in for Bonomo. Ming Zhonglu is our first player at risk. Look at the odds. It's 54-44.
就是没关系才敢推了嘛，SP 单不敢推。
55-45.
问去，问去，
Maybe it's this day.
Let's get that flop. Any clubs, any 9, any 8 to save Ming Zhonglu.
This is wide open.
漂亮。
That is pretty dry.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. They always say there's always a sweat on a turn.
Always is a strong word, Randy. Let's see if you can back that up.
Backed it up.
Back it up, Randy Lou. How do you know?
是这样。
Club feels powerful in Bonomo's hand here. He has a club, takes away one of the outs. There's already no 2, 3, 4, or 5 of clubs, so he is down to 4 outs, 1 to come. River is, oh, it's black, but not enough. He sees the stuff set in, but just looks like a nice guy. Smiles, having fun. Made some nice, went for it early on,
凶数结束。
and he will be our 7th place finisher. Getting a nice score there, though. Nothing to sneeze at. 482,200 pounds. And an impressive showing. Triton resume stronger. Triton website result locked in. It looks like he's already checking out the 50K field.
He's definitely jumping into that 50K. Great performance from a Hong Kong player. Everyone else over 600,000 pounds guaranteed.
At the casino whether it's
Bonomo knocks out first opponent. Sitting pretty at second.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, fuck.
Why Okay, price jump. Boom, 600K now. 172.
Paul Pua extending his lead as the Malaysian #1 all-time player. Richard Yong in second. Where's Wai Kim Yong? He's got to be in the mix, no? Is he not on the podium? Then we got to. I mean, he might. They might be playing for position. I think it's one of the cool things in poker.
Okay.
Hendon mobs, the Triton sites, these kind of things where you get to celebrate and sort of keep track. You get to go back, see results, see tours, because over the years, a lot of these stops are similar places. They start blending together. It's cool to have a really nicely done record book of everything. And Malaysian list.
He's currently 5th place, 7.4 million. He is behind Paul Paul, Richard Yong, Wai Long Chan, and Ivan Lau. But if he wins this, he'll be up to 3rd place on all-time money list.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the 2 Triton co-founders up top.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And yeah, put him over the 10 million mark. That's a nice milestone.
Roman?
Haxton going to take the variance down a bit. Just is that common with ace king suited? You just want to be balanced, because if you only raise aces, kings, and ace king, you're sort of, it's just too obvious. So is this the reason why? I mean, normally you'd want to raise that, no?
You definitely can raise, but you do need to mix in some premium hands that you're going to limp jam with, because if you only limp without premiums, then people know that you're never going to limp jam. They can just raise and make you fold all your king 10s and queen 10s and queen jacks, and you don't want that.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
So
This is one Hax going to be ready to go to the wall with here.
I think he can consider betting. He can consider checking. I think he's probably going to check call bet if he does.
Rui Cao got to be betting here. I mean, he's got a heart in his hand. He's got the best open-ended draw. Straight draws, which are actually more powerful than flush draws. This is a huge flop for king jack off.
Yeah, definitely helpful to have the nutted, unpaired straight draw type hand, because in this game, people perceive the straight draws to be very powerful.
Yeah.
So they're going to bet a lot of flops and turns, etc. And you know, you can pick off some high card hands and maybe hit your hand. Ace-8 is in the muck. Boom. Straight.
Just no waiting, but the 9, not the ace. This board gets less attractive for the ace-king suited now. So much stuff going on there. 2 pairs. Lower, you just could be dead to the jack, and even the jack. Ooh.
Wow, checks it back. Rui Cao is a super tricky player. You know, with ace-king, don't you almost feel like you got to bluff at it? What do you beat?
Maybe I don't know on this particular card, but it's a crazy spot. Rui Cao, I mean, this guy is impressive. Like the snap check back, he's got the checks, he's going for the bluffs, he's making people fold. He's just, I mean, this is sneaky.
I think he's getting hacks and to reach
bite
for some
like
chips.
300 here.
You can see it. He wants to.
Yeah, I think he expects on that draw heavy a board. If his opponent did have a queen, though, he would probably be betting maybe for some protection.
100%
Wow,
you
got him.
expect
This
king
guy,
jack to bet.
look at this stuff. This is masterful. 400. And just going to be a quick call.
Nice.
And Ike, what started out...
He's like, what?
He's like, that's good. You got the max. Table max.
Prince of Darkness.
Prince of Darkness got a little bit of light put on him there. That was a nicely played hand from Rui Cao. Wow. I mean, just...
Hey, there's no way he extracts that.
That's
Anyone
crazy.
else extracts 400 extra thousand in that hand.
No one. One bet turn. Flop pivot.
Yeah, even Paul's confused. What do you mean you didn't bet the turn?
You know me. When I beat, I check.
It's tricky,
When I
man.
beat, I bet. Easy to read. River 7, he go 1.2. River Queen, he bet. I'm like, ah? No scare from house. I turn to raise.
Raise 320 and 30,000. 330.
Next hand, Ace-7 offsuit, just going for it. Wai Kin Young, Ace-Jack suited, dealer button against Rui Cao. This is a pretty easy call.
Always call me a king.
So top 2 for Wai Kin, and Rui Cao is going to fire. Try to get some value out of those king queens, king 10s, queen 10s.
He's just stepped right into it. You got Wai Kin Young right in with the top 2. Got to feel good.
We did it. We don't have to play the 50K.
Can't. Oh, so the 50K reg is closed.
Oh, so
unless they pre-regged with the stack here, which I doubt it, because it's such a violent, quick game, they're probably focused on this 2.67 million pounds that's it. We're gonna have a closed field in the 50K, and here we are. Ace Jack, not a great run out for Ace Jack, although still, you know, clubs missed, 10-8 gets home, and Wai King Yong, when checked to, I think normally you feel pretty good about value betting, but this maybe against Ruikao has got the tricks. He slips the nuts, he double checks, he just
He checks.
No good.
When you have that image, you really get people to play a little bit more passively against you. You don't want to bet like say 700K, try to get called by ace, and all of a sudden here's a 3 million.
And I think this is a really interesting point, not only in short deck, but any game. And there's times where I know I found myself online or in a tournament or live, and you know, it's like, this spot I should probably value bet, but this guy's so capable. You don't want to open yourself up to get just owned. And you know, I think this hand isn't like obvious need to bet, but generally, I think against some players, you're going to see Wai King Yong go for a nice bet there and not expect to be getting check raised on a bluff or just a player to check over a better hand in that spot. But Ruikao really showing his range, and I am more and more impressed because I heard his name a lot there early on. He busted the million. We didn't really get to see him. He also, you know, just wasn't on the feature a lot on some of the table draws, how it broke out, and you know, here we are in the last 2 days getting to see a lot of tricks he's got. The black queens. Gonna go ahead and. Is this another one people are?
Yep, same thing as ace king.
Yeah, you just.
But they're so deep. I don't think Paul is looking to get in 150 antes right now of queens.
Right. Oh, Wai King Yong with the ace king behind. And the Prince of Darkness has 2 red cards this time, and his wheels are spinning. He's gonna take a flop.
See, he's a slight favorite in the hand.
That's wild. You should take a mental note of this graphic, because that is confusing. That is,
well, that's why.
Oh,
that's why.
Oh, 8, 9, 10. Everyone's got something but ace king. Queens are still overpaired to the board. Gut shot, bottom 2. And if you're Ike though, this is you do have position. Just not really a lot of what runouts are good here. A queen, you're in your mind you're dead. A jack, you're dead. A 7, you're probably beat. You know, big cards come out, your bigger 2 pairs, so you're kind of trying to boat up. I mean, I guess a 6. I can't think of a good card.
Yeah, it's actually very scary. If you bet this flop, which I think is fine, you're actually hoping for 2 folds because
Paul's got a tricky hand with the 2 queens blocking jack queen. Maybe you could get a little spicy here.
Could get spicy. Add some spice.
Jungle loves that word spice. It makes me, when he says it, and you can just see how much he loves the game. I miss Jungle. Where's Jungle? I don't think he played this. I think he was, he just passed it. Look at that. No waiting.
Saw the check back. Haxton just thinks, look, I don't want to fold the best hand on accident now. See if return card, and Paul's got the straight.
I think the secret's out, man. Wai King Yong, Paul Pois, Ruikao. These guys are crushers, man. They got tricks. They got moves. Businessman. They saying businessman. Come on.
They are businessmen.
Yes. All right. Well.
Hey, why can stab in here with just ace king?
That is shocking to me on this board. That's a wild move to me.
He just thinks, look, if no one has a queen, they're never calling. To be fair, that's probably true. I don't see how.
And he does have. He's got outs. He knows he's got outs. At least.
That's right. A very clean nutted out.
You're right. Well, the Queen of Hearts not so much, but no one makes flushes, as I told you. Rarely. I think I've seen 2 total. Right into Paul, who's got to feel good. Blocks Queen King. He's got the 2 queens. He's thinking, what is my opponent betting here? What is he representing? What I have?
From a tournament point of view, Paul should really be calling here a lot, I feel. Because let's just say Wai King has King Queen. It'd be a disaster to be put to the test for all of your chips. This is clearly the right call. You don't want to bust before everyone on accident.
And the board does pair, so board gets even a little more dynamic, but 2 queens certainly are gonna feel pretty good here.
I don't expect Wai King to continue bluffing here. It's just that, look, when someone calls a turn, they probably got a queen, occasionally 2 pair, and well, 2 pair, it's a boat now, so
some 2 pairs.
Betting do it.
A set would be a boat. 2 pairs, not necessarily. Like
yeah, I understand. I
you,
meant like
because you said 4 earlier on Queen 9-4 board in this game, so I'm gonna have to double check your stuff.
Wow, so Paul actually, I like this bet. You know what?
Only beat ace queen.
The reason of the bet, actually, he doesn't ever put Wykin on a boat because a 2-pair or set would not bet this turn card. So when it pairs, he either chops it with another queen, which is very likely, or he gets a queen to fold, thinking that, well, you got a boat now.
You would think no one would bet a set or 2-pair there, which.
But Isaac Haxton did do that one time.
Yeah, and he bet ace king high. You wouldn't expect that either.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think in particular a set or 2-pair wouldn't bet because just not wanting to get blown off. Whereas ace king, if he gets check raised there, he doesn't care. But if he has a set or boat, it's kind of like inflating the pot unnecessarily. But Jungle Man, we need to get Jungle Man around today. That would be a fun interview.
We'll just leave him in the booth by himself and just
let
him talk.
Yeah, let him do his thing. Is there a 50K? He's got to be in the 50. He was eyeing it up.
I did see him and he said he was eyeballing the 50.
Don't treat me so bad, okay?
So Wykin and Paul been battling throughout this week. Queen 10 suited. Interesting hand to play. You do have to play out of position, so it is tough.
Never fold cash game.
You heard him say he'll never fold that hand in cash game.
So tight.
Big stack, out of position. I don't know.
I call you with A9 offsuit.
You are my hero.
Okay, a bit more respect now.
Very insulting. I don't mind being insulted that way.
I want you to stop raising. I'm warning you, I call everything.
I have hand. Yes, coach. I asked him to be my coach. He's sleeping. The coach will make a difference.
Play
Passed
with-
it again? Oh, Jesus. I'll bet you run.
Good morning.
Cannot anymore.
No, just finished.
Your turn will come. Don't worry. Maybe next year.
No, that's tomorrow.
Next year
Oh,
is long time. Short stack.
You know,
Compared to the table.
I was in the 2K, 4K arena yesterday, not playing, just in the room. There was a couple tables going on, and I saw JRB playing 500K, 1,000 PLO, and I've played with him some big PLO, not that big, but I played like 200, 400 with him PLO, and he's definitely kind of crazy. I almost literally passed out when I heard him talking Mandarin to a couple of the guys, and I thought he was kidding. And then he was back and forth, and he even translated something at one point. It literally almost blew my mind because I was like, how can JRB? He does, how is he learning Mandarin? And then my buddy Luke also said, who knows a little bit, he was kind of like, it's just sort of being osmosis and being around and talking. But like to me, that doesn't, like, I pick up a couple Portuguese words. My wife's Brazilian. I should know. My son's gonna learn before me. It's gonna hurt. But that impressed me so much that like you could actually, the Mandarin seems so impossible to pick up. Like I guess Toji I got this week.
You
That's
got
like,
Toji,
but
right?
like it just seems so hard.
It's definitely
Maybe
one
it's
of the
more so the writing though, right? That's
writing's
just like that's a
it's
different.
impossible.
Right.
But there's a lot of people who Chinese people that actually don't write the language; they just speak it.
Is that because even in like now in schools, I'd imagine that even now like everything's on the computer and stuff. Like people aren't really writing cursive or handwriting. Is that part of the reason?
I
Maybe?
don't know exactly, but it's just a complicated language. It really is. There's so many. Don't quote me. I'm kind of like a fake Asian, Like
Okay.
it's just there's so many different strokes, of course, and a lot of memorization, and it's all these. It's like hieroglyphics.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see Crazy Rich Asians?
I did.
I didn't see that yet. I heard it was good. Heard it was kind of fun.
Yeah,
It was good.
Yeah, it was good. It was, they probably be playing. They would play the Triton Million.
They would
for
fire
sure.
in there.
They're firing the
in that
Triton Million.
storyline.
If those guys were real, the extra 20 entries.
I want to, I want to know when the next Triton is so I can start to make accordingly. 25K short deck maybe. That's no higher than that. I'm not gonna get carried away. Have you played one of the short decks here?
I have played a couple of the short decks. We had it was like a 25K short deck, and I actually played a no limit short deck mix. They were testing this kind of theory. It was like Triton, and guys like Paul was like, let's try new format mix so that maybe some of the short deck pros that have advantage get advantage in that half of the game, and then no limit pros will want to come in, so maybe merge. But to be fair, all of the players are pretty darn good at this game now. And top 2 versus
look at this flop. This is absolutely, I mean, this is about as big a cooler as I would imagine you could see. Top 2 versus bottom set. Paul gonna lead out here?
Yes, got top 2. And if there's one guy that's going to get paid off a lot, it's the man Rui Cao.
Just gonna call, or is he gonna raise?
Careful.
To be fair, just calling is the right play because he's expected to raise like ace queen and stuff. So like,
well, he did say be careful. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That's actually a card that's going to slow it down for everyone. I mean, that's more so for Paul. If you're Paul, you can't, Jack 10 is a very powerful draw on that flop. Double gutted, a king or a 9. If you have a flush draw, an 8x with diamonds, I mean, this is just a, this is the one side. If I were Rui Cao, that on a wet board like this with the double, it's an open, essentially double gutter, flush draw, and flush draw board, I might have played it a little faster. But then again, I don't know. I think you could go both. It just, what are your thoughts on that?
The thing is, if you look at his whole range, it doesn't actually make sense for him to raise anything on a flop besides pocket eights. So if it's so narrow, it's hard to get paid off by worse.
Yeah, no, I think I'm thinking more Hold'em wise. Generally, like that's a good rule if it's a wet board and you have a set. You know, it's like, but it might make a ton of sense. But I'm not sure in short deck here how it factors out.
Yeah, it makes sense to raise because of what you said. It's very wet, but like if you raise here, they just know you have a strong hand because Rui Cao actually should never raise ace 8. Should never raise queen 8 on his board, and ace queens and aces and queens never expected to have because he just checked back pre-flop. So, it's very important to see what position the dealer button guy is. Terrible run out. Should go check, I imagine.
Now, yeah.
Kissed him on the head.
Paul knows that could have been worse.
Win minimum. Some river I lose maximum.
4.
Yeah.
Ah, but once the flush on the turn already.
What you do if I raise flop?
Call in.
I think that's right.
99%. 1% for.
You can call. I mean,
Mostly call lah.
Turn.
Big hand there.
Action anyway.
Same ah.
I'm scared you queen aces as well.
Yeah. Possible.
Wai Young up into a new high of a chip lead. Ike Haxton gonna fold the ace now. We saw Jason Kuhn limping this earlier, or complete early position. I mean, things change. This is final table. This is huge money jumps. I think we need to touch on the significance there. 2.67, 2.7 or 2.6 and change for first prize in pounds. I mean, this is a big final table. A couple guys a chance to get unstuck. Rui Cao played the £1 million. I don't think we've seen him at it's top 3 yet, right? So this is for Rui. This is a trip saver, potentially trip, a great trip. You go from not cashing a £1 million tournament to winning 2.6 million. You have a nice, clear 7-figure week still. Paul already covered his $1 million, hitting a 2.5 million score, back at another final. So he's had a great week.
Yeah, Rui Cao actually won the short deck in Montenegro this year. 3.35 million. Must be nice. Jack 6. What a terrible hand. It's definitely a hand you should consider bluffing with because it's very easy for Paul to have an 8 in his hand. Looks like Roy Cal thinking about it, makes the call. He's too good.
He was representing both. Yeah. Turn 6.
Wow.
Okay, guys, we have new blind level 40. Yeah. 40,000.
It's a Rui Cow show right now.
Button is correct here. Yes. Should I get greens?
40,000, 80,000 on the button. So every player has to put 40K in. I mean, it really is an interesting dynamic. The button has 80, so acting as the big blind, essentially. Some nuances to the game. All these players seem very solid. I mean, they really seem in touch to what's happening. This is going to be really interesting to see who can separate. Rui Cow showing us some bluffs and some key spots, nice calls. I mean, he seems in every pot.
So far, I'm most impressed with Rui Cal's play. Not taking away from anyone else, but he just always gets in there. Whether he's a top stack, middling stack, or short stack, he really is a good grinder in these like small pots, small medium pots.
Press went up.
Yeah, it's by.
It's 40 now.
Look at this. He's getting in there with 7-6 offsuit. This is a 2-3
yet.
offsuit of short deck. Oh, okay. He folded. I was going to say, I saw him put the new chips in. Put in the ante. I was going to say, that'd be pretty heroic.
Thank you very much.
Where's the action right now? Hold on.
I called.
5 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought I called already.
Yeah.
Shit.
I just saved your time bank shit.
Thank you.
9-8 of hearts for Waikin Yang. Okay, Waikin, he's pretty rough, right? Just bumping up 400,000, 9-8 suited.
But they said 40.
Gets the Queen 10 out, gets the Ace 8 out.
Give away my hand.
I think if you're going to use one of the lower numbered boards, it's almost always 9-8 suited in raise pots because you get that full board coverage, right? Like I've been saying, if you raise, you're expected to have Ace, King, King, Queens, you know, those Broadways, big cards. So when it comes low, people expect you to be weak, but holding 9-8 hearts, you can easily hit that and really disguise the strength of your hand.
Why chip little box still? WiFi 一直跳出来的，奇怪。
You know, something else I noticed is that Rui Cal plays extremely fast, despite, you know, of course, the stakes. That just shows how comfortable he is with his post-flop ability.
Yeah, that's...
Where I see guys like Haxton and Bonomo, obviously great players, but they're kind of more on the defense. Like, they understand that they have a little bit less experience than everyone else, so they like to kind of be more consistent with their shot clock timings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the multi-way pots are very interesting. That 8-9 was my highlight of the day. Seeing the 8-9 and get the ace-7 suited to fold and just shell through. It's really, really cool. And here he is. This is the kind of spot. Look at this. Top for Bonomo. Haxton on board with the queen, and Rui Cao just has the absolute dream flop, really. The best 8 as well.
I don't think Hax is going anywhere. Yeah. Some of these guys actually fold top pair weak kicker on these paired boards, but Rui Cao is the one you actually have to call against because he actually will stab here with the ace-7s, you know, the king-9s, the king-10s, the random hands. 2 calls. Rui Cao definitely knows that at least one player has a queen. The king on the turn. We got the nut kicker. Is going to check. Trying to feint. Man, Rui Cao is just so tricky. You know, sometimes you're thinking, okay, well, that's a good turn card. Just keep betting. He always has these checks of value. Never know where you're at.
What's the exact payout for first? 2,670,000.
2,670,000 pounds. Checks around. Nothing Rui Cao needs to be scared of. You know, the ace-10 wouldn't have called the flop. 10-9 occasionally comes along. Bottom of the ace-queen. Should be trying to get the showdown. But Rui Cao does keep laying the trap in checks. Haxton, I don't think he thinks he's got the best hand, but can he get a better hand to fold? Does give up. Ace-8 is good. Yeah, Haxton is just surprised. He's just always wondering, how does Rui Cao has all of these checks with these super strong hands?
Mr. Ike, rep your 8. Nobody's trying to rep a 8.
I really wanted to.
But then what happened? Give you 2 chances to rep a 8.
3, really?
There's the ace-king. Liang. He's been really impressive to me this week. Just a lot of spots. Really shows that he knows what he's doing. He's made some huge folds and made some big bluffs. 10-3 off squeeze in the main event comes to mind. Paul woke up with the ace-jack of clubs on the button and re-raised his squeeze out of the big blind. That hand stands out, as well as folding a full house on a 10-10 9-9 board with a 10, and there's no overcard. Would have needed to lose to quad 9 specifically, and he did fold. So, couple of 8s, 9-10 off, king 10 off. See the equities, how close everything is. Man, lucky 8. 8 is a powerful number. That's on the back of the Triton gear here. I got a couple shirts this week with the 8 on the back. They are coming in waves on the sets. Bottom set and top. 10s are gone. No one has a spade. Not one player has a spade, and ace-king is going to go for it here. He's going to... Bonomo has got such a powerful hand. A set just feels so good. Pretty favorable spot, Mr. Bonomo. Ace King does turn out. 14% is a gut shot with one to come. A little different than Hold'em. 9% it would be, so significant, almost 1.5 times better chance. So eights are vulnerable.
我都第二講，你哋 Triton 應該1、2、3有頸鏈有手指。我有咩意思咧？打足球啦，咁我有個戒指入面我都去威下我得第二。個戒指咪印俾你咯。你刚才 K 勾那把是拎破来的、啊？对。哇，什么鬼都拎。
Well, more money will be going into this pot. And he is going to need a little bit of help. Not going to get it. So 2 8s look pretty good here if you're Bonomo. You don't lose to a ton of hands. I mean, Jack 9, King Jack. It was an under the gun limp. This is important, right? What hands is Liang playing? Ace King like this, Jack 10. You know, does he have King Jacks here? King Jack suited? Would he limp? I mean,
yeah, probably. I'd say it's very realistic. Should be trying to get the showdown because it's so crazy of a board. Wow, a check from a set of 8s. I think that's a bit conservative.
Yeah, I would have gone for it, and I'm definitely conservative, but I don't know. Bonomo, at the same time, he feels that this is an important time in the tournament. His stack, having 8 million just being right, doesn't want to get check raised. And maybe feels also the player's capable with some bluffs. So
yeah, that's total respect for the payouts, the tournament aspect of it.
Yeah, maybe if he's still number 1 on the all-time list, he goes for a bet. The fact he's number 2, he's...
I tried your strategy of making a bunch of 8s and not betting it. You're a very good short deck player, so I'm trying to learn from you.
I want to thank one of the primary sponsors, Party Poker Live, partnering up here with Triton Poker, and there is a stop next week where it is going to be another Triton feel to it. They got a 100K and a 25K short deck in Rosvedov, Party Millions. That is next week. Hope you guys will be joining me there, and there should be some coverage. And Nano, are you coming to that one, or are you taking a break?
I am taking a break, unfortunately, so you'll just have to be there by yourself.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know, it's cool. Like for you guys that are kind of sad that this is the last day of coverage here in London. We got surprised 2 high-stakes events, and all of our favorite players are going over there. I guarantee probably the majority of these guys are flying over to Rosvedov.
I like it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna be eyeing that field size in the 25K short deck and take a peek. But if it gets anywhere near, I just don't know. It's hard to say because it's just not really gonna. You know, there's specifically people come for this for the short deck. There's multiple big events. You're not gonna see. So we'll see the field size, but I have a feeling I may just be checking updates on the side for that one. We'll see.
No shame in that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, it's tough players, of course.
Yeah.
Please tag me if you do play.
Yeah, I will give updates on any good thing that happens there for you. It might have to become available via, if I recall, break calls. I don't know what part of the world you'll be in, but...
Yeah, you want some insight, like, what do I do with the pocket 8s under the gun?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I saw a lot of sets. 8 seem to be making a ton of sets. 9, 10, 10, 6, and King, Queen. So 9, 10, pretty nice flop. Even have a spade in there, which is just kind of handy. And you see a lot of times where there'll be 2 cards to a flush on the board. No one even has 1 in the whole group. And here, 9, 10, I got to love the flop.
Yeah.
And he's got the button. He's got a lot going on here. He's got 3.2 million. And Bonomo goes for it. Thoughts on this? This seems a little wide.
Well, he does have only 2 opponents to worry about. Lang Shu actually won't. There's a lot of hands Lang Shu would actually fold the flop with, right? Like Ace-7, King-7. It's a limp pot, so you have all of these random hands. Some weak 9s, like Jack-9 probably mucks it as well. 10-9 with that extra straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big flop for 10-9.
Now you're in a tricky spot. Only if an 8 or 6 comes do you know what to do for Bonomo.
It's not, and at the same time, this is
a bad card, I think, to bet again. Lang Shu is not perceived to call the flop with naked 6-7s. You know, like some 9s actually would fold the flop. The 8 is the most likely candidate. So the hands you normally would target in no limit hold'em just don't exist. And I like that he is giving up. I do think that Lang Shu could consider turning his hand into a bluff. It also does seem unlikely for him to have the best hand from his point of view. When he sees the check, if he checks back the turn, he's basically saying, I don't have an 8. It does open up the door for his opponent to kind of take it away from him on the river card.
I don't think he... Yeah, I just don't expect him to... Bonomo to have too many 8s there, though. Does that make sense with him deciding to come in?
I think it's possible. I mean, he's in the cutoff, so only had 1 player to act behind, so he can definitely limp a little bit wider. The earlier position you are, like hijack, +1, and undergun, the less likely these 6, 7, 8s, and 9s come into their holdings.
Makes more sense, yeah. Yeah, under the gun almost never would have an 8 here, right?
Yeah, unless it's 8, 9 suited, exactly.
And we are going to see a bet. 10-9 started out as a decent situation. Doesn't look so hot here.
This is what I was saying, is that once you check back the turn, you give your opponent the chance to kind of take it away from you, because Bonomo can very easily check back at 8. But when you're closing the action on one street, specifically the turn, you're not going to check back at 8 on the turn too much, because there's those spade draws, there's some straight draws that can overcome your hand.
This would be... I don't see how he can call. I mean,
it would be like a sickest call of the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you do 4 plots.
Bonomo showing some of his prowess here, some of his recognition of boards, textures, situations, and does get the best
It's very similar.
hand to fold. Would you? I guess maybe a bet on the turn. It's kind of hard to bet that ace too. It's a tough spot. Even whole cards face up, it's tough.
Who wants it more in these small, tough spots where you know your opponent has a piece? It's one of those games where someone always has like some kind of pair or straight draw, so you have to kind of figure out what is their bottom of their range that they'll start folding.
2 6 of clubs in the deck. Just add 2 more cards. Make the 6 a little better. Might be kind of good.
Can we take out an ace too?
Yeah, why not? Take out the ace of diamonds.
Or random?
Add the 6 of clubs.
King, queen, diamond becomes less good than king, queen of spades.
What happens if I have 5 6s?
Less flush.
I have 6s and the flop 3 6s.
It's the best hand you can make, I think. Does it beat a straight flush? I think it beats a straight flush.
It has to be the flop.
I don't think changing game all the time is very good, because the amateurs, they want to learn something, and then you change it, and they no new games all the time, you know. You need them to have this engraved as, you know, a game for...
Maybe. I think it can go both ways.
Yeah.
Is people feel like the pros play every day, they can't keep up, and
pros
play a
gonna
new
learn
game
faster
nobody
than-
knows how to play.
Check is good. I don't know.
Like mixed games in Vegas, they're playing new games all the time. People like it.
Yeah, but it's different. It's mixed game. It's like, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you launch a new game, right, fish is always going to die very quick if they didn't have a head start. If you and let's say a VIP plays the same game that both of you didn't play before, you're going to crush him either way.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we'll have this discussion not on TV.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think Ike is pretty stupid. He cannot beat any game. Invite him, Jerby. Next bye.
I'm actually pretty slow at learning new games relative to a lot of other good poker players, I think.
Prince of Darkness. I don't know. All I know is Liang has the 10-8 Nutter Butters here. Rui Cao, never know what he's going to do a rep. Bonomo with 9 in the ace kicker, and Paul Poix does have that flush draw that we just don't see come home ever, almost ever.
You play the big bet mix in Vegas?
Yeah.
Let's go for some value, Lang.
Oh, he does have a. Is it 8-8's a straight too? But it wouldn't be good. But
Not in this situation.
and he's not going to really think about it. But Liang does have the best possible hand at the moment.
They get rid of some of the weirder ones.
That's a big bet.
They're
Paul
like pot limit double
draw to the nut
They're not playing
flush.
much anymore.
Sometimes actually it's nice is you hit your
Fucking
flush,
double
your
draw.
opponent hits a full house, you get paid
Five
off
card
big.
Draw high, 2 draws.
You
3
got
rounds
backup,
of
you
betting.
get an 8 to make it
No
straight
win
from his
single
point of
draw
view,
in a weird
although it wouldn't
game.
be
No
good
win
in this
single
spot.
draw, deuce to 7.
It's hard to lay down that nut flush draw, huh?
I don't think you should lay down because you also
Right.
beat 10 jack,
Yeah.
which is a hand I would definitely bet this turn. Double gutted.
It's the most complicated game.
Pot
We
limit
can hold him.
Boogie is really hard. Pot limit Boogie is really hard.
Harder than pot limit triple draw, I guess.
Yeah, way harder. Pot limit triple draw, like, you have a good draw, you can call. Pot limit Badoogie, you never have odds to call, so they just have to, it's just tons of bluffing.
Yeah, but it doesn't make the game hard. It's maybe hard to play, but doesn't make the game complex. You know? Maybe.
I think it's pretty complex.
I mean, all of yeah. What do you do? You never have the odds to draw, right?
Yeah.
What do you do? It's worse. Yeah, it's worse than triple draw. Triple draw, you like. Yeah.
Yeah, what's barrel 8?
So, you know Omaha 8 or better?
No.
No? Okay, so it's Omaha, but half the pot goes to the best high hand, and half the pot goes to the best low hand.
So it's Omaha high low.
Omaha high-low, but you can,
Omaha 8,
you can only win the low if you make an 8 or better. So there have to be 3 unpaired cards 8 or lower on the board, and you have to have 2 more cards 8 or lower that don't match them. If there's no low hand, then the whole pot goes to pot. Right?
So 7, 8, 9, 10 jack is not a good hand. Pelo good hand. The middle wraps.
What do you want, like ace 2, 3?
Jack
Yeah.
high wrap, for example.
Ace 2, 3 is the best hand in the game.
I mean, many good hands. Yeah. Ace,
There's the
ace,
big
ace,
bet,
ace.
trying to get value from the king, but
Nine
Paul
big or
doesn't
whatever.
have anything.
Every situation pre-flop, I think.
Paul really only beats Jack 10. Is Paul really thinking about this? No, it's out.
Jack 10, yeah, he does have 10-8. He could have Jack 10. I mean, that's just, I think bluffs should just get so much more credit at this stage too. The chips are so valuable. Rui Cao showing us that's not such a problem for him, but in general, I think that's going to be just that much more unlikely for a bluff.
A high. A high.
Similar to how we saw Jungle make that great fold with Ace Jack on the Ace Ace 3 board when Paul had 3s. It ran out 6-9. Jungle bet flop, bet turn, bet river small, and got raised all in, and he folded, left himself 7 blinds. But he did make the right fold. JRB, what a legend. His name just gets tossed around at random times today. I saw him yesterday. Played some PLO with him, some high stakes recently, and he is a character. He also has that famous 3-5 punt.
Yep, by
in a
Mr.
cash
Liang.
game. Mr. Liang, they were actually there yesterday, both of them. There's jokes. It gets brought up.
I
a
hope
fair
they were
amount.
playing at the same table, and Mr.
They
Liang's like,
weren't at the moment, but they want that. They want. I think he was trying to get him over to the TV spot with that because that's just such an epic
Well,
hand.
I mean, JRB is such a big VIP, right? Like,
Yes.
clearly, you're just punting off 500,000 5-3 hearts. You watch the hand, right? Do you remember the part when JRB is like, I got a small pair, and Mr. Liang doesn't show his cards, and he's like, a 5. And then he just starts flicking his fingers towards him, like, come on, show me the one card. He shows one card, keeps flicking his finger, then he shows the other cards, 3, and then he shows the ace-king, which is clearly the winning hand at
so
this point.
crazy. So crazy. And Mr. Lang, one of the more solid players, right? Like, the move is just that much crazier. Wow, look at Liang. Look at this intuition here, 450. I was just saying, unlikely to be bluffing or to be making some moves, and here he is with King 10, 3 million stack. He also has one of those stacks that's less incentivized, the middling stacks, to be making moves, and you know this guy's gone for it a lot. I've been very impressed with his intuition and his play. Now he's run into it a couple times. I don't know if you remember the main event. He made the 10-3 squeeze out of the big blind right into Paul, who manned up with Ace Jack suited on the button, but he's got interesting intuition to me. He really seems to go for those kind of spots.
He's a worthy Triton reg.
Yeah.
Like, just the way he's been playing.
For sure, tough player. Does he have any titles? Do you know?
He does not, no.
So.
But he hasn't been to every single stop.
Okay.
And he plays, you know, both full, long deck and short deck. So, I mean, at this point, I think every single person at these series are going to play like both short deck and long deck. They may come out just for one. I mean, it's actually more, let me correct that statement. If you play long deck, you play short deck. But if you play short deck, it doesn't necessarily mean you play long deck.
Right. I
300角
got you.
看到啊。
Rui Cao, the real hand. Is there an actual hand ranking chart? Like, is it? You said you roughly know, but is there in Hold'em that's like it's pretty easy. Aces
I mean,
down, pairs.
I've never seen one, but if I was to guess, it's aces, kings, ace king,
suited.
340,000.
Suited, of course, but I mean ace kings, queens, and then Jack 10 suited. But there's a chance the Jack 10 suited is above the queens. There is a chance. Like, it's more like this. Queens is better pre-flop. Jack 10 suited is better post-flop. So it depends on the situation.
Well, Ace King suited, this is pretty fair fight because now there's no club evident, but the Paul with the Ace King off.
You see the respect here, right? Like, they didn't get it in pre-flop in. This is two guys, they're cash game players, but they've adjusted to the tournament aspect of it. The payouts, they know, like, maybe unnecessary to get all in right now.
Yeah, if you're Paul, you do have the diamond. You're drawn to the nuts with the 10. You have a powerful diamond there. It's a decent spot to be bluffing. And if you're Mr. Rui Cao and you see this action, you're putting them on hands, there's not a ton of great scenarios here. Jack 10 is ahead of you now. Ace King, you're tying with. Kings, you're way behind. Aces, you're way behind. Oh, what a card from Mr. Pois here. He's got a redraw with the same hand in the nut blocker here. And Paul is going to be interested here. He knows, though, this is a dynamic board. They always seem dynamic boards with the short deck, but this one extra. 3 broadways.
Usually, I think a lot of people actually check here because they don't really want to commit the chips on the turn. If you have to commit the 2.6 million on a turn, you're probably beat. But there is merit to betting and checking back to river. I do like to check.
So not the call Paul wanted. He would love to see a diamond in there.
Yeah, or 10. But yeah, okay, value bet from Rui Cao. 170. It's a block bet.
Yeah, it's just gonna get called and just nothing else to. Actually, no, interesting. Well, yeah, because the 10 there. I was gonna say, I mean, he does have that King of Diamonds, but I don't know how.
It's very easy for Rui Cao to actually have a hand like King 10 or
right.
Queen 10, Jack 10. I don't think you should be raising.
It would be a pretty sick bluff that would actually work.
Go.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if it'll work. Right? It's so hard to make a flush.
King.
Yeah.
Set.
Do you say set?
Yeah, it's just troll.
Yeah.
King Jack suited. Only hand.
Shove, pre-flop. Same.
You shove.
Oh. Maybe. It's hard, actually. It's king offsuit, I shove.
哎呀，思路应该打你。
With Cal saying if he had ace king off, he would shove, but he just calls the ace king suited. Makes some sense too. Better playability.
思路打你输了。
挺痛。
It's the jingle. Dun, 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 dun. Waikin Young at the top, Justin Bonomo right behind him. Ruikawa in third, playing super aggressive post flop. Did lose Ming Jong Lu in 7th place. Isaac Haxon Paul at the bottom. We are playing down to a winner. 50K short deck running at the same time. Registration is closed in that, so none of these players will get another shot this series. Although they do have a shot at playing some cash games next couple of days.
Yeah, it's just never over, huh?
It's never over.
Triton did throw out a teaser. There's could be some smaller stakes, which is pretty cool. If
Okay, we jumping in those for sure, right,
yeah,
Jeff?
Yeah, no, the Triton
There's no
10s
questions
and
asked.
5s, yeah, no, let's do it. That would
This
be
is the one we sell. We still need to sell 9. I need to sell 95% now after that disaster this week for me.
Yeah, it was well, you know, it's all good. You just got to win. Just win a 5 or 10K. You'll be
just to win the buying back.
Yeah. Well, got the. Look at this, Rui Cao with the ace queen. Or, I'm sorry, with the jack 9 off. This is this is fun. This is fun to watch, and also I don't know if it's a great way for entertainment in terms of learning. I don't know if like he's definitely driving a wider variety than you may want to just get in and start playing.
Yeah,
pretty.
If you want to learn the basics of short deck, you should probably pick someone else first. But if you want kind of more advanced post flop maneuverability, then maybe you should be watching Rui Cao. I mean, he's clearly one of the best in the game. Just that I don't recommend you raising Jack 9 offsuit and God knows what else and multi-barreling if you don't have much experience.
Does flop, you know what? Does flop it in bottom. You know what it is. The missionary. It's hard in short deck. There it is. And it's still vulnerable, right? It's like you got this hand, you flop pretty hard, you're messing around, but he is currently behind his opponent. Does have some blockers here. Queen King, he's gonna bet. Rui Cao gonna find a way to get some extra value here. Opponent's open-ended though. It's not like he's got a. Not like he's just a fist pumping. Again, rivers he's going to lose on, and rivers that it's going to be even very, very scary. But as proceeding, just confidently, best hand, going to a river in a really nice spot. Still 29% for Liang. And look at that. That is the card of cards. I mean, that's what you dream about. To hit hope your opponent maybe has a queen. You get the nutter. Super nutters.
The nutter.
Nutter butter tutters. This is as good as it gets for Liang and Rui Cao, who did navigate a hand, got a little out of line pre-flop, flop of strong holding, and now he is in a bad spot. But I don't know if he's going to lose too much more chips here. I mean, the board's 4 lines straight. Ace Queen happens to be really nice, but Queen alone would have him beat. A lot of other 2 pairs haven't beat King Queen. I mean, there's just so many hands he loses to.
Okay, yeah.
He's considering checking, but he also knows his opponent has a Queen X. He might just check back, so he maybe just go for a big bet here.
Yeah, I like betting on. We've seen Rui Cao. Yeah, if you had a queen, what's the point of betting if you're Rui Cao, right? Like, you can't get called by worse. He's going to go for the check. Big hand coming up.
And big pot there. Thought of the options
Raise,
whether to
call,
bet or check.
Check, bet, call. Check, check.
Check river.
White king.
Yeah, he said, "Why King River?" Well, sometimes boards are gonna come a little bit tricky.
Then they have like the biggest life, like the most life cash games in the world.
Really?
I think so. But small one, very small one.
For now.
Interesting.
Tricky game, tricky players. Some talent is being exhibited in a big way today.
Internet was there.
Liang, he's in there mixing it up. He's showing some tricks as well. We're still kind of keen and hawing over that run out. That was tough, but again, the percentage ace queen on that turn it's got potential. It's still not a crazy 29%. It's like double, right? It's essentially double the straight draw there because it was normally it would be so he had 6 outs, 1 to come, and here he only had 6 outs, right? He had a 8 or a king. 4 8 outs.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Well, 6. No, he couldn't hit a better 2 pair. What was it? He had an 8 or a king.
Are you sure?
Why are you listen? I'm not sure with you in here. You told me about a 4 in short deck. You said on a queen 9-4. That stands out with me. I'm worried about you today. It's a long week. Give us a break, but no. So about 1.5 then. So 8 outs would generally be with 1 to come and hold 'em. But what it is here, it's that much higher. Is there a rule? And hold 'em, it's the standard rule with the percentage.
I actually don't know the standard rule. Enlighten me.
Well, in terms of for on the river 1 to come, it's 7% with 3 outs. If it's ace king to ace queen and there's a queen, you need a queen and queen only at 7%. If you have 3 outs here in short deck with 1 to come, what is the translation? Is it how much more do you get? Because it's higher.
Yeah, it is definitely higher. I don't actually know the answer.
All right, well, someone at home wants to help us. I think we could work it out, and I don't know if it's a set rule, if it's proportionate per out per spot, but it's definitely different and it's higher. There's a higher chance of making your straights in anything, any kind of odds. Because of the reason being the 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. That's 16 cards, so it's instead of a normal 52 card deck, you are taking out all the 2s, all the 3s, all the 4s, all the 5s. So it's 16 cards light, right? It's a 36 card deck.
Is it 36 cards? I actually don't. I never counted.
I haven't thought of it out loud either, but that's 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s gone. 4 times 4 is 16.
And there's 56 cards in the deck?
52, 36.
Okay, close.
What?
I thought it was 56, 52, same thing.
All right, guys, I don't know what's going on. I know I'm not buying a piece of Nano Noko in the next Triton event. That's what I know at the moment, until we can figure this out.
Back to the action, Bonomo. Gonna limp the king queen.
Ooh, Paul. Not suited, but the Jack 10 always gets people excited in this game. Look at Jack 10, how powerful that is in the lead here against these hold-ins. Paul looks like, look at that posture. Look, he just looks like a pro, man. He's dressed well. He's got the businessman dress on.
He's a business pro.
Business pro. That's a new thing. Paul Poix into the lead, onto the flop. Gonna have a club. No one has a club.
So we got jacks and 10s. Pretty vulnerable hand, lots of straight draws, lots of flush draws. When it checks around, gotta bet, protect your hand. So Lang Shu, is he thinking about making a play here? He just has absolutely nothing. Be very heroic, not even with a club backup. Wheels are spinning.
as you mentioned, he is on the dealer button. They have the highest chance of having a 6. Gonna raise.
Wow. Yeah, exactly what I've been saying is that he's the only guy that can represent a 6. A 6 can actually check back this flop. It's very safe. Paul is in a very sick spot, actually. Jacks, 10s, and 6s.
And Liang, one of the capable players that can make this play. And if you're Paul, though, a flush is possible, but it's very unlikely. A full house would beat a flush, so even if your opponent somehow had that, you're still live. And he knows his opponent could be up to no good. He actually still has 11%, which is nuts.
That's a pretty nice call by the Jack 10, but River's the queen.
Oh, my goodness.
Man, when this gets showdown, I want to see the reaction. This should go check, check. Yeah, you can see that's not what you ever expect to see.
Liang just says, you know what, you're the boss man, this is Triton, I don't mind, I'm going for the crazy bluffs on you, not scared of anything, I'm just going for it. That is a wild hand. How does a queen roll off there?
Paul is the clear tournament short stack, 2.8 million.
Interesting as well in terms of trying to get a feel for how does it equate to no limit hold'em with the stack and the blinds. So what I'm kind of hearing is 10 blinds is 25, 30 blinds roughly. So that's what I'm told. So, you know, you're talking right now at 70.
Probably reasonable.
You're at like 20 to 30 blind. Paul's in a vulnerable spot, but still can play. That's a short stack. Why King Yong? Just sort of quietly doing his thing, chipping up. He's winning events, playing 2K, 4K, no limit. Just doing his thing over here. He also was all in the ace-queen suited to aces and then won that tournament. That's a crazy swing with 2 tables left.
Check.
It's nice to get there sometimes.
I mean, Wai Kin Young also beat the ace of Jack 10 suited, and he's tournament chip leader.
Ooh.
Liang and Rui Cao, 2 of the more creative players, and he does have a 6, 7, 8, correct? So what, a 9 would be a straight, but that would also, he's in pretty bad shape here. 9 would make the Jack 10 straight complete. So, gonna need to find an ace on the river. This board just not gonna stick around on.
How does he always get it done?
Oh wow! So he bet and got the fold there.
Yeah, that's right.
Whoa! I didn't expect that. Why King Young resting his head? Maybe he played all night at the 2K, 4K game.
He did.
Oh, he didn't sleep. Maybe, or at least not much. He was late. He was definitely there playing. So.
It's all about playing for 2.7 million and being tired.
He doesn't look tired. He's got the no sunglasses or anything. He looks rested. Everyone looks rested and comfortable, ready to grab this trophy today. Who do you got? What's your pick? You made your pick already on the break desk. You're sticking with it?
Yeah, I'm sticking with Wai Kin Young. It's just, you want a no limit main event, probably running good in the cash game. Your chip leader of this tournament, winning the 10-9 suited against the aces, clearly also plays for the win. He's not really looking for those little tiny ladders. Tiny for him, I mean. He's got all the check boxes to be a double main event champion in one tour.
King and queen for Bonomo. Wai King Yong with the King Jack, so pipped here. 6-9, not gonna be interested. Let me see a bet here. Gonna rep out And if you're Bonomo, there's not a ton of hands. I mean, your hand's too good to fold, but you're starting to think, what does my opponent have? He's under the gun, so he's got the strongest range here.
Exactly.
But he will come along. It's nice that Bonomo's got the backdoor flush draw too. Does have a queen, so he's blocking the jack queen suited. But would you to anticipate what's the bottom of the Wai Kin Yong's range here to come in for under the gun spot? What would be with his stack size, this dynamic? What
He
kind of
can really limp.
So queen jack suited, queen jack off, not queen jack off, probably.
Yeah, he's limping queen jack off suited.
Okay, so he does have that. Bonomo does have the king queen, so he blocks queen jack. So I think
easy game.
Well, it's really strong. It's really strong stuff.
You know, these are the type of plays you see in short deck. If you don't make the proper adjustments from no-limit hold'em, you'd be making a big mistake. And a lot of no-limit players here, right? You got king jack, like, oh, this is a hand I try to get to showdown with. But in this game, a lot of times people have middling strength hands or top pair that's just one pair. They're gonna fold if you put multiple bets in, especially if they don't have a good straight draw along with it.
Tough spot though for Bonomo to hold on there. I mean,
I think he should be folding because he is going to be up against a strong range. In this game, right, it's a limp pot. Limp pots are very common, like ace king under the guns and queen jacks and kings and aces. So you can't discount it because it's a limp pot that they never have these hands. It's not like no limit hold'em where people always raise. Jam from kings. I think Haxton's just trying to take down what's in the middle. Doesn't want people to potentially put him at risk. You're the shortest stack, or one of the shortest stacks.
Did you pair it?
No.
So, yeah, Ike does go. He could have limped there, but he just decides to rip it. That's similar to Pogorski. Was it on the bubble? He had kings under the gun and he raised, and then it got induced and got it all in versus ace king. And he was in the bubble finishing. So I think that's sort of a part of the ICM situation there too, right? Ike just sort of going for it, just saying, you know what, this is all in. I don't want to mess around. The money jumps are huge. I have kings, and I don't need to induce from a slightly worse hand here. If someone wants to come for me, come get it. But I'm happy to take down the pot, and that's it. This is impressive. And into kings, though, Paul with the limp, or the complete, and now the 330. Similar to Ike's stack, probably just going to rip it, right?
100%. This is an all-in. This is no questions asked. If you do anything else, it's a mistake.
All in.
Paul knows.
We're on the same wavelength, as you can see. It's a big win for you when your opponent pulls 42% equity on a tournament final table.
Thank you for the 250.
330. 330. What a pickup.
That limp.
Lucky.
So pair of queens gonna limp. Actually getting a good price, only one player to act behind him is gonna fold. You want to stay out of trouble when you're a short stack. with ICM implications.
Check already.
Come out betting here, open in straight draw. Paul in a tricky spot because the guy betting from first position, you got an overpair, but there's two players that act behind you. A lot of bad turn cards. Gonna lay down the overpair of queens. Bonomo. Very good draw, will call.
Yeah, this is super sneaky. When you have this draw into the nuts, the jack is just such a money card. And we've seen a few times players just call with even two queens in their hand making the straight, two other spots here. And this is just a card for Bonomo where he's got the club now. He's picking up a very sticky, extra sneaky draw. This is high level stuff. These are important pots, of course. Every pot's important, but this can get big. He calls here, and we got ourselves a 2 million chip pot.
Expect Bonomo to just call because Ruikao can easily have a straight already. Don't bloat it. There we go.
There are some action cards here. That is just a stone cold brick. Potentially, who wants it more? Ruikao has the best hand somehow.
It's a tough card to bet because easily Bonomo could have like 10-9 that's not going to fold.
It's crazy that he's actually checking here. He's so tricky. We've seen him check the nuts. We've seen him. If you're Bonomo, you don't love it. Like to just bluff at this into this player.
Look, if Ruikao had Jack 10, he probably would be scared on the 9 as well. Bonomo could easily have two pairs that turn into a full house. The story does make sense, but Bonomo just has Queen 10 high. I feel like he has to throw.
Up. I think he's gonna go for it.
No, he's reaching for chips.
Or time bank.
Yeah, time extension.
Because
don't you feel like you gotta bet just a little bit in case you're up against Ace 10, Ace Jack occasionally, the Queen Jacks? Even the Queen Jack beats you, right? Or is it chop? I can't see.
No, but the sick part is though, if you're against Ruikao, that's what I'm talking about. He's so dangerous. He's so tough. Let's just say he has Jack 10, he would play it like this and then check. And are you gonna blow him off that? Well, he's gonna go for it. And
just put a little bit out there. Try to fold out better high cards, better draws.
This is so impressive. I mean, all around. If he calls this, I'm dropping them. I'm just
okay.
I'm just,
microphone is
safe. I'm just like, this is too much. That is crazy. He also, to be fair though, he has Jack 10. Would he play Jack 10 like this though? Would Bonomo just call and?
I mean, if you called a flop of Jack 10, you probably just have to call it a turn. It'd be kind of insane for it all of a sudden raise.
Man.
But it's definitely possible.
Man, it's a fun hand to watch. Interesting to note, two queens look pretty good there by the end, but it's really hard to.
Still was good.
Yeah. This is fun. This is really fun. And also what's fun is Liang, who's now made some aggressive moves, gets aces on the dealer button. The current equity is only 52%, but that's going to change when he thins the field here. And it doesn't really look like a hand that's going to be able to... I don't see how anyone's going to hang on here to see a flop. And he's probably going to go pretty big.
Yeah, at least 10 antes. Going 14 antes. Get some folds.
Two aces. Nice hand.
Please remember to pitch lower. You're specifically to like those two seats over there, you're pitching up. And
Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
That's such a darkness thing to
Yeah,
say.
keeping it in order,
It's better to
everything.
put the card down in front
Chen
of
cut, Chen cut.
make them reach than to try and throw it over.
Chen the red one.
Ike's seen a few cards in his day, seen a few
This one
live
unlucky?
pitches. He's just trying to make sure everything's on the, staying. No player would by accidentally see a card, but
Oh, I like this tower
Look
here.
at
Do you like
this.
this? This is beautiful.
this is tricks. Look at the chips on top of the tower.
Yeah, this
That's
is better than my
advanced.
build for sure. It just got knocked down.
Oh,
Thanks, Isaac. I think the Prince of Darkness knocked that down. That was
oh
pretty
my
rude.
goodness.
Chuẩn备手持哦。哦，你不要等一下去拿哦。Next level chain cut after break. Oh, already ready. Okay. You don't have red ones?
Yeah, let's get the red cards out.
It's okay.
Change the luck. I like it.
Oh.
So does A7 want to throw a bet out to deny those straight draws from getting a chance, or maybe keep it small? Kicker is worrisome. I can definitely see Ace-Jack playing his hand this way. It's gonna fire just a little bit. Okay, I believe we're getting a new deck of cards.
Want to stay,
Oh, take this
Here you-
away. New sunglass.
Sunglass Switch by Paul Pois.
Well, we don't know, well, I don't know how final tables generally go and break out on short deck, but we've seen one elimination, 6 still remain, and that maybe is the nature of it with being so many annies these players have. It's not just, people aren't just giving it away, and we see a really high level, some great bluffs, some post-flop maneuverability, and generally in-tune ranges pre-flop. You're not going to see too many crazy collisions. As the blinds go up, more will collide. Is this kind of what you expected, or do you see this?
Yeah, this definitely
Takes
was
a
my
while.
expectation, is that when you're playing over 100 antes deep for everyone, there's a lot of pots, but it's a bit of grinding and trying to, like, win what's in the middle, but you don't see too many crazy all-ins because there's big pay jumps out there, right? Like, guarantees 611,000 pounds, 160k pay jump. It doesn't really make sense for you to just jam it in there when you're in the middle of the pack, when you might be able to wait out the bottom guy, but the bottom guy has a lot of time for waiting. So it might be a little bit slow, but if two people get some big hands, they're not going to fold it either because they know they got the fold equity and they're just going to jam it in. You got pocket kings, but you're not going to just try to see a flop. You're going to get it all in, and someone might wake up with an ace, king, aces, and can be a cooler GG for someone.
All right,
Bingo time.
There it is. Why Kim Young. 8.3. Justin Bono right there. Liang playing super well. Rui Cao mixing it up. Paul Pois and Ike Haxton hanging in. Anyone's game. Who do you got, Stain? Sticking with your guns?
The guy I picked, where is he right now at the chip counts? Number 1.
Wow. Well
Makes
done.
sense. Prediction's been perfect, right? I predicted Aaron Zane was going to win. He won it. I don't remember my prediction. Oh, Wai Kin Young? Actually, no, I don't remember who I predicted last one. Oops.
I got Paul. I'm sticking with it. I think he's going to find that title somehow. 16 cashes, no titles. Got to get that title.
I mean, statistically, he should have one by now. So maybe he's just on a little running a little bad. But the thing is, like, he's been getting
They're
second
big
and
cashes.
third.
This adds up.
So he's like up so much money. So Lang Shu is a pretty marginal hand. It's always the guy with the worst hand betting, and his name is Rui Cao. 8. Look, what does he even have? What, he's gonna try to make a straight with a 9 when someone could easily have a queen? He's just going for it.
This is pretty incredible. And the thing is, his opponents have kind of hands that are difficult here. Like the King 6 off can't feel great, and Ace Jack is sort of weird too. This is a tricky spot. No one has that key card, the Queen, which he's not going to be able to shed. It's a really interesting spot to go for it.
Wow, Lang Shu is...
He's going to raise.
Yeah, man. I like that he's really adapting to his opponents. He's the most likely to have ace-queen. Rui Cao in that position might have raised. We know White can definitely would have raised ace-queen if it was folded to one dealer button. So, wow, this is pretty nice. You can really see him kind of throwing these counter punches and is ready to go.
This is some high-level stuff.
Cannot resist.
Bonomo under the gun, ace-9 with the chip lead, and he is going to relinquish. Remember, every player has an ante out. The big blind puts 2 antes. So you are incentivized to come in because you always got chips in the mill. Ace-8 suited will play. Paul Pois and the hijack on a vulnerable stack. Debating here. The ace and the 10. Sees a limp. Thinking about his options.
Cool.
He's gonna call. And we see the 2 9s. Wai Kin Young, happy. Ike with the pretty modest holding. Ace-6 also just kind of really bad hand.
Pretty junky. Look, let's just say you flop a straight, right? 7, 8, 9. It's not even the nuts.
Right. You really want to see a couple 6s. And even then, your hand's sort of like you're the guy who's supposed to have the 6, right?
Yeah, which is funny.
Well,
2 9s has got the open and straight draw. Top pair for Paul.
This is such an illustration how hard it is to make a flush. Not one player has a heart. Out of the, there's 8 cards. No one even has 1 heart when there's 2 on the board. I mean, it's just like shows you how rare. I'm fascinated by the flush thing. To me, it's just so crazy, like why it never comes.
Jeff, you should play and just always chase a flush just to count the sample size.
Just to see what's going on here. Look at Paul finding a bet, top. Against these particular hands, no one really has much. Although the 2 9s are going to be interested here.
2 9s is actually way ahead.
That's pretty crazy. It surprises me. No, it's slightly ahead. There's paint. Oh, that's why, huh? Just, I mean, why King Young is he's just in the mix this week.
Yeah, so Paul, ace 10, like, of course betting is fine because you'll get a lot of, but you want everyone to fold because there actually are no good turn cards besides a 10 or an ace exactly. And it's actually quite tricky playing these medium strength hands on flops because you're out of position, you don't know what to do. Probably goes bet and fold.
He's thinking, could my opponent, is there some hard draws he had? But the straight draws are just so much more powerful. It's interesting. That's really interesting. Every hand I'm fascinated by it.
Infatuated by short deck, eh?
Yes. You really have to be comfortable playing post-flop in this game because there are so many situations where just things change so quick. There's a nice bet ahead, fold behind. Good strategy.
Break, right? Break.
Yes.
So Wykin putting some muscle in. Bottom of the ace jack. These are the top two stacks. Does he want to get involved with the chip leader? That's a yes. Jack 10, it's a post-flop type hand, so going to see a flop. It's a lot of...
It's a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a lot of marginal-ish stands. You know, Rui Cal, yeah, he's got two pair, but it's not really like exciting two pair, get my stack in, especially in a raised pot against two guys that's got him covered.
See, these are the kind of spots I just don't understand. Like,
you just leave. It's confusing, right? Like, if you don't have much experience.
But why would this be? Because he has an ace, he has ace queen, but like any queen you're not shaking, it just feels like they're going to connect so much with the board.
Well, the thing is, ace jacks and ace tens should be folding this flop a lot, especially if there's a player jack behind you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you're mainly worried about king queen, king jack. If your intention is to put multiple barrels in, even king jack and king tens and jack tens might fold on future streets. And jack 10 here it's not easy. It's a bigger bet sizing, so definitely weighted towards stronger hands.
It's just so hard too, because like you said, you're ahead, and even you got the chance of getting bluffed.
But you have to just call Jack 10, because if you check raise all in, you're only going to get called by
better. No,
better.
but it's sort of, that's what I'm saying. It's just kind of, it's so hard to navigate, because like you're like, all right, I bottom two, maybe my opponent's bluffing, maybe I'm already dead, and it just seems so tricky to drive this hand.
Exactly. So Wykin does pick up a straight draw. Actually, double gutted technically, right? The queen.
This
Or
is
seven.
wild, man. This guy might be. I might get a poster of Wykin Young and Rui Kao. They should have. Is there Triton trading cards? I would like to see like decks of cards for the players so they can sign.
Yeah, they're all legendary
yeah,
status.
This is crazy.
This is a nice play. Wow,
It's
somehow.
gonna work, right? I mean, how can he call?
Sick, gets the two
You
pair
have
to fold.
Kings, bluff.
Toji.
Just show a card.
What do you have? What do you have? Queens? Oh.
Very nice. Wai Kinyong showing some muscle play. This is short deck. These guys play so much short deck. Clear chip leader, 10 million in chips, but Justin Bonomo in second place. Doing pretty well. Isaac Haxton and Paul have the exact same chip stack, 2.58 million. These guys are going to go on a little break, but we are not. What's going on? There's a 50K short deck running
I want
alongside.
action. I want more short deck. Maybe they can pop up an extra side event. I don't want this to stop. And we are going to go take a look at Mr. Chidwick and hear from Marley.
As the final table of the short deck main event goes on break, we'll be bringing you coverage of the final event, 50,000 pound short deck event. There was 52 total entries, 17 remaining, and 7 get paid. Let's get to the action.
You know how much first is? This is an epic number. It's 777,000 pounds for first.
Wow.
They forgot the 777 and 77 pence, but you know, still pretty epic.
Well, there you go. And here's Mr. Chidwick, who does have a flush. I thought it was impossible to do. He did it. He's going to win a pot here. What a board for him. And there's a man we haven't heard much of, Nikita. He is, I don't know if he has a cash this week. He played the £1 million. He's been fighting. He's been in some tough spots. We've seen him really grinding. And here he is, though. He's in second. He's got himself a nice stack in position here at this table, at least. And Mr. Chidwick.
Didn't I say that
top of the
Chidwick
counts.
was, you know, he didn't play that many short deck events, but from now on, he will play every single event no matter what. He's at the very top. Makita, like you said, has been struggling a little bit this week, but, you know, he's known to have wild swings. Hey, we got some Mr. Liang here. I haven't seen him play short deck before.
He
so.
also was in that cash game arena last night.
Yeah,
and
so
he is
no stranger to
no
high. So this
stranger
is
to
like
high
this
stakes.
is a small stakes micro for him right now.
Pogorski did bubble that pretty brutal run out with kings to ace king, I believe, to bubble this 100K deck. And Benefield got an aces versus 9-10 of our current chip leader in the event, the 100K. So he is a little bit, you know, he knows that things can happen. He knows that there's no guarantees. And
Hey, Chune's back in the tournament. I like this.
this is a nice lineup. This is definitely a treat. I scooped that exact hoodie. That thing looks good.
They're super high quality too.
Yeah. Are
Like,
you? How much have you gone through the whole wardrobe? They
Yeah.
pick you off out
Yeah.
there every day.
Yeah,
I
I'm always getting new stuff, you know.
About 45.
I'm just gonna rock Triton gear everywhere I go. Airport,
Smart.
car. You know, like actually when I go out to like other poker stops, they always like, oh man, we love the Triton commentary. We love like you guys show us the 2 featured tables. You guys do such a great job. We're so happy. You know, you guys let us watch it for free. Yeah, it's always nice to hear.
Yeah, it's great. So it's good to see the 50K. It started out slow. They did get together a nice prize pool.
220.
And it is going to be another trophy up for grabs.
This is actually the final event of the series.
And how many? Again, 8 events that only have 7 total. That's an interesting deal.
This is
that always
event-
how they do it?
Yeah,
They don't
this
put
is
the
event
form.
number 8. No event number 4. Like, the event number 4 probably would only get Western entries. No player from the Far East would ever touch that tournament. It's just pretty much like putting your money straight into the toilet, flushing it all over again.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I need to check it off. Yes. Good.
Chidwick's got king queen.
25.
Just betting with the queen of hearts. Going to get a better hand to fold. Tunes out. This guy's too dangerous. Jun Wong. Wow, he was doing so good in the 100K short deck. Benefield got him when Benefield made a big play of Jack 10 suited against his pocket aces. Lost 2 million in chips, which is like a final table kind of stack. He's in action. Mikita Batsiakowski on his phone. Swipe up, swipe down. Webster, Chin Wei Lim. We're talking about that gear. Super comfy. Richard Young. And I see Danny Tang next to him.
About 50.
Gorski. Rocking the Triton gear as well. He had the same hoodie and hat yesterday. Didn't hold on the bubble in a spot where he raised, got shoved on and called it off. Didn't hold. Shows that he's not afraid to bubble or go for it. Could have limped, jammed, could have just open jammed, but he did take a little higher variance line. Chidwick is one of the GOATs in tournaments. Seeing some comments in the chat. And, I mean, how can you argue? You hear a lot of the top pros say he is the, you know, the highest, best earner. And he's just an absolute class act. My son, who's 3 months old, his daughter is 1 day older than mine, and they went on a little park stroll the other day. My wife reported that it went well. I think he did well on his first date ever. It's pretty cool.
How much is it? About 5.
Maybe some poker in the future of our children. You never know. Be happy with whatever, but generally I think a lot of times it's when you're around it a lot, it's kind of cool. I think, you know, poker gets a interesting, it's got some negative connotations, but ultimately I think the people that are successful at poker and people that kind of cross over business and poker. Well, before that thought, let's just take a look at the all-in. Queen 10 suited in jacks, and these equities, you know, it's a little closer tight-knit than Hold'em, and Chidwick does have the jack, so big pot though. Let's just see a flop here, and 2 jacks remain in the lead. Even have the spades covered, so like a band-aid to the turn, picks up a pair, and on the river it is going to make a straight for Mr. Chidwick, and that is going to be it for Gorski, who I think is known as one of the very strong short deck players. He is out, didn't cash 100, didn't cash 50, not sure on the 25. But as I was mentioning in poker, it's one of those things that I think there's just so many life skills you can get from it. Bankroll management, dealing with wins and losses. And I think these are things that it goes a long way. So as long as you're being responsible, you're not overdoing it, you're not going out of your bankroll, there's a lot of skill sets you can take from it. And this is what I think fascinates a lot of the businessmen. I know Bill Perkins and I have talked on a podcast. We talked for a while about this stuff, and just a lot of great relationships come from this, and you can learn a lot about someone. How do they handle themselves when they win, when they lose? Are they good sports? Are they nasty? Are they in good spirits? You know, these are something that it goes a long way, and you know, I think it's just such a beautiful game, and it's amazing to see Triton give us a look into the top players in the world. The cool thing is these fields are many of the elite in the world. We're seeing 2 featured tables in a lot of the events, and you're getting to see a lot of great footage and display, and you get to just check it all out on the absolutely best production value I've ever seen. I've been around a lot of poker for a lot of years, and it's been a joy to be a part of, and also to start to learn some of this short deck. Even just like understanding, taking a look at the percentages, it gives you a little better feel. Now, I'm not going to say if I hopped into a short deck tournament I would feel super confident, but I wouldn't feel lost. You know, it's like you don't want to be in there like not knowing what ace king to kings is or ace king to queens, what the percents are. It's good to understand that. So anyway, leave that to that. No, not saying get the kids into gambling early, just saying it's good card games and those type of games, Uno and other things, stuff like that. Good to get the mind working, spinning, solve some puzzles. I think it's good. Chidwick, top 2, loses to Jack 10. Flush draw now present. Benefield does have that, plus a gut shot straight draw. Flush beats a full house, so I would be shocked to see Benfield go away, but at the same time, yeah, it's a pretty small bet. And Chun has a mystery hand. Benfield been rocking that Faraday hat each day. It's showing pretty good short deck prowess. And Mr. Chidwick is going to run off a pretty powerful hand here. The ace-king loses to queens only.
Check. Someone, please.
I think I checked this one.
Good check.
Nice hand, Stevie.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
Almost did Big Dumb.
Take a look again. 189. It's a lot of antes. A couple short stacks. Bubble coming up. Dave Benfield hanging on. Can he go 3 for 3? 25 to 100 the cycle. Will he get the 50K cash? Chidwick, I don't even know. We need to check that on the Triton site. They keep track of the cashes, the events. I mean, has he cashed everyone? Or he's close to it. Final tabled almost everyone. Just an absolute animal. Benefield under the gun, ace queen gonna put it in. They are short-handed, so again, ace queen looks pretty good. And Chidwick is interested.
Yeah, like 53.
Telling him how many antes. Chidwick is gonna call. A little surprised here, I guess. He's thinking maybe shoving Jack 10s. That's part of the logic, but at the same time, it's a big pot. It's 1.1 in the million. He has 1.3, just kind of going for wins. I'm a little curious on the call here, but maybe it's just so totally standard.
Uh-oh. Anything? That's a good card. Five, 3, 3.
Little surprised here. We saw a jam under the gun from Benefield and a call for Chidwick. Ace 10 suited. I don't know. Maybe it's maybe just for that reason. Jack 10, he's shoving in against even against kings, I guess, right? Ace 10 suited is not in bad shape. Against ace king, that's probably the worst case. So, yeah, maybe it kind of checks out to the ranges, but.
I mean, Benefield, he knows all of these like shoving ranges so good.
Right. That's part of maybe what went into Chidwick's line there, but. Anyway, that's a double, and we're seeing more Benefield.
Raise 70.
Top 2 for Chidwick. Benfield does have an open and a straight draw.
That's 120.
If the jack does come, Benfield can still lose some bigger straights like ace queen, queen 9 occasionally, so he needs to keep that in mind if he wants to peel here. All right, so he's out.
You're suspect.
Okay, so players are back from their break. 6 remaining. Let's do this. My name is Rain Nanonukalu. 611,000 guaranteed. Wow, first hand back, and it's Rui Cao and Wai Kin Yong going all in. It's Jack 10 suited versus the Kings, and Isaac Hax has pocket aces, the very first hand back from break. Hax is thinking about it. Is going to make the call.
3-way all in.
A 3-way all-in at the final table. Pocket jacks for Lang Shu. But when you see this many all-ins, you got to lay down to jacks. You can ladder up really well. The jacks are out. Such a sick turn of events.
Yeah. I like your head.
There's no jacks left in the deck. You folded 2 jacks, I folded 1.
No jacks left.
Diamond. No diamond. Better still, the jack. Now you are
7, 8, 9. I guess there are a lot of wheel cards.
70 to 1 to hit the flush.
Rui Cao does have more chips than Haxton, so if they're both eliminated, Paxton would get the lower place finish.
Again, pass two of them. Sorry, guys. Joking.
No jokes, Paul. This is very serious. We're gonna need 3 6s on the board.
Okay. And then 4 6 on the turn.
That's exactly what we need. Yes.
Let's see that flop.
Oh.
King on the window card, and that is a lot of spice.
Dead.
Paxton almost dead.
Oh, yeah, dead for now.
No, not completely.
Rocal need an ace or 9 to stay in.
9 of diamond.
9.
Turn card is the 10. So now Haxton's got some outs.
Are gone, right?
That's so brutal.
9 ace.
But there's no more jacks in the deck, so Haxton's eliminated officially. River card is the 6, and Wai Kin Yong gets the double elimination. Haxton has less chips, so he's going to be the 6th place finisher.
Yeah, use.
I know you have a lot.
My stack is bigger than his.
It's worth about 200,000.
Yeah, but he won the whole.
I think number 5, right?
611,000
Oh, open-ended. Fuck.
for the Prince of Darkness, Isaac Haxton.
Lim Rui, how much chip you have? You went all in.
3 million around.
3 million? 60 BB, spare ND.
Rui Cao finishes in 5th, 783,000 pounds. We got 4 players remaining, 975,000 pounds for 4th guaranteed. Rui Cao has been super aggressive, won lots of pots post flop. Eventually, his demise was the Jack 10 of diamonds. Cooler, GG.
Who's chip leader now? It's hard to tell.
There we lose the Prince of Darkness himself, Isaac Haxton. Another deep run, another close finish, but can't quite close it out. And we're down to 4. Can Wai Kin Yong close out another main event back-to-back final table? He's got 16 million in chips. Paul's only got 2.4 million. Been the Wai Kin Yong show. Don't count Paul out. He is the tournament short stack, but he did get the runner up in the last event, just kind of cruising in. Bonomo is sitting pretty in 2nd place. Lang Shu in 3rd, but 124 antes is a lot. Only 7% of the chips in play, 49 antes. Probably gonna see a lot of all-ins from him.
Triton, 1 year, 1 guy run.
two players actually have top pair. Lang Shu, the worst of it, betting. I mean, Paul has seen Lang Shu make some pretty big plays. Actually lays it down the best hand because it's still Wykin behind him. But Wykin has seen Lang Shu out of line. Does make the call. It's important to see how many players to act behind you because it could definitely influence your action. Wykin does move to the top. I mean, it was already at the top, but it's further cementing that lead.
If I call, you call?
I think so.
I win. Wrong chip. Then jack.
I can have 6-7.
I know.
Yeah.
I should call. It's that thing I should call.
Wykin's being relentless. Bottom wall has an open and straight draw, but 3 diamonds on the board. It's quite scary to draw to. Gonna start with call. So 4 diamonds is very scary for both players. Okay, unlikely full house for Wykin Young, but a flush beats a full house in this game, so it's pretty hard to value bet. Can't imagine getting called by worse than a flush. Wow. Bottom wall again, turning his hand into a bluff. Can he get away with this? But this one's got a full house. Be a very nice bluff if it works. Gonna see the cards. Wykin on to 17.5 million.
Win.
All right, all in from Paul. Probably has a pretty high equity hand. Pocket queens. King, queen for Wai Kin Young. Not quite good enough. Definitely when you're a shorter stack, you want to go all in and fold. Don't have much room for waiting around. And if you can ever just pick up what's in the middle, it's a really big win for you, especially in a game of high equities.
Am I that good? There you go.
So pocket sixes. You want to just see a flop here. Hopefully try to hit a set. But let's just say you raise and get called. There's no good flops for you where you can really continue and fire. Let's see, quick bet and takedown. $975,000 guaranteed amongst the 4 players. 2.7 up top. So little pocket pairs, they really just don't play well, so I don't mind bottom just folding. Looks like it seems that it's Wai Kin driving the action. The 2 middling guys, Lang Shu and bottom, will kind of waiting Paul out to see if he either doubles up or busts. Pay jumps are obviously quite large. So again, as expected, Lang Shu and Bonomo are going to just keep pots as small as possible before going for it. Just another small pot. Pocket kings trying to figure out the perfect raise size. Ace queen for Lang Shu. Definitely a hand that he could have considered going all in with. But Paul's so short. Definitely not expected to happen now. Does outflop with the trip queens. I imagine someone's gonna fire some chips out there. Try to get some value out of those straight draws. Wykin has played his hand pretty slow. His hand does feel pretty under-repped. He is actually very far behind, only 7%. Card is the 10. Relatively safe for Lang Shu to go for another value bet. Just what's the perfect sizing? For someone to check the flop as a pre-flop raiser, it does seem like he doesn't have a queen that much. So you shouldn't go too big. 575,000 is the bet. Don't know if Wykin's going to be able to fold this hand.
Ten.
Yeah, quick
Squeeze.
Quick call. You can't stop. Can't blame Wykin for making that call. It just seems like Lang Shu's been getting out of line a lot.
8K 反正不能拿，100万也去，啊对，KK。
Two tens. Definitely gonna. You don't want to be raising a hand like pocket tens, nines, and lower. It just puts you in a really bad situation. Ace king for Lang Shu. So it's 400,000. They're playing pretty deep where Wykin can strongly consider try to set mine. He is going to try out of position. Don't think he'll continue unless he hits a 10 or maybe a straight draw. Does whiff completely. Lang Shu has a lot of, you know, value bets on his boards like ace king, king queens, king jacks. Probably wants to target those queen tens and ace queens that would probably limp call pre-flop. Easy takedown. So Paul's got queen 10. All eyes are on him. When you're sitting on 40 antes, it's pretty hard for the Lang Shu and Bonomo to get out of line. Be quite a big mistake if they were to bust before Paul. Again, as a chip leader, you want to be stabbing at these boards. You will get a lot of folds, but Lang Shu's got inside straight draw. Has enough stack where it's very rare for him to get his whole stack on the line where he has to worry about kind of folding the best hand on accident. Turns to 9. It's very hard for Wykin to continue betting unless he puts his opponent exactly on ace-ace. Not ace-ace, ace-8, ace-7. Checks. The ace-8 is actually good a reasonable amount of time, so maybe not necessary to turn your hand into a bluff. You do beat those overcards.
Ace high.
No good. The king 10 will take this one. We're playing the short deck main event. All right, 2-7's going to start for call. Bottom on 8-9 of diamonds. Again, I've been saying it over and over again. Paul is so short. You don't really want to bloat the pot too much. Especially with a hand like 9-8 of diamonds, it plays very well post-flop. You don't want to raise to, say, 500K, get jammed on by ace-king, get denied your equity when you're about 45% chance of winning.
Check.
One better hand fold, two better hand folds. Wykin with the muscle. And a lot of times on these kind of boards like ace 9-6, sure, it's easy for someone to actually have a 9 or some straight draws, but if you're out firing, first one to act, you often get those hands to fold, and those ace 10 type hands actually have a lot of trouble even continuing there without a club. So on boards that look very connected, you can actually get a lot more credit because people think that you would not, bluff at it with no equity. And that's about why I can actually had a little bit, but not much. Trip 7s for Bonomo. Going to just try to hope the dealer button, the one to perceive to hit the 7. Take a stab. Doesn't work, but Paul actually catches up. Maybe Bonwell wants to fire now. There are some straight draws. The 9, the 10. A jack could easily connect with someone. Some clubs. Can't really see Paul getting away from King Jack. Is he going to be able to? Someone could be value betting worse, like Queen Jack, Jack 10. Check, check. Paul's been grinding down. So the difference between fourth and third is £250,000, and in third and second is £625,000 difference, and the difference between second and first is about £850,000 difference if my math checks out. Good thing I don't have Lex or Jeff here to correct me if I made some mistake. Wyken trying to leave the door open for Paul to make a mistake. Doesn't get him to take the bait. Two overs and a straight draw for Bonomo. Yeah, I like that he's checking because say he bets and Paul happens to push a semi-bluff in, he might be priced into call, and you don't really want to get it in with Queen Jack on his board texture, if possible. Turn to 7. Funnel is now going to start reaching for chips. Gets 2 better hands to fold. Well done. Why Bonomo so good? Because he puts in the work. Always nice to see all these no limit pros transition over to the short deck. Much easier than transitioning to a game like PLO. Regardless, let's take a look at the chip counts. 321 antes, the main event no limit champion, long deck, Wyken Young at the top, 16 million in chips, 2 guys right in the middle, Lang Shu and Justin Bonwell. Clear 4th place short stack. Can Paul, Triton co-founder, run it up? We'll have to see. I like this play from Wyken Young. Snap fold from the same exact hand. If players are going to wait out Paul, you need to put the pressure on him, get some free chips. So Wykin, Bonomo, and Paul are in for 2 bullets into this tournament. Lang Shu is only in for 1. Nothing should be changing. Just see these free flops. Turns the queen. Paul makes a clear winner, queen jack. Would like to see him consider firing. Just quickly checks. It is 4 ways. Actually, everyone else has a pair of 8s. 10 on the river. Will Paul go for some value now? He might think that if he bets, everyone's going to think he's got a queen. Maybe it's easier for him to induce a bet. And maybe he's gotten Lang Shu to consider biting. Trying to represent a hand like ace queen, ace jack. Yeah, nice check from Paul. Wow, it's 1,000,000 chips. It's an overbet. He's trying to represent a full house exactly. I don't know if Paul's going to make the call here with queen jack. It does seem reasonable for Lang Shu to actually have a full house, but would he go for a 2.5x overbet? I don't know the answer to that, but can Paul sniff this one out? He still has 2 players to act behind him, which is crossing his mind a bit.
Cool.
Is going to call. Wow, nicely done from Paul. What a huge pot. That's going to knock Lang Shu further down, and Paul has had a lot of history with Lang. So this may be the start of an upswing for Paul.
2.5x pot.
It was 2.5x pot exactly.
Almost all in.
Queen 6 suited is pretty bad. There are no limps in front of you, so you don't have to worry about as many opponents. Queen 10 is going to try and see a free one. Bono really doesn't have much at all. Okay, now Bono's got 2 pairs. Definitely worthy of a bet. Pretty dry board. You can't think of too many good turn cards from, like an ace, a jack, a 10. Yeah, all these cards would be pretty bad, so you need to protect what's in the middle. Middle pair and a straight draw. It's 2 anti-bet. Is going to call. On the river, we got an ace. Bonomo might find it hard to get called by worse. Then again, it does seem likely that Lang Shu has a 1-pair type hand. There's Ling Shu. Did make a pretty courageous overbet bluff. Did not work. If Paul gets out of this short stack situation, you're probably going to see these middling stacks battle a bit more. Paul is sitting on 52 antes. If you look at it, Wyken's got about 6x's stack. Ace, ace, queen. Wow, that's a wild flush draw for Lang Shu. Trip aces for Paul, and there's a chance that a lot of chips go in. The one of the worst of it is the one betting, king 10. Lang's gonna call. Paul's got ace 7. Three ways to a turn card, which is the 10. Doesn't change too much. I think White can safely deducts that someone's got an ace, so there's no reason to bet again. An ace would never fold on this board texture. Does Paul want to protect himself against the king queens, 10 jacks, all these kind of pair straight draws? He does. 250,000. Can't imagine White King Yang continuing. Lang Shu's got the royal flush draws, so definitely has a lot of implied odds of a hand like this. Bink the river. Pretty much the nuts. He only loses to pocket aces, which is pretty much impossible because Paul would never check pocket aces pre-flop. But actually, Paul makes a full house, which is super nasty. And the thing you gotta remember is Lang Shu did a 2.5x pot overbet bluff, and Paul just picked him off. So he knows that Lang Shu is capable of bluffing.
1.1 million?
1.1 million, exactly the pot again, roughly. There's no way Paul can fold, right? I mean, you just saw a guy bet 1 million chips as a bluff.
Flushy,
Yes.
flushy.
I mean, flushes are hard to make. He's only putting Lang Shu on a flush. You gotta play the player, but this time this player is on the other side of it. Got the best hand. Action is on Paul. Does make the call, and the nut flush is going to be shown. Flushes beat full house in this version of short deck. Paul only has 1.2 million remaining.
Betting full reversion.
No.
No. 冇嘢去到 river 偷雞。
A6 should see him fold. Yeah, you just see Lang Shu and Bono are going to play super tight because Paul's only got 20 antes. He's going to shove the cutoff a lot into a dealer button. And the dealer button's going to call so wide when it's only a 20 ante shove. 10-8's not going to be the one hand, but definitely will shove any kind of broadways, most ace-X's. Pretty much a waiting game at this point. Wykin did win the no limit long deck main event the other day. Can he close out another win? Two nines. With little pocket pairs, you want to just try to see flops. You don't want to bloat it up. King, queen, I don't really see how Paul can do anything but shove. You have 22 antes. You got a lot of fold equity.
All in.
Can't wait anymore, so he does shove. Why Kin Yong wakes up ace queen suited. Can't imagine him ever folding this to Paul.
Call.
I like the call. You don't want to jam because calling is just as strong, just in case someone else wakes up with a hand. And Paul is at risk 32% with the king queen against his heads-up opponent in the no limit main event. These two did go neck to neck. Wykin did take out Paul in the no limit main event. Paul looking for a king. Maybe a couple straight cards. It is short deck after all. Anything can happen. Oh.
Straight.
Wykin flops Broadway.
AK.
Paul needs to chop this pot. He's looking for an ace. Turn card is the 7.
Flush draw.
Cannot win it outright. Can only chop. There's also a flush draw for Wykin Yong. River card is the 9, the nut flush. But Wykin Yong officially eliminates Paul again in the short deck, in the no limit main event. Paul comes short just again. No titles yet. A 4th place finishes nets him 975,000 pounds. Everyone's guaranteed 1.2 million. Of course, another deep run. Well played. Got to thank the Triton co-founder for making this tournament happen. See, he's a bit disappointed, but he did really well. And now we are down to 3. All smiles. $17.345 million. He's got over half the chips in play, 347 antes. And you get pocket aces, first hand of 3-handed play. And he's gonna lay the trap. This is sneaky. Ace king for Lang Shu. Oh man, a lot of chips can go in. Technically, all of the chips could go in. $160 antes. 550,000 is the raise from Lang Shu. What's Wykin gonna do? Is it a 3-bet to, like, say 2 million? Or is it just a 3-bet jam trying to represent, you know, a hand like ace king yourself or queens? some kind of high equity jam.
2.8.
2.8 million for Wai Kin Yong. And Lang Shu knows that when people 3-bet in this game, it's very strong. It's heavily weighted towards aces and kings, occasionally ace-king. I don't imagine queens would make kind of a 3-bet kind of play, more like a 3-bet jam. Is Lang Shu going to be able to sniff this one out? It's really hard to just fold outright, so he probably would at least see a flop. There's a chance he just jams. Two huge hands, 3-handed playing short deck. Wow, such a sick, I mean, wow, lays down to ace-king pre-flop. That is an insane laydown. I've never seen that kind of a laydown, especially 3-handed. That is one heck of a read from Lang Shu. Really, really sick. Look, I tell you, if you give those cards to someone else, they're out of this tournament. 100%. Probably like a guy like Jeff Gross. He'd lose all his chips.
Yes, correct.
Correct. Hey, I lose all my chips there 100%. I don't think Bonnell gets away from it. I don't think anyone gets away from ace-king. Most definitely not Rui Cao. So we are down to 3 players. Lang Shu. Man, he's been super aggressive too. He's been doing these 2.5x overbet bluffs. How do you get away from ace-king when you got such a crazy image? I don't know.
I mean, part of me is so impressed, and this is so fun to watch. Part of me is intimidated. Like, I just think, what's going on? Where's my outs here? If I get aces and they just fold ace-king. I don't see a path, Nanonoko, to a title in these 3.
So everyone's guaranteed $1.2 million in pounds. 600K pay jump, 1.8 for second, 2.67 for first.
Wai Kin Yong, legacy grinding is to a new level. If you go winner, winner, chicken dinner in the double main event, 100 plus 100K pound fields back to back, like that's gonna be tough to do it to top. Don't wanna, there still does have more chips than both his opponents combined, but I just want to say, I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, in that main event, he won 3 million pounds, guaranteed over 1.2 right now.
I think he got 2.7 maybe, right? What, didn't they make a deal? 2.5 and 2.4, 4, and then he won, so like 2.6. I'm not sure if they changed it on there. I could be wrong, but
No, I won 3 million pounds.
I think they made a deal, and I don't think that reflects on there. I'm almost sure, but either way, it was that much to first. He's won a lot of pounds this week.
He's won a lot of pounds. It's a funny way to say it.
The thing is, what makes that laydown even sicker? This isn't 9-handed or 8-handed. This is 3-handed. Like, you better be right if you're folding that, because he is going to leverage that payout jump. So that's even maybe why it's just he shows like.
It's extra insane too, because it makes a lot of sense if there was a guy hanging around with like 20, 40 antes that's going to get all in soon anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But him and Bonnell were like neck to neck, so there's no waiting. It's really
Right.
just gunning for that top prize right now. It's pretty insane.
So we do see here 50-50, which is kind of interesting. I mean, this is similar-ish to Hold'em, but it's even Hold'em 10s are going to be like 53 or 4% favorite.
I'm a bit surprised he's raising the pocket 10s, because pocket 10s is actually quite hard to play post flop. If you happen to get called in, no way Lang Shu's going to fold ace queen.
Well, don't say no way. It did let the ace king go. Oh, there's a wow. Pretty sick board. I mean, and as played,
These are one of those boards where pocket tens can play pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and also, I guess you're laying shoe. You got the ace. You have a club. You know, what hand? Kings you beat. That's a likely hand Bonomo will be raising. Ace king, you block ace king. You could have ace king, but this is a pretty, this is, as Jungle would say, a spicy flop. This is going to be interesting to navigate. If anyone's capable of making a great fold, though, we know it's possible.
Yeah, it's very unlikely Lang Shu would fold this flop because
he's definitely not going to fold the flop.
Yeah, he's got so many hands he beats, right? Like Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen. Kings maybe less likely. It just seems unlikely to bet this flop. Probably just start for call, see what happens on the turn.
You think kings would always check though, because they have ace king blocked? I guess.
You do want some hands that you can try to show down for cheap. You don't want to have 100% betting range. I mean, you saw Rui Cao is a super tricky player, right? So it makes sense to check back some strong hands as well. So he does use a time extension on the flop. Maybe he releases?
If this is a fold, I mean, just a fold, I may not enter any short decks for a while.
If Lang Shu folds, we lose one entry in all future short decks.
Oh, is he raising?
Oh. Wow, 1.8 million. This is a bold play. I'm very surprised because Bonomo can easily have a better hand like Ace King. It makes a lot of sense. Now, if you're Bonomo, is it just call or do you just jam?
The thing is, if you do, let's say you jam, what hand can he call you with though? I guess somehow have it like, if you jam and he folds, you're still like separating yourself pretty nicely. But what are you really scared of?
Well, you would want a hand like Queen Jack of clubs to fold hypothetically.
Right. Which is a likely candidate in this situation. Queen King, Queen Jack of clubs.
It's hard to think of. I'm trying to think of value hands that Lang Shu would get it in with. You're holding 2-10, so you block a lot of ace 10s.
Right.
A7, I don't think is always raising to get it in. A7 probably doesn't even call pre-flop. Pocket 7s, possible, but I mean, I don't know.
He is all in.
Yeah, just gonna jam. Just thinks there's too much in there.
Based on how he's playing, I just would imagine he's folding. I mean, how can he call here?
It seems quite crazy to do the check raise, especially because you could be so easily up against Ace King. Can you make another laydown? You gotta remember, he's probably thinking, man, I just laid down Ace King. Now you want me to lay down Ace Queen, top pair, second top kicker.
Yeah. Look at the camera shots, both players. Bonomo knows he's got the best of it, of course. Would have been snapped out of his seat had he had aces. And now it's just a matter of, is he going to get the action here? I mean, look at the percentages, 11%. So he's in really bad shape. But there are a lot of sweat turn cards. Any club, any jack, any king, any queen, any ace would be a sweat. Even a 7, right? Be aces and 7. Does fold, so does go for the raise, finds out where he's at and gets out of the way. Still, you know, it may look like, oh, why is he raises, but look at what he found out there. You know, if he just calls, he may be hooked on for the ride. So interesting stuff, three-handed. Saw a lot of GGs in the chat, but no, not GGs. Well, as it currently stands, Wai Qin Yong, he's got a serious piece of history in the Triton. The Triton family has a shot at a 4th title. We haven't seen it yet. To go back to back. And that's what I want to point out again. That's what's so crazy about whatever your craft is. Poker, if you're martial arts, if you're, you know, boxer, a race car. Like, things can happen so fast. You're talking about a guy, he's got 2 titles, been a long time. He gets ace-queen suited into aces with 2 tables left in the 100K versus Stephen Chidwick. Makes a flush on the turn. I remember the hand vividly. And here we are. He's about to go potentially walk-off title into 4. It's just amazing, and you just never know. Same thing, Bryn Kinney. He's got it in. He was covering Tony G, but he got an ace jack to his kings. Big pivotal pot. I heard him talk with him as well. He won a flip or 2, and next thing you know, you're just there. When it's your time, it's your time. You're gonna rise to the occasion. And guess what? After he made the ace queen suited to aces, he wasn't all the way up. He had a lot of work to do, and then he played fantastic and finished it off. So it's just, you're always on interview. You're always able to do something special. You just never know when it's going to be. Do your best, forget the rest. And we are seeing a really special couple days here from Wai Kin Yong. And honestly, this Liang guy, man, he is playing so well. It is scary. I'm scared. I'm legitimately scared of this game right now, of how talented a player I think we have on our hands here too. Oh, and there's Bonomo, number 2 all-time money list. And look at this. He's got a blocker to Jack 10. His opponent has the worst, basically, starting hand you can have. It's like 7-2 suited, Jack 6 suited in this game. And on this run out, what hand do you beat? How can you call? But yet we see Liang here with the wheel spinning. Is he thinking a raise somehow? What is he thinking? How could he call and be right? As it seems he would. I mean, my head's gonna explode in the booth right now. Doesn't have a diamond. Diamonds miss, but flush draws we don't see get as much weight in this game, which I would assume doesn't be bluffing so much with just some flush draws. If you want to look at the bluff face, there it is. Take a snapshot. Let's see. Let's see here. I mean, lock the doors, call a doctor. This is some high-level stuff. I mean, my head's gonna explode, literally. I don't know what's going on. This is the highest level poker you're gonna see. This just can't, I mean, this is too much. I need to just take it in. Just gotta take it in. I am afraid. I'll tell you what, if you're Wai Kin Yong, or you're Bonomo, you are thinking, what is happening? He just folded ace-king pre-flop 3-handed correctly and then called. I am so impressed. 6 million, 9.2 million, and 17 million from your reigning main event champ, Wai Kin Yong. Still 17 million, but that has got to be cause for pause to see that type of class. Rui Cao as well played phenomenal. Paul Pois, 974,500, going to add to his #1 spot in Malaysia. I'll tell you who is coming for that. Wai Kin Yong eyeing it up. Potentially over 10 million in lifetime earnings if he can finish this one off. I mean, Triton just raises the level, the prize pools. They just take it upstairs. Everything's elevated. 4 people here basically scoring for £1 million in this main event of the short deck. Wai Kin Yong's head spinning a bit after that one. The fact that it's short deck is that even much more impressive. No one with a 9, 799. Oh, hello Bonomo. 7's full. How are you feeling with that? And 10-8 is going to get some action here. This could spell big-time trouble for Liang here. Takes the lead in the hand. And we have Wai Kin Yong, who is not amused with that call. Gonna feel it off here. He is ahead. Figures he beats 10-8, 10-jack. Some other things. He can get creative on some streets. And Bonomo's just thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now over here in London. does it make any sense to raise? What if my opponent has a 9? Maybe they won't fold and
450.
and goes to the races. So also, you do never think a player's going to raise a full house, but I mean, the 10-8 just bet folds. The best draw. Shit's crazy, man. I'm losing my mind in here. This is the 7's full. You might want to plug that one in. I don't know how that's a raise, but I guess if your opponent somehow has a 9 in there, you might get them on the hook and just get it in, play a big pot, have to fade their fill-up cards. But that one, I don't know. And actually, I'm not going to make any more strategy. I don't know. Just don't know. So I'm not going to say. But that one, I might have let him peel one more. This display of short deck from Liang is what I saw with Jungle in the full deck, the main No Limit Hold'em event. We saw him call King High and then release Ace Jack on an Ace Ace 3 board on the turn 6 River 9. Paul Pua got a big pot there, but Jungle did fold on the river. It was pain. It was no Toji. Toji means bluff. And there are some heroes out here. I think we should get Triton sporting cards and have all the players that participate make a card. You got a couple Ace of Spades out here, I'll tell you that. If you made a trading card, I don't know, maybe there's just multiple Ace of Spades. It's a lot to go on. This is a treat. There's Wai-Kin-Yong with the ace and the king. Pretty good start against these other holdings. They're sharing a 9, but the flop's what determines the course of our short deck. No 2, 3, 4s, 5s presence. And queen, queen, jack, 9, 10. It's got some life there. Ace, king. Also can't be too afraid. 9, 7 off, just well, I don't know. It's Liang. If there was a check to him, who knows? Bonomo going to take the lead with 10 high. And if you're Bonomo, this is going to not be the card you wanted to take a look at. Now, if your opponent has a queen or jack, you got no path. What would fold? King 10. You have a 10. Ace king maybe now. And Bonomo is in the zone as well. I think there might be 3 ace of spades in that deck. The jack 6 call. I need to get a short deck expert in. This is fun, that's for sure. Real hands here, 3-handed. Range is gonna change, of course, as the hands, heads up. Different than 6-handed, 3-handed, different than other varieties. And all these hands look pretty promising. Ace 10 suited, 40% of a royal. Wai-Kin-Yong also with the suited ace, and Liang with the pair. You can see the percentages pre-flop. Ace 10 suited is out in front by a fair amount. So what does this raise accomplish? It does target a hand maybe like ace 10 off, ace jack off. Ace 10 suited, Bonomo feels is too strong to release, and 2 7s. Do you want to peel, try try to go for it all. Figure if you hit a 7, you might win a huge pot, but it's pretty specific. He's gonna go for it. So the ace-9 suited jumps into the lead. Bonomo's got to love that flop. He has backdoor spades, but more importantly, open-ended, and a king would make him the nut straight, whereas 7s are pretty much the other players just have really nothing going on here.
Check.
And there is quite a card for Bonomo. He has a straight redraw, and the nut flush draw. But his opponents literally have absolutely nothing. He's just thinking, what can I do? Should I bet? Is there reasons to bet? Maybe someone else has a 10. Maybe I hook him on. Maybe I go in a big pot. 2 flush draws. Someone could have heart draw. He does have 2 spades, and he's not going to like seeing the snap folds, but this is incredible stuff happening. Exclusive giveaway now at TritonSeries.com, Triton/series.com, and the Triton Poker Series on Instagram, as well as a Facebook and Twitter page. You guys should check that out. Giveaways going on. And we have seen the full range of skills here. Six of diamonds, 9-6, and Bonomo's queen 10. Ahead of some hands, Jack 10. He's got the gutter, sneaky when it hits. He's ahead. I mean, this is getting a bit silly. I mean, as it stands, no one has anything to contest, but these runouts for Bonomo are just powerful. Winner's going to get 2,670,000 sterling. That's pounds. Works to about, what's that, over, that's over 3 million US. Bonomo 10 million deficit in the all-time money chip. All-time money poker earner now to bring Kinney by 10 million. So can make a dent in that. Significant percentage to get his spot back. Exciting stuff here. $50K going on. That will be the last trophy awarded. That is still happening. So we have plenty of action left today with three-handed, high-level stuff.
Can I buy a stack of blue from you? Thank you.
A6 offsuit, King Jack. These are two holdings. Both players gonna not love their hand, but don't mind it. pretty fair, slightly better, but out of position. See, King Jack actually ahead of A6, also interesting. Not a great flop for either. Some jockeying for position. Big pay jumps in between. Well, this is up for grabs. A big Triton title. Bonomo, don't believe, has one. And I don't believe Liang either. But this other man has 3. There he is, Wai King Young. 55% favorite, Queen 10 suited over King 6 suited. That is a members roll flop. Guys enjoying it? Anyone like, what do you think? Short deck more? Do you like no limit more? The no limit hold'em? Now they say long deck around here, but short deck versus the regular deck. Short deck referencing 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s are removed from the deck. So we get a bet and a call, and King 6 does pick up equity, was in big trouble versus the Queen 10. Gets called, so can't love that when he gets called on the flop. Let's see how Justin proceeds here. Wow, so when he gets checked too, it's just so sneaky by Wai King Young to check back the queen. Maybe looking to pounce on a big river spot. Think Justin make him feel safe. With this particular run out, I mean, this is power. The king high flush actually beats even a full house. And he's gonna bet probably, I bet small, which is super interesting. You would think he'd bet big, but maybe just when his opponent checks the turn, he thinks he doesn't ever have a queen. It's targeting a king X, king jack, king 10. Maybe inducing, maybe betting this sizing, hoping his opponent could even raise. But jack 10 miss, somehow a thing. And with the sizing, this may just work. Yeah. Pretty unlucky. I like the plan from Wai King Young, but he's gonna go right into the second nuts, and this is certainly gonna get raised from Bonomo. I mean, he beats, I guess he loses the quads, and then he loses the ace high backdoor flush. Wouldn't make much sense. So, I mean, it's just basically the nuts. It is. I mean, it's as pretty as it's gonna get. And his opponent may just have a full house. That's the crazy part. So, how big does he go? 2.2. How big does he go? He's got to go. He's got to put something on. His opponent likely has a full house. Maybe somehow has a lower flush, but likely a full house. Called the flop bet. Could have 8. Yeah, this is going to be upstairs.
$2.2 million.
2.2 million. Call a doctor. We're in the Matrix. Calling out bet sizings in the game that I am definitely not aware of.
On the tee. Maybe I'll buy some action after all.
That was pretty strong. I mean, I can verify I'm not, sweating updates. I'm just in here in the matrix, focused in. And Wai Kin Yong is understanding the severity of the situation, that he is not loving it, but Justin capable of bluffing, turning maybe an ace of diamonds into a bluff. What else? What other bluffs would he have? Yeah, he just has better hands. Queen. Yeah, I don't know how he can call as played, but time bank has been invested.
The one thing that crosses your mind is, okay, sure, the guy's representing a flush, but then you're like, but a flush is so hard to make.
Another thing that might represent that he's got to think he bets the flop. Let's say, what flop bets is he going to bet the flop with and then sort of surrender on the turn, right? Like if he had Jack 10 of diamonds, if he had Ace Jack or Ace 10 of diamonds, he's probably going to follow through on the turn, I would guess. So like the fact that he bets the flop, checks the turn, and then goes for it on the river, it's almost like a King X of diamonds, right? Like there's not a lot of possibilities there. That's sort of an interesting.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Then again, all these guys are so high level, it's kind of like, well, you know this, I know that.
Yeah, for sure.
Lots of unique plays can be made, as we've seen so far at this final table.
He's very intrigued. He's having a hard time with this one, as rightfully so. His particular holding, the run out, the back door. He knows flushes are such a tall order. He loses to full houses too.
Yeah, I guess the question is, does my opponent raise a full house? Because then there's more hands. If not, then it's a flush and only a flush, and definitely changes things.
Wai Kin Yong into the time bank tank. Ran into Paul. I asked him if they would put the shot clock, the custom shot clocks in the Triton store. I think that's a good ad. That thing might be a hot ticket. That'd be good for some home games out there. What do you think one of those run? I don't know.
Probably a lot. I mean, everything's so high quality.
Yeah, and it's custom. They should give you a time bank with the Triton trophy. You should have it come with it. This is a crazy hand. We're seeing some fun stuff. I think he's... Man, I don't know. I'm not going to guess. What are you going to guess, Randy? I might piggyback you here. I think he's using a lot of time banks.
Sometimes the more time banks you use, the more...
Think long, think wrong.
You start creating some bluffs that might not actually be there. Nice lay down.
How many did we? 3.
I didn't know. I actually couldn't have. I almost randomized the thought, and I didn't even know. It was just so...
Yeah, you would have used the 100K watch randomizer, right?
Yeah, that's a good one to use. It's a nice one. Nice stuff. High level, all around. This is an absolute treat. I am not sure if I'm more or less feeling good about short deck after watching. It's scary, the amount of quality I'm seeing, but...
You like the beginning, the all-in phase, right? The registration's still open.
I see the all-in stuff. I saw some spots that maybe people went a little too crazy on, and I'm like, all right, we can sort this out. But this short-handed Rui Cao, Liang, Bonomo seems pretty in tune. I'm not sure anymore.
You start cashing out right away.
I got the 2.2 right. That felt good. That's about it though. There's been a lot of bad situations where I was not sure what's going on. Well, your pick's looking pretty good.
I mean, I've been picking pretty good this week.
You're running hot, huh? Wai Kin Yong, Star Day chip leader, still in the mix.
Sometimes the stars just align. It's meant to be. But I mean,
15 million,
Bonomo.
lot of game left here.
I mean, Bonomo's got a lot of chips, and clearly he's been fighting.
Bonomo logic.
Well, Liang Shu here, man. I mean, like some impressive folds, huh? And call downs.
It's crazy. I said he's got the range of a jungle man in short deck. He's got the hero call and then the hero fold. He's got moves. Oh, wow. Nice hand to bet with the 2 overs here, but also it does have a straight draw. And Lang, who's pretty much knows what you're holding. Gonna call. It's just a pretty big brick. You know, 7-9, 7-8 makes sense. I guess Bonomo's probably betting a lot of Broadway, maybe too. Just 2 overcards, take a shot.
Keeps firing. Figures, look, if you don't have an ace, you're not calling. And he's going to make sure that he puts a pot-sized bet out.
Yeah, sorts it out.
These guys are too good. So 7-8 of clubs. Take that free flop. Whoever wants it most is going to win this pot.
It doesn't tell us a lot because all 3 have shown willingness to fight, so I don't know. Look at this. I mean, Wyken Young actually has, yeah, I guess all the 9, it's sort of dirty, right? You're just calling Jack Queens and nuts then. And
Yeah, you want to also think about, if I make my hand, does it improve what types of hands, like hands you can get value from? Looks like, I mean, you've been saying they've been fighting. Raising chips. Okay, I like the raise instead of the call.
Yeah, strong.
Get like ace jacks and ace queens. I would bet this flop to fold because it's just too big of a price. These guys are pretty good. True Lang here is the short stack, but still got a lot of chips to play for. Alrighty, so the overpair. 2 8s on the board. It's not really the type of board you can get called by worse, so it makes a lot of sense to check pocket queens. It's not that vulnerable. Baits the 6s to bet out. 6s probably actually would have called a bet, so nicely done so far. Bonomo, pair of 7s. Could be the best hand.
Vulnerable. Another player in there. Even get more credit when you're betting to multiple people here, so this isn't going to particularly work, but he does get Bonomo to fold at least the best hand. Better hand. Oh my goodness.
Easy game.
What is going on? What is going on in the world of Wyken Young?
But it's not over. Still has 32% equity. Could hit a queen, a diamond.
That's pretty crazy though. It's just such an action card as well. Your opponent could have 9-10. But 32% is crazy. That's really crazy.
It's very high. Can still occasionally have the best hand.
Yeah, he's got options. Wow. Pretty powerful spot all of a sudden.
Look at this flip-flop.
Oof. Wow. Yeah, could have been a bigger pot there for sure, but just a kind of action killer. I mean, the queen would have been the money card. That would have got the pain out. But as played, we are still seeing the chip leader do his thing. Viking Young.
Yeah, he's lost a couple pots back to back.
So we're saying in tournaments, it's so hard to win, to close, whether you're the chip leader heads up, big chip lead, three-handed, four-handed, start the day chip leader. It's not no guarantees out there. Short deck even more so maybe. And these are three very strong competitors.
Yeah, we got the American Justin Bonomo, Wykin from Malaysia, and Lang Shu from China. All three worthy of being champion. The current dynamic does suggest that Bonomo should be kind of playing more solid and straightforward. Let's just check out whether, Lang Shu is going to kind of double up or maybe lose his stack. But if Bonomo takes the chip lead, then he's going to be the one putting a lot more pressure on. So a lot of small pots incoming.
I'm seeing that you really do have to fight for the pots and be in there. That's with the ante format. It's you can't just really, you can be tight in spots, but you just can't. You're gonna get bluffed a lot. You got to hold on a little more and be creative.
Exactly. I know Bonomo should technically be being a little bit more be solid, right? Because you don't want to bust out before the short stack. But when the short stack has 70 antes, you can't just wait forever. Otherwise, you're gonna just blind away 20, 30 antes before he maybe gets short, or you might become the shortest. So,
yeah.
Bonomo of these three players is going to understand the ICM, the tournament aspect, the best, guarantee, hands down. He's going to have the least experience of the three post-flop, but we know he knows how to adjust, counter-punch, and he's been playing very well. There's spots when, he opted to go for a half pot size bet, bluffed his opponent off of a better high card type hand. I think he's got a good shot at it.
Here's one of those 6-6 boards. King 9 does flop top pair. Gonna bet out. Wonder if Wykin Young, knowing that if he has a
snap called.
Yeah, he's got backdoor clubs, which isn't so powerful, but he also has an over. He's 25% there actually, and his opponent could be just stabbing with his full range, queen highs, jack highs.
Definitely agree with just pure stabbing. It's the type of board where you would stab.
Right.
King 9, hard to get called by worse, so checking makes a lot of sense. Still makes sense to check the King 9. Can't really imagine a worse hand to call you besides King 8 exactly. Chip counts. Wow, Wykin and Bonomo are neck to neck. Short stack 5 million chips, still has 83 antes. Made some big folds of ace king, as you saw against the pocket aces, was correct. Made a big call down with the jack 6 against White King Young on that queen 6 king ace. So few bluffs, but still sniffed it out. 1.2 million guaranteed for the 3 players. 600k pay jump, then an 800k pay jump for the champion.
£974,500. That is about the entry for the £1 million, right? Just under, and then Paul had the £2.5 million score. So he's had himself a profitable week in the tournament sector. Bonomo with the aces. He's recouped his £1 million buy-in as well. Didn't take long, Randy.
Exactly.
Sorry, 450.
450?
Not a bad sight. Get aces, got a guy blasting into you. In this game, I can't imagine really slow playing. It feels different than Hold'em, than NLH, where there's times to slow play. It just seems like, the boards, can't imagine just flatting. He's just going to raise probably, even though at the same time, it seems like no one's raising ever without aces. So it's like, do you just call and try to set the trap? Time bank, or did he raise?
Time bank.
Get his sizings right. See a little matrix mode here. I did it once. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to go with the 2.2 that I said before and just leave it and not guess. Here, what do you think, Randy?
1.5 million.
I think 1.5 million.
1.5 exactly. That seems perfect.
No, it seems fine. You need to make at least 3x.
Yeah, you got to raise, right? You got to raise. I mean, what are you doing? You can't just call.
I'd be happier jamming than calling. If I had to choose between only those 2 options.
In that spot?
Yeah, I probably would rather jam than call, right? Like.
Oh, if you could do one or the other, yeah.
Yeah, if you only had those, not the
okay.
3 bet smaller.
I get it. Yeah. I get you, Randy.
You get me.
Kin Young, Queen Jack suited, pretty. I haven't seen too many Queen Jack suiteds on the broadcast. I've seen Queen 10 suited, seen Queen King suited, seen aces, ace kings. Queen Jack suited, I haven't seen a lot of spins on it. Let's see it. Let's go to a flop. I'm picking Queen Jack suited here, not just because it's a 42% favorite.
I mean, it's definitely the most playable hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
I like it. Hello.
Nice, just
How
flopped it.
are we?
How did you know?
I didn't. 42% was an indicator, but that's quite a flop. He's gonna lead, and he's gonna jack 6. Here, Justin got the low end here. You got backdoor clubs.
I don't think he should continue with King 7 of clubs. It's just, you don't want to draw to the bad end of a straight.
Right. Yang's got a little bit of a problem here.
I think you can call here, though, because it's a very clean straight.
Except when you're up against the Queen Jack.
The nut about us. Wow, nice laydown. He would have been in a big trouble. So did you know there's an all-time money list for short deck? That's a cool...
I think I've heard it. Jason, is Kuhn the leader?
Jason Kuhn is the leader, 7.5 million. Paul in second, 5.6. And Rui Cal, 5. I'm not sure if that includes the... Probably doesn't include the one that just happened, the results, so... You know, it could definitely change, but that's a very cool statistic because, like, clearly there is the all-time money list, but there should be an all-time money list for short deck because people exclusively play this game, and it's very new, so everyone's kind of like on the same pace. It's not like someone got like a 20-year head start and built all these earnings.
Point, yeah, you can believe Paul's eyeing that as well. He knew coming into today. He knows that stuff. He's on top of it.
He's always looking for what, legacy grinding? Is
legacy
that what you call
grinding.
it?
Lex, I'm taking that from him. I want to know where Lex came up with that or heard that, because that literally made me laugh out loud. I was like, that's funny. That's such a cool way to look at it, or to describe it.
175.
Alright. Things are going on. 2 pairs happened. Liang going for value. Getting cold here. Liang still with the best hand. Kind of like bottom 2 on a board like this. How can you really? It's like hard. I guess. What is there hands if you, yeah? You could ace 10, ace 8, queen king.
It's really hard to
queen
value
10.
bet.
Can't really value bet, but are you just check calling or you bet blocker betting?
It's more like check hoping. I mean, he might bet. It looks like he is. But I like the small bet that you see he's reaching for. Go for crying call from ace 10. Also, sometimes freezes up your opponent from making, like, say you check and your opponent bets like 1.2 million. You're probably just going to muck it a lot of times. Nice thin value, potentially. Queen 8, I mean, man, that is it's a tough holding to continue with. There we go.
Yeah. Good decisions all around. Becoming the theme. People just making good decisions. There's a request. How many bullets are each player for? I don't know if we can see that. They do.
I got
show
it for you. I am
You're the bullet master.
Google. How many bullets is each player in for?
Drop
Justin
it to us.
Bonomo is in for 2, Wykin for 2, and Ling Shu is in for 1.
Nice. That's not bad. Considering there was a player or 2 in for 5, being in for 2 or 1, 2 is nice. 1 is great.
Well, given those statistics I just gave you, that means everyone's guaranteed £1 million in profit.
That's a nice stat. It's a nice thing to have. £1 million day. Is Liang regarded as a tournament guy, or is he more cash game pro? You've seen him on the high stakes cash?
Pretty sure he's a cash game professional.
This
But
guy,
dabbles in some tournaments like most people do.
I would not want to see him at my short deck table if I took a go in a cash game.
You just try to unregister right away.
No, I'm in a cash game.
Oh, you would just leave.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Tournaments, you're like, can you make I'll take half my buy-in back.
Right.
I'm just leaving.
Yeah, surrender. Maybe they have a surrender option.
That would be pretty cool, surrender. I'd like my 1/10 of my buy-in back.
This is what's so impressive to me is the hands. These guys really just show their class with the hands they're choosing, the spots they're choosing. We see everyone's so capable here. I don't see how we find a winner in that. We're not getting ace king to aces. What do we need? Set over set. What do we need on the flop? Not that these guys are playing.
Grind. It's going to be a lot of grinding.
This is they're playing for Triton titles here. This is there's a lot of stuff at stake.
Actually,
a lot of cool stuff happening.
And this is, you know, I don't want to say like whoever wins is clearly better than the other 2 players because, you know, some kind of coolers can happen. But with these kind of deep structure right now, it's a, you know, 150, 200 antes a piece. The best player really has a high chance of winning because we're going to see all these small pots, as you can see, right? And the people with the most experience are going to grind out their opponents. Wykin, I believe, has the most experience post-flop. I'm sure.
I don't know, man.
I'm sure Ling Shu has got a lot of experiences too. I think it's pretty clear Bonomo has the least experience, but he's so good at no limit hold'em.
Yeah.
he's put in less hours, but doesn't mean he hasn't put in the homework. I think he's also got a shot at this. Just saying that whoever wins is definitely outperformed really well.
The ace king to aces fold is crazy, and why King Young does have those aces. Do you know in short deck how often you're supposed to see aces? So in hold'em it's every 221 hands at a full table. So I guess in short deck it's just you could do some sort of math-ish, but it's got to be it's more often.
It's definitely more often. I don't know the exact
significantly,
number.
like at a pretty high rate maybe, because there's 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s gone. So you could almost say we can make something up, but at least maybe like 20% more often. 15.
I don't want to quote anything.
Is there
someone's got to know
Is there some
out there.
short deck experts? I would love some cool stats. Like I love when 3 spades flop and you have 2 spades and hold them, saying it's 118 when a flop a flush. That's like solid and strong.
I don't even know how you even know that statistic.
Well, that's
Jeff.
like, I'm just saying, I want to drop those kind of things, and I don't have anything. I'm like always, whenever there's a matchup on the screen, I'm like, wait, I just want to like see like what it, like the queen jack, like the queen 10 suited versus king 6 suited is a favorite. That's interesting stuff. I need some stats. Do we have any short deck wizards out there?
Yeah, they're all playing the tournament.
They're in the 50K. Yeah, they're in the highest stakes tournament in the world. You're right. Maybe not available. Where's the super system? Who's going to come out with the first? That seems like a spot. Like if Benefield or Bonomo or Y. Kin Young or Liang come out with a book of short deck info, I'm in. I'm buying.
You buying it?
I'm buying what they're selling. Any of these guys, I would buy something they got.
You know, that book would be very short. It just says, watch Triton streams /end.
Yeah, exactly. Mystery card, haven't had one of these in a while. Ace-8 suited, pretty powerful hand, I would guess, in a 3-handed match. Seems like a pretty good hand. And, well, Bonomo has at least 3 of the queens. He's going to bet, which is, we've seen consistent. He's stabbed, he's betting, he's putting that out there. And that does make it tricky in these spots, because you are going to catch on your opponents into some spots. But in this particular one, just say, what's a great situation there? What does my opponent have? Jack high, king high. Am I really peeling ace high? But another seems like a nice decision. There are no jokers in short deck. There is 36 cards instead of 52. It's part of the fun of the game with all the hold'em spots and 9 outs, 8 outs, 6 outs, common scenarios, 4 outs. Out of this many cards, the percentages are the percentages, but short deck you start looking at the outs and the situations, and those are different, very different numbers. One of the most immediate differences, ace-king is ahead of queens. That is something just to put in perspective. Understand how things sort of change from no limit hold'em. You can call it long deck. I'm just gonna call it no limit hold'em right here. I'm just sticking to my guns.
It's all good. Long deck, full deck.
I'm not ready to give that up.
No, you gotta transition over if you want to stick around for the Triton series.
So I see some math help. They're saying 186 to 1. I'm hearing one out of 9 times 3 divided by 35, which
I think it's hilarious that you're trying to use this chat's information.
I respect the chat. 17% to flop a set in short deck compared to 12% in long deck. Like that, it's 12% in full deck. So if guy says 17 to flop, that sounds reasonable. I would buy that. I'm buying their Girl Scout cookies. If they're coming to me and they're telling me 17, I would take it.
This is a 2-pair versus 2-pair turned into a full house. It's been a flip-flop here. Actually, not much money winning on a turn.
Bonomo is chipping up like an animal right now. He is
He's chip leader.
And after this hand, we know at least that. So he goes with the small bet. This could trigger a raise. This gotta not. I mean, it's one of those hands where he does block full houses and stuff. But I don't. Viking Young hasn't really been going for those type of spots so much.
Correct. Also, the good thing about the small bet is you get crying calls out of these king X's that probably would fold to a bigger bet because of the obvious trip queens. Bonomo very good at adjusting his play. You never count a no-limit tournament shark out in this game. They just got good senses.
Curious with the 50K going on, are we gonna get a look at that? There is a Sir Watts with Michael Watson has the chip lead with 3.2 million. David Benefield on the top 3 in there, and Richard Young, who did sneak a cash in this event, is in there jockeying as well, and of course Chidwick. That's just automatic, but I'll say it anyway. He is in the field with 9 remaining.
Yeah, but top 9 doesn't mean you're into money. It's actually top 7. 130,000 for the minimum cash in that side event happening right now at the same exact time. 777K for first in event number 8.
I'm taking it Triton made that a custom payout. They probably have they had it close to that and they just sort of maneuvered it because I mean that's too convenient.
I don't know. It's possible,
sure.
right? It is possible.
Okay.
Alrighty, so check. Shu Lang's here. King 9 is quite disguised because he is expected to bet the king on the flop. Check again. And there's no way that Bottom was ever going to put Shu Lang on a king. I feel like he really has to value bet this. Can call by worse. There's a lot of worse hands out there. Maybe those queens, jacks, 10s, and 9s that limped. The 8Xs, the 7Xs.
Logic, it's his name on there. He is trying to figure this one out.
Call.
This hand makes no logical sense, so he calls, but he is wrong.
thinking it through. I think Nick maybe could have sorted that differently, but
It's okay. You're sitting on a chip lead. You can afford a 2 ante wrong decision here and there. You want to get the medium and big pots more accurate.
yeah. So how would heads up play if we do ever ventured there? How is that going to play differently maybe?
It's super different. And the reason, we'll get to it, of course,
Yeah.
assuming we don't get like a double KO, which is, of course, possible. But in heads up, you got to play out of position. And normally in long deck, button raise, you get to act last. But button is first to act pre-flop. In short deck, it's actually button acts out of position first. And also acts out of position post-flop. So it's actually one of the trickiest games to play heads up. So Shu Lang here, ace queen. Bonmal's got the king queen. About 90 antes for Shu Lang here. Bonmal thinking about raising it up. Here we go. 500,000. We know Shu Lang's never going to fold his hand. Does he ever repop? Do have a lot of antes. 2.8 million. Hey, we've seen Shu Lang do this with ace king, aces. Now he's actually kind of going downwards with ace queen. Nice takedown. Deny your opponent equity. You're out of position. You know, he's got a very creative way of playing, and I like it. It's always refreshing to see every single series we go to, whether it's Montenegro or Jeju, now here in London. I see the level of play really change, and it's really nice and refreshing.
Do they do a player of the series, or do they keep track of points? Maybe, I mean, only 7 events, but it's kind of interesting. Chidwick really did just, I think he cashed or final table with every event, but maybe one. I mean, I could just rattle off already what I know.
He got the million, he got the 100K short deck, right? I mean, technically, he's not in the money in the 50K. He's at the final table.
He's there. He's present. I'll take, offer me some price on Chidwick sorting out of cash. I like it. I like the odds. Give me a rough one. I just think he's just gets it done. The guy's doing it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he's been doing.
Is this too aggressive a statement? Can you argue if Wai Kin Young, even with top 3, but going in the main event, going winner, if he goes bink, I mean, you have to something. There's something there. Like, is he one
well,
of
it's not nothing.
Yeah, it's not nothing. Is the GPI like the rankings? I mean, that's got to be 100Ks, 100-person fields. Ship.
Why Kin Young, the new GPI player
number 1? I mean, where does that put you? It gets you on the dance floor.
I imagine it does.
It's massive points, 100K, 100. Like, because how the formulas work, it's with buy-in, field size. A lot of those 125K, the Carry Cats Invitationals at Aria, they have a nice thing going. They get 20, 30 entries. You have to have over 30, I think, or 21 to qualify for even points. So there's not a lot of 100. Like, that's going to be juicy points.
I'm sure it is.
That's about as juicy of a spot as it gets, because at some point there's a stopping point. When it's at 10,000 buy-in and there's the main event, 8,000 some entries, they don't give you, it's scaled. It's not like a zillion points. It's like cuts it. So the 100K, 100+ entry, that's a sweet spot that we don't really ever see.
Doesn't Wai Kin Young also strike you as a guy who doesn't care about the GPI player? He seems more like...
No, he doesn't. But
he likes more of the, well, how much can I win? Kind of Triton circle, Triton legacy grinding, but like tournaments outside, it's like, look, I don't want to play for $10,000.
Yeah,
I want to play for hundreds.
You've heard of the real OG. We got the real LG, the legacy grinder going for it. 4 Triton titles on the line. If he can pull this off, he will have 4. Jason Kuhn got a second this week. He would have had 4. Who else? Nikita maybe? 3 or something. There's a few other 3s or one other 3. There's a couple 3-packs out there, and Bryn Kinney, who got the lion's share of the £1 million
Dude, he almost
tournament.
got 3.
He would have had 3 if he would. He technically didn't win, but he really won. He got 20 million USD. So I'm gonna count that as just a W. They could put a little asterisk W on that. You get the most money, it sort of feels like you won.
Yeah, Makita did win the short deck, 750K, 1.7 million in Montenegro, and I know he has got 2 first places in the main event back to back, which is pretty cool.
Tournaments are streaky. It is a confidence thing.
Yeah, so he's got 3 titles. I mean, did you know he got first, and 4th in the No Limit main event? Pretty cool. But no luck so far this trip from 2 pair for Wai Kin Yong. Bana Logic. Top pair, top kick. Okay, that is a terrible card for both players. Does Bonmo ever turn his hand into a bluff? Probably not. Do have reasonable showdown value. So man, 12.9 versus 12.9. It's close.
It's pretty close to call. Pretty close. King 6 suited, Jack 10, King 8 suited. Equity's always fun to kind of look over on the left and take a peek at what the equities are in these spots. And Jack 10 usually finds its way to the top, unless against aces or kings. Jack 10, just a lot of potential to 2, 3, 4, 5s out. That means the chance of making straight, 7, 8, 9. And on the upper end of that, just kind of wraps around the board nicely. Great Jungle Man Dan was taking a peek into the broadcast. He gave me a couple of fun facts. He was saying just now, he sent me that bottom 2 versus top pair is roughly a coin flip generally. Like slight favorite would be bottom 2. On a King 9-8.
Say again, sorry.
All right, so like bottom 2 pair, let's say you have 8-9 on King 9-8 rainbow against King 10, which is top pair. The 8-9 is a slight favorite. So where in Hold'em, you know, it's a pretty decent spot. You get 2 pair versus a top pair, whereas it's basically flipping a coin here.
Yeah, so bottom 2 pair is weak.
Yes, there you go.
All right, so it's, oh wow, it's a limp jam from Bonomo.
He's gonna get called here.
Yeah.
I think he has to, right?
That's 100 antes. You're the shortest stack. Your opponent can easily kind of bully you. There's no way that Shu Long's gonna fold to ace king.
Yeah, he's just thinking if he has Jack 10 and stuff too, but even then it's
calls.
Wow.
Wow, Bonomo just stuffed limp jammed the 100 antes, more than 100 antes.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a bit crazy, but at the same time, it's ace queen 3-handed. It's not like, I mean, how bad? It just can't be that crazy.
Yeah, so he's got 30% to win, 10% to tie. Bonomo is in trouble. Can he get lucky and knock out Shu Lang here?
And Wai Kin Yong is thinking, I can be heads up again. This is exciting. But at the same time, he's probably thinking, the tougher opponent may be Liang, who has more experience in the game. It's always nice to get that pay jump, though. It'd be a fairly bigger lead. Yeah, this is, you know, let's just see what happens here.
Okay.
And always a sweat.
It's a sweat. It's a 23% sweat.
Bonomo knows that's not what he was looking for. Liang gonna try to fade a turn here, remain in the lead. Let's see what is gonna bring. He has the, oh, that's not the one. He does, well, diamonds aren't gonna be coming anyway. He did have the diamonds covered on the flop, so he's gotta fade one more here.
Can Bonomo get lucky and knock out Shu Lang?
And they show an interesting third party over there. Yang is sweating. Clean
6.
as a whistle. Bonomo going to relinquish his second position, and Liang's going to come all the more powerful here.
Wow, I mean, Bonomo was the chip leader at some point. Now, clearly in third. And this guy, man, he was down to about 60, 70 antes. Made some big laydowns correctly of ace-king. He called down 3 barrels with bottom pair, jack-6 on queen, queen, 6, king, ace, which is pretty much impossible to do, but he found it. And now, he just doubles up with ace-king against ace-queen in good position, possibly the chip leader of the tournament. You've been pretty impressed with his play throughout the day, throughout this week.
This guy's an animal. He is just absolutely dialed in. That's a lot of chips moving. Bonomo thinking another.
I'm sure, like, from a pure pre-flop solve kind of game, this is a pretty standard play, you know? And he can easily chip up, get a lot of folds, especially against a player like Ling Shu. And if he feels that his edge is pre-flop, then he should be definitely trying to push it. But sometimes you leave it up to variance, and this is what could happen. A big flip-flop into chip counts. Why can Yang only up by 2 antes?
.104 antes on third, plenty of playability. This is wide open. Man, huge jumps, huge jumps.
Man, if he knocked him out, he would have got $625,000 extra dollars. Instead, he's going to keep the 1.2 million pounds guaranteed.
He's at risk now. Ace queen suited and queen jack. 2 solid hands. Queen jack suited. Both hit it. Both looking for that king. No one has a spade. Flushes are a unicorn in this game.
I like the terminology unicorn.
Yeah, you just doesn't happen.
Yeah, you see it once in a while. Have you seen a real unicorn in real life?
Just a couple. Just a few. Once in a while.
I'm still looking for them. Seen the leprechaun though.
That's strong.
He had silver coins for me though, not golden. Just kidding, by the way, in case you guys are thinking I'm crazy. All right, so we got the middle pair. It's a raised pot. It's a lot more to play for. It gets the ace queen to fold. That's so strong. Man, this game is tough, right? Because there's no like hard set rules like, oh, you got middle pair, you just always call and see a turn card. If you improve, you continue. If you don't, maybe you just fold. Here, it's like you actually have to look at the different textures. Like, oh, is it inside straight draw? What position did they limp? You know, can they have nutted hands? Can I have nutted hands? And should I maybe just fold now because there's multiple bets possibly coming? Man, you know how they say that this game's a little bit simpler? I'm beginning to starting to change that. It's quite difficult.
Seems pretty freaking hard. Jack 8, no pair, no spade, of course, no spade. No one has a spade. Not one, not any. I don't know. I would say, would you say that Wai Kin Yong's journey just got harder to win this tournament or easier? I'd say harder. First of all, he would have been heads up, he would have had the deficit, but it would have been Bonomo, which is kind of funny to say that maybe you think you have an advantage over it, like, because he's just so ridiculously talented. But in this format, I don't know. I think, I guess it depends. It does depend how these chips fall, right? Like if now Liang knocks out Bonomo, it's going to be a big problem. If it goes the other way.
That's the thing. You know what's funny is that Bonomo, who we know has done his homework, I wonder if he's done homework on heads-up play, because I mean, where are you going to play heads-up short deck? It's just not a common thing for someone like him who's got a lot of no-limit tournaments he needs to worry about. And it's, like I said, it's very different. The heads-up in short deck, you play out of position throughout the whole hand, first one to act. So, say you limp, get your first to act pre-flop, you limp, and the guy has got position, and he got position pre-flop and post-flop, which is pretty tough. You can't just like open raise a lot of hands. You got to limp and play out of position. It's a one hell of a beast.
I'm a little confused on the straight rules because for
straight rules.
No,
okay. Go on.
Short deck there was a 6+ version I've seen, and they spread on some lines where it's trips beat a straight. And I think it's never been the case here, but that was at some point. That was like why 6+.
I almost wonder like who created this. You would use the normal rankings, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, some guys like they did the statistics like maybe trips is harder to make than a straight. But that's, while that may be true if we run a full 5 card run out, I don't know if it is. But the thing is, you got to think about the dynamics of the game, right? Like, there's a lot of boards where it's just a flop, it's just a turn, you know, we don't see the last card or two. It really killed the game. I actually played that one time. Like, I was like, oh, cool, I've got a huge edge in short deck because I watch all this commentary, and they're like, you know, trips beat a straight. You're like, what? So then basically on every single board, you have to be worried about a pocket pair, and straight draws are actually pure garbage because you could be just drawing dead. So
Yeah, that's interesting, but I know that with some variations in formats, and even online they spread that some places.
I think it's getting outdated. Like
Yeah.
this new format is super popular. Obviously, the flushes beat the foils is a nice dynamic. I mean, look, if you're not going to at least do that, don't make the trips beat the straight. You're just killing the game. I would never play that game ever again.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. This is look at those. We might need to do a color up over there. That's a lot of chips. Why King Young? Gonna give it up to Annie. 2 7s on the button, and Justin in the cutoff has a choice. See, Ace-8 actually a favorite here to 7s, consistent with the Ace-King being a favorite over Queens, the pair to 2 overs.
Yeah, pocket pairs are pretty much garbage in this game, like 6s to 7s and 8s. Like, you're trying to hit a set, and you always give up to a bet. I mean, like, even 7s here probably might just pitch it. I mean, it might continue, but it's if your opponent ever bets twice, you're done.
Right. Does have a heart in there. Just kind of, not that a heart would ever turn.
Oh, well done. 7 high. What you gonna do?
You're gonna bet if you're bottom. Maybe your opponent has King 10, 9, 10, he goes away. 8s and 7s and 6s, he goes away. Checking over, but Yang just not interested. 9-10 would have become a straight, but the board's double paired. Bonomo, I guess he thinks, actually, I don't know if he even, ace high he's got to feel pretty good about. Oh, he's getting bet here.
A mini bet. You know, usually you're beat, but like, look, the price is too good. Just see it. There we go.
Interesting. Yeah, so that PO of 100 cost him 125 more only, and he could have reasonably won that hand.
Call.
Take a look on the Chidwick King here and see if he's still in contention for another cash. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 off the money over there. Watson still in the lead. Richard Young looking to grab a trophy. This is going to be an exciting. This could be very exciting. Webster hanging on in the 9th spot. Chun, we've been seeing a fair amount of Chun. Xiao, didn't he bubble one event? The Ace King to 7, Ace King to A7. He got it in.
That
Xiao,
was
yeah,
Chun,
that was
yeah.
the main event. He's in there. 7 of 9. Benefield, Romain Arnaud, I believe, got it in Aces to Ace King suited in this versus
like
the Prince of Darkness.
Was it bottom or
Prince of
Hexen?
Darkness,
Hexen.
Ace King suited.
Yeah, that's a darkness kind of run
Clubs
out.
versus aces, and he rivered the club. That was dark. Feels good to get a couple live Jungleman messages about short deck. He's just in. He's in. That guy. No one's gonna say Jungleman doesn't put his time in. The guy's enrolled. He's watching stuff. He just gets it done. The jungle. Tens, Queen, King. So Jack 10 is the straight. We see a check, and Wai Young gonna take it down. 15 million. Many millions. Learning a lot. Hope you all are enjoying and learning as well. It's kind of tricky though, in a way. You kind of have to make a disclaimer. Like, these guys are playing at such a high level that I think some of the tricks and some of the things they're doing, you got to be careful about, right? It's like, why, depending who you're playing and what you're doing. Just there's some
Of course,
really,
you need to understand your opponents and you know
how they think in situations.
If they're not a tricky player, you can't be making some heroic plays against them, right?
Yeah.
So Bottomless got Ace King.
And Liang with the Queen 10.
$460.
So Bottomless picks up a little one, but only on 5 million chips.
Feel the tension here a bit. Things are big pay jumps, big momentum. The LG, of course, we mentioned Legacy. Grinding is at its finest. And Bonomo and Liang are looking for their first title.
Exactly.
Which is, everything's exciting. Someone's going to win their first, or we're going to see a fourth.
The break?
Yeah, you're in break. 15-minute break.
Okay, it looks like players are going on a break. Wykin at the top, 15 million chips. Shu Lang, 12 million chips. Justin Bonwell at the bottom after he got in that ace king. Wait, sorry, the ace queen into the ace king of Lang Shu. Got some time to think about some plays, but rather than going on a break, we're going to transition over to the 50K. It's the final 9 players. Looks like Mr. Lang's got a hand in front of him. So there's a bet and a call. So top 7 make the money. 2 of these 9 players will not. $130,000 pounds is the minimum cash. 777,000 British sterling pounds for first. So Mr. Liang Yu here. Gonna chip up. So I hope you guys enjoying that. We can give you these 50K action. There's the other table remaining in the tournament. It's Webster, Chinwei Lim, Wayne Baycock, Michael Watson, and David Benefield, all in as ace king. It's gonna have to get paid by the ace 9. Who's got the ace 9? It's Watson and Chinwei Lim. Chinwei Lim does get the full double up. Michael Watson is going to pay off. 755,000. So 2 tables remaining. It is 9 players. So 1 table is 5-handed, 1 4. Richard Young here, ace queen of clubs. Against Romay Arnaud. No breaks. I just love how we can just no breaks. Just give you non-stop action here in the booth. Richard Young, wow, he's sitting at the top of the chip counts, 2.6 million. Tong Xiao Chun here, 880,000. 44 antes, pretty much a stack you're looking for a big hand and just kind of jam it in. Romay Arnaud, 1.8. Stephen Chidwick on pace for another final table. Of course, Mr. Liang Yu, 1.345. Good to see him in some short deck action. Apparently he was playing a big high stakes cash game at the Les Ambassadeurs Club. 2,000, 4,000 euro. I believe that probably gets straddled, so you can imagine what kind of stakes they're playing for over there.
Check.
Jack gives 2 paired for Arnaud. Ace Jack. Do pick up a pair, but it's not very confident to be the best hand. You would beat, you know, King 10, Ace 10, Ace Jack. If you do opt to bet this, you are turning your hand into a bluff. So he is going to fire again. Because he's early position, he feels that he can represent, you know, Ace King, whereas Arnaud can't really represent Ace King because he's on a dealer button, always would re-raise. Two pairs do make the call. Queen on the river. That's a bad card for Chidwick. Because let's just say he did have Ace King. He'd be worried about full houses. And maybe Arnaud has a hand like King Queen that didn't want to give up on the turn. Trip Queens is a hard hand to pry out of your opponent. So Chidwick does check. Wow, Ace Jack is good. Pretty sick. So 10-9 offsuit. Definitely a hand you can consider trying to limp. If you get free flops, you want to limp these hands. Arnaud 8-6 calls. A bit of spice. Open-ended straight draw for Chidwick. Mr. Liang's got the inside straight draw. I like that Chidwick is betting from first position. Expected to limp Ace Kings and King Queens. So he might be able to get some hero folds from like King Jack and King 10s occasionally. Of course, get the 8s to fold, 7s.
What牌打咩牌啊？咩牌打咩牌？咩牌？我 call 埋。Top two 我 flop 我打晒。
No.
80萬，我做短啦，80萬。
So Mr. Ling actually has a better straight draw now. Chidwick's going to reach for more chips. Doesn't seem concerned about king queens, which is a very big part of a calling range on the flop. All right, so if you're Chidwick, you see your opponent call to flop, call to turn. You got to be a little bit worried now. River card is the ace, so Mr. Liang makes the nut straight, and that's a terrible card for Chidwick in a sense. Not only does he not make his hand, he doesn't think Mr. Liang ever has ace king. But he knows that since he limped under the gun, Chidwick can easily have ace king, and he might try to represent ace king. Obviously would not work. Ace king could probably get a hand like king queen to fold, so Chidwick might try to represent it. Wow, it's a big bet. It's an over bet, 800,000. He's really trying to represent that ace king jack 10. The problem is Mr. Liang himself has got the nut straight. So Chidwick bet to flop, bet to turn, over bets their river and sitting against the nuts. Mr. Liang's thinking, man, must be nice. All in and all out. It's a big win. So top 7 cash, 130,000 pounds. 777 for first. Okay, so it looks like Mr. Liang's got to get moved to the outer table. Fist bumps Richard Young on his way out. So you just hit and run Chidwick.
Yeah, finish.
So something seems to be happening on the other table possibly, hence the action being stalled.
much should I have?
800.
Yeah, nine something, right?
700.
Oh, okay.
There's 120.
All right, so Richie Young going to open up the 120K.
Call.
And Tong Seo Chun's all in of ace queen. Snap call by Richard Young. Oh, we're really close to the bubble here. Chun, man, he keeps getting deep runs, but oh man, you got a feel for him.
I do. He seems like such a nice guy too. You don't want to see someone bubble multiple tournaments, you know? Especially when he had the best of it last time. This time he's trying from behind. Still 40%.
If you're behind, this is the game to be behind in because you can definitely catch up.
Hold on. This doesn't add up. 40 and 70. Because ties, 30.
What are you talking about? 30% win, 60% win, 10% tie.
What do you mean? So it's
you don't see.
Equity, and so what he's got 60. I haven't seen it done like that. It always adds up to 100 usually. Sometimes, almost always.
Jeff, go get another coffee. Another coffee.
I have one. I'm at my limit, but I also was trying to make you feel better for your Queen 9-4 flop comment in short deck, so we're even.
Yeah, white.
Alrighty, so Chun Tong Sao here in trouble.
Richard Young. It's a nice purse too, 777 pounds.
So what's happening right now is we're not dealing the flop out until the other hand finishes, other table finishes a hand, just in case, you know, there's dual all-ins, and it's possible we're really close. We might be on the bubble or we're one off the bubble extra.
Curious what the overall consensus is watching some of this coverage of this high stakes Triton short deck. Are people more inclined to play or less? Do they feel like it's the new future? Do you love the game? Are you scared of the game? Are you inspired by the game? Where do you stand? I want to hear some feedback on Twitter, on Twitch, wherever you're watching from in the world, whatever platform. Let us know what you think. Are you know? I'm curious.
I've been hearing positive things and reading.
Yeah, no, it's definitely positive, but like I'm gonna be honest, I'm excited about it. Just a little bit like, wow, these guys are really good.
Alrighty, so Arnaud here is going to go check out what's happening. It's a double all-in, one on each table. It sounds like. Pretty sick. So we might be in the money. We get 2 bust outs.
Crazy.
Queens?
I haven't seen a ton of queens. You don't see a lot of queen all-ins. Maybe earlier in the tournament stage, some queens go more. Makes sense.
You went for the big bat? Oh, you're another hand. Pre-flop? Pre-flop?
AK.
AK and AQ.
Between... Oh, really? Wow. Huge pot.
Wow. How many BB? They look too very low, cheap one, huh?
Yeah.
How can all in
6 million pot over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can all in
It's
8-9? Oh, so
All right, let's see that flop.
They went for the fight over there.
Oh, it has bad news for Chun.
He's got 4%. That's the lowest I think I've seen in a post flop.
Yeah, that's very, very low.
Some stupid joke to me. David Kings? No, I don't know. He has ace. He told me S8.
No.
Maybe it's
He can still hit the 9 though to chop it up. Can't win it outright. River card is the ace, and we're going to lose Tong Sao Chun.
7.
So close again.
Yeah.
Can't get it done.
Yeah, you earn the money no matter what.
Doesn't play professionally. We'll see him next time.
Man, so that's so close so many times.
But he's gonna check out. Let's go check out what's happening on the other table. It's Mike Watson all in, it seems.
Wow, Sir
and
Watts.
Benefield.
Whoa, two
They
crushers.
got a lot of chips too.
Yeah.
What did they got? Benefield, I believe, has more chips.
Same hand? Aces?
Ace 8 offsuit. So Benefield probably put his opponent all in from the cutoff against the dealer button, which makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
What does
Does he have queens?
Watson
or?
has queen?
I doubt it. Ace queen.
Ace queen seems reasonable, right?
I don't know, but it's a big pot.
It's queens or ace queen.
Ace 8 offsuit, ace of spades, 8 of hearts, and it's being called by pocket queens.
Pocket queens.
Wow.
This is 60-40, I've been telling you.
Crazy hands.
Mike Watson is the one at risk, I'm pretty sure, based on the stack sizes. Does seem like he's at risk.
All-in players, pocket queens.
All-in player is Mike Watson, confirmed.
Sir Watts is his handle. He is a tough opponent.
Here comes that flop. It's an ace.
Jack, ace, 9.
Oh my goodness.
Jack of spades, ace of diamonds, 9 of diamonds.
There's a lot of turn cards. It is short deck. What's a spicy turn?
10. 10 is one of the ones that we could see some action. There's no one has a diamond.
Turn is 7 of hearts.
That is
It's
not it.
one.
All-in player needs a queen to survive.
There's Mike's fiance Sarah looking on, not in amusement. She may not know how to play this game. I'm not sure. She knows some poker. Short deck's confusing. I know you know that's not a good.
You can see the reactions. Here comes that river card to king, and we
paint.
lose Mike Watson on the stone cold bubble. How brutal is that? You wake up with pocket queens. You got a guy you know who's just shoving a lot of hands. You can see he's very disappointed.
Really
Another cash for Benefield.
Unbelievable. Does everyone in the field a favor. Aggressive maneuver, runs into a hand. He does call. And just can't, can't hold there. Benefield running hot.
So, all 7 players are guaranteed some money. 130,000 pounds, 777,000 pounds up top for the champion. This is the final event of the tournament. But, you know, the main event is still going on the short deck, which is currently 3-handed between Lang Shu, Justin Bonomo, and Wai Kin Yong. And speaking of that, here we are onto the action, and Shu Lang here's got a boat.
Yeah.
Okay, so the action went bet, raise, call, check, check on the turn. And he's sitting on 10 million chips now. This guy is so dangerous.
It's a beast. Full house. What's Bonomo's stack right now? Just coming back here.
He did lose that all in with the ace queen against the ace king.
So my understanding, this heads if it ever goes to heads up, it could be a 3-way all in. It does feel like it could take. This could be a serious battle, depending how the chips shake out as well.
It could be super fast. It could be super long. It really just depends on the styles and what cards are dealt.
Yeah. But in general, would you anticipate a short deck heads up deep stack go longer than a no limit deep stack? That would make more sense, or not necessarily? Like if you had to guess, like which one would take longer? Like let's just say effective blinds are relatively the same.
I think the short deck lasts longer, but it also is more capable of ending very quickly.
Okay.
So average time longer.
All right.
But
that's like
it could be over in like 2 hands
the
if
mean
the
median mode
coolers happen.
equation just it could I get it. Could be a long day. What's the longest short deck Triton?
Oh, we had a really long.
You had a battle. Who
we
were
had
those two?
We had a 3-way battle. It was the first time Kerry Katz played.
Oh, okay.
Richard Young was in it, and Kenneth Key. Eventually, Kenneth Key came out as the champion.
Who?
Kenneth Key came out to just play short deck. His first funny, the first time he came out, he played the 100K short deck, and I believe he won. I can't remember exactly, or he got second.
Well, Kerry got second.
He won the million. So it's yeah, he didn't come out this trip, but we had him before in the guest commentary booth, which is cool. And that tournament, it was scheduled to be like a 2-day, I believe, and we played till like 4 a.m. roughly, and we had to extend it to a 3rd day, and they play maybe even 4 more hours or so.
That's crazy.
Speaking of some partners, Les Ambassadors Club. That's where those juicy cash games you're talking about, right? 2K, 4K.
Yeah, saw a peek, and I did see Waikin Young
Saw
splashing
Waikin
around
there?
there last
You
night.
saw Mr. Liang in there, right?
Yeah, Mr. Liang was up there playing in one of the games. It was a beautiful setup, really is out of a movie, and I think there's going to be some of that cash game coverage going to be shown later. Pretty special stuff. Pretty special. I did see.
650.
I did see our £1 million entry tournament champion plus 50,000 for charity, Aaron Zhang, winning some big pots in the 501k PLO. He ran a pretty sick 3-way all-in and had the nut flush draw plus I think a backdoor draw and they ran it 2 times. He won both boards. So a little bit of that here, a little bit of that heat coming off still for Aaron Zhang, and that's what Waikin Young is going for. He is on definition of a heater, fresh off the No Limit Hold'em main event here, 100,000 pounds, 130 entries. He took the first place prize and trophy, beating Paul Poix heads up, and now he is in the short deck main event, 108 entries, trying to do the same.
Why's the clock not moving?
$1 million.
This is the final 3 in the 100K short deck main event. Okay, actually, I got some news for you guys. It actually seems that in that situation where Chun busted, we were on the literal bubble at the time. And he got into ace-queen versus ace-king and busted. But Mike Watson was all in at the same exact time, and he busted with the queens. Because they were both on separate tables busting at the same time, rather than one person bubbling, they both actually share the prize in half, the 7th place finish. So they both received 65,000 pounds instead of sharing the one person getting 130,000 pounds. Now, if they were at the same table and busted, then the shorter stack would get the bubble.
That's very interesting and kind of a fortunate break, right, for both players. I mean, really, that's a happy medium. So good for he didn't bubble.
He did not bubble. He made the money.
Awesome.
And he got his money back because buy-in was 50,000 pounds. So cool. I like that. You know, it's a happy ending for everyone. You know, Watson, you know, he got some money too. Doesn't have to bubble.
Yeah. All right, so Liang with the best hand, but look at the Jack-10, how big of a favorite it is.
1 million.
And this is not going to work.
Yeah. Shu Ling here tried to put in some muscle pre, it looks like, and it's not going to get the Jack-10 to fold. The question is, does Wai Kin Yong ever play the Jack-10 aggressively? It's pretty hard to play this aggressively because you're not expected to have 6-7. I like to just call. What do you think about that turn card? It's a straight for both players and the flush draw comes in.
Yeah, Wai Kin Yong is just, gotta love this. He has a spade too, and again, those flushes are so hard to make, so having a blocker has just gotta be, it's just so critical.
So Wai Kin is actually taking the betting lead, and I actually like this. And the reason I say this is because it's so hard for Shu Ling here to actually have, you know, a 6, even though he actually does in this situation, because it's a raised pot. So Wai Kin actually thinks that Shu Ling's going to check back this card a lot with a hand like ace-queen, ace-king, pocket aces, and he's trying to get some value out of those hands. Because, like, when you see the 4 straight, you know, the 4-liner is what you call it, right? You generally don't bet it, especially when the flush also gets there. Yeah. It's, what, you could hit the 9 of spades. Hit that straight flush, huh? Pretty sick.
Straight flush out.
Nope.
Gonna come.
So Wai Kin does currently have the best hand. The nut straight. It's very hard for. It's pretty much impossible. I won't say it's impossible, but it's unlikely that someone's got a bigger flush here. It's just the ace of spades is out there, so you don't have to worry about ace king of spades or ace queen of spades. It's just technically not possible. Wai Kin should be going for some value. Oftentimes, people are just going to check back that river card.
What is the 50K short bet event? We're now down to the final table. We're going to be restarting in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. That is the 50K short bet event. We're going to be resuming the final table of the tournament.
4.5 million in chips. This is a big pot. Probably the biggest pot of the tournament, especially if he calls. Is he going to be able to get away from this? It's a raised pot.
I haven't seen Liang make one misstep. I mean, this is it's a very sick hand. But he does lose to flushes. He blocks flushes. I mean, I think that's what he's most worried about is Jack 10.
Jack 10, exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, flushes, definitely, it's definitely possible. You gotta think about what hands you beat. It's mainly some kind of pair that turned it into a bluff. Like the Queen 10 with one spade. That's the most imaginative hand I can think of that check calls this flop and maybe leads turn and bluffs his river card. Queen Jack. Yeah, I think it's just the Queen 10 and the Queen Jack 1 spade. That's the only bluffs I can really see.
His wheels are spinning. He has been absolutely perfect up to this point in these high pressure, big situations. The ace king to ace is legendary. And is he gonna release it? He is. I mean, this guy
is on point.
It's just a human highlight reel.
How does he do it?
But look at Wai King Yong, 19.2. And you know what's happening right now? We're seeing one of those situations we saw sort of unfold when we had Linus Love, or was it? They go by Linus Lolliger. Linus Love had that huge, like 80 blind to 7 and 8 blind versus Timothy Adams. And who was his opponent at that moment? And Greenwood, I believe. Sam Greenwood, was it? Or Lucas Greenwood? He was three-handed, huge lead. Right now, this 19 million, this is a massive lead. He can definitely leverage his stack versus these two opponents.
Yeah, what I'd be thinking is that, okay, White King's got such a huge lead. Whoever's in second place should be playing tighter. We're playing for, what, 600K pay jump? Just keep putting the pressure, keep playing post-up, put in some multiple barrels, put in some raises here and there. Playing shoe here is definitely going to be tight when Bonomo is so short. And you can see he just gives the walk with the 10-7. I mean, we're on the verge of some Triton history. Fourth title is very possible. Back-to-back, no limit, and short deck main event champion is possible here in London. 242 antes, 19.37 million, 96 antes for Shu Lang and Justin Bonomo at the bottom. But the thing is, 67 antes and 96 antes is not a short stack at all. It definitely is very playable.
right, so we are getting to it, and you can see a 19 million, 5 million, 7.8 million, and right now we have the man who calls legacy grinding. I'm using that all the time. I love it. Lex Veldhouse joins the booth. Lex, what's going on?
What's up, Jeff?
Look, we need you. We need some insight. We need some short deck. We need all of it. This is crazy. This game is fun. I've seen some epic stuff, and we are seeing some world-class play witnessed. And I just I don't know. My mind. Give me some short-handed. How much do ranges change versus Hold'em? So Hold'em 6 max, 9 max. Heads up, the ranges are significantly different. Is there not really a solve per se game, but how much does it change? Would you say it's more or less when it's short-handed here that you got to open up your ranges?
Well, it's the biggest thing is that every hand has such a big possibility to win. So even if you play heads up, all of a sudden, like a hand like 6-8 suited doesn't look that bad, or three-handed, because if you just open it, or if you're on the button, or even if you're just if you're in the cutoff, you only have 2 people to beat. Like there's just so many possibilities that you can play for, and at least you're gonna have to limp a lot. So you're going to see a lot of flops, a lot of marginal situations, and it's kind of going to be the person who navigates the best through that is going to come out ahead.
Pretty interesting run out here. Top pair into a gut shot straight for Wai Kin Yong, into trips all of a sudden on the river. So this board really flip-flopped, although the straight, and he is going to trip it again. Look at that, just checks it back with the jack. I mean, that was a quick check, no, for the river? I mean, would you think you could consider some value there? That's just like, he didn't even think about it, and he was right. I mean, that's weird to me.
Yeah, that's just, those things. It's just, if he thinks, if I bet here, it's going to be pretty obvious that I have a jack, and if my opponent thinks, well, he's most likely have a jack, so I'm going to call with better or check raise.
Yeah.
And just fold worse, it becomes a little tough, but, that's not to take away from it, because when you think about it, it's really hard when you're in that situation, because it feels like you're missing out on value. So it's
wow,
yeah,
interesting. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It was just like it was an instant.
Yeah, the fact that he snaps
for
it
a
is
second,
definitely
you could think about something there, but that's even more. Again, I'm just very impressed. Bonomo did have the chip lead for a second. He played a big variant spot with ace queen limp jamming, and he ran into ace king 70-30 roughly, and did not improve. So that was opened up for Lang, get back in the game, and then since then, Wai Kin Yong has just been pressing here. He is almost at 20 million.
Yeah, and it's also, it's a difference if you're Lang Zhu, then people know you're solid. Like if you're Rui Kao and you have trips on that spot, you're actually gonna get called by a queen a lot more often. So it's important to be aware of that as well.
Yeah, every player has something. 2 jacks are in the lead. Let's see what Bonomo does. Bonomo now on the short stack with 4.8 million.
60 antes, it's getting precarious for him. 60 antes is kind of the equivalent of 25 big blinds. So somebody opens and he looks at something that's nice, 3-handed, money goes in.
Yeah. He's going to hook on a customer here. Wow. It's a relevant card for Liang, jumps into the lead. And I think it's really interesting in Hold'em that this happens a lot when you have draws or situations and you're making maneuvering boards. You have to think about what comes and how does that help my hand or another player's. In short deck in particular, there's a lot of situations where since the 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s are removed, there's only so many cards that can come out, and you have to think, all right, well, if I have ace-8 here, I make an ace or an 8, how does that affect my hand? What are bad cards? In this particular spot, he just figured, if I hit an ace or an 8, I could play a pretty big pot and have a clear, nice spot. There's sometimes when you're drawing, or if you hit your hand, you're going to make a bigger straight to your lower straight. And I think here that was just part of it. He said, I got middle pair, top kicker, I might have the best hand, and he got basically the best card in the deck.
Yeah, and people like to bet a lot. So if Justin has a hand like Jack-9 with a gut shot, because gut shots are strong, you're gonna have some equity against you, but you can't always, run away from people with lots of equity when you're playing 3-handed and this deep. You're just gonna get out there and fight. And the big thing is position, right? So you call with something marginal, but it's not just like, oh, I'm gonna call here because I believe in my ace-8. It's also, if the board changes and he checks, I can do a lot with that. So if he's still going to lose quite often to a king, but if it comes a 9 on the turn and his opponent will check the turn in the river, then you know that you can just bluff at it.
Yeah. Not too many bad looking hands in short deck, but the Jack 6 mentioned is like the 7 deuce of Hold'em, Queen 6, King 6, just pretty unattractive hands. Even Ace 6, not so great. But we'll see a check behind with Bono at the A7. The flushes, that seems to just remain. That really, not many flushes we've seen all day. There's so many times where it was 3 or 4 handed to a flop, there'd be 2 spades, and not one player would have 1 spade. It's just like, really get how rare it is.
Yeah, it's like one thing when somebody says it and you think, well, I'm sure we're gonna see it quite often or something, but it's like seeing how often do you see full houses? 2-card full houses in No Limit Hold'em. It just doesn't happen that often. And I mean, I think a flush is even more rare than that compared to No Limit Hold'em. So. Mike and Young really crushing this week.
The wild part is too, he got in Ace Queen of Spades to aces versus Chidwick for his life in that main event with 2 tables left. So it's just, just think like, say min cashes or he cashes, he's on his way, and then here he is. It's a little different, but the fact that he wins the main event, and there's no, in poker, the record books, it doesn't show, there's no asterisk, there's no notes about it. He's a champion.
True.
And he used, to his credit though, it's not like, oh, he's so lucky. He was not like in great, after Bonham was going to go all in here, take it down, he got, a fortunate spot. Ace Queen suited got it in, you can't blame him in that spot, and then he still had a long road. There's 13, 14 people. He was one of the shorter stacks, so obviously playing well. But, it's your time when you're on a heater. This is something, 4 titles up for grabs. He's the chip leader now. And just to go back-to-back in a main event of 100-plus field, 100,000 sterling buy-in is just, I don't think we've seen. I don't know the most. There have been some multiple winners in a series for Triton. But I don't, to show it in to go from, both of the celebrated formats of Triton's series, which we don't see PLO on this stop. There have been before, just the 2 variations that they enjoy the most. Really speaks a wide range of his game.
Yeah, and it is, everybody has that, like the ace queen versus aces. Like everybody that wins tournaments has had hands like that where you think, oh yeah, okay, that was incredibly lucky. Or even getting aces versus kings, like people that get aces versus kings and then kings versus queens in the last 20, that's lucky. You know what I mean? Even though they hold and they should hold, the fact that your opponent has a hand too, but the cool thing is that these guys are just performing every single time, and that's just what you need. And that's also the small difference between these pros. If you look at the field of players, the difference of skill, let's say, and I'm not saying that I think this, but let's say you think, well, Chidwick is a little bit better than Dan Smith. That difference is so small that it's completely negligible, and in that time it's also just really important. Of course it comes down to 1 or 2 key situations, but Dan Smith can make that decision, can make a stellar decision just as well as Stephen Chidwick. Those guys are just so close in a lot of these tournaments. It's just like, okay, who gets in a certain spot, or who wins his hand, or who has a nice setup, and that's why we always say, like, the all-ins are the all-ins, and that's all fine, and but it's the Jack 5 suited of Chidwick, the King 5 that Wai Kin Yong had against Paul Poit in the No Limit Hold'em main. The fact that Liang Zhu folds Ace King earlier 3-handed. I mean, those are kind of the absurd situations that make it interesting to watch and to see and kind of navigate, and somebody navigating to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those are, they may not seem like a large thing, or it may seem like, oh, okay, that was pretty cool, but yeah, he's just out most likely if the money goes in and there's nothing to talk about. But here we are. He is with $7.5 million, and him and Bonomo are looking to at least ladder, hopefully give a shot. I mean, their stack combined gets them about 66% of Young, and we do see an all-in with Bonomo. I'm gonna pick it up quickly. Quick fold there, Ace-9 suited. do you feel more comfortable, Lex, in a for short deck? You've seen a fair amount now, based on cash game or tournament. If you were to enter the arena, let's say a 25K short deck tournament or a 25,000 buy-in, whatever that comes out to in annies for cash, what would you prefer to play, or do you not think it matters too much the format? But if you had to choose one to take a shot at.
That's tough. I think that I've played a lot of Parliament Oma tournaments, so I do think that experience with close equities going into the money, I think that definitely helps to have a lot of experience in that. So on that side, I would feel pretty comfortable with short deck. Also, just because we've seen cards up from Wijk and Young, like I've railed cards up short deck for like 250 hours now or something from the best players in the world non-stop, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So you learn a lot from that, and we said earlier too, it really gets different when you play yourself. But I mean, I don't know. I would still have to say 25K hold'em, I think.
Yeah, but in terms of, you would choose it. You think the tournament versus cash game? You'd prefer tournament. I'm saying tournament.
Oh, okay.
If in a short deck tournament, 25K you buy-in or 25K tournament short deck?
Interesting. Probably tournaments.
Yeah. Also, I mean, just in general, the tournament experience. A lot of tournaments playing, you have ICM or just sort of understanding of situations and different complexities of the different stages. I think tournament as well. Also, I haven't seen really any short deck cash at length, and you've seen some, so it's probably closer. But for me, I would definitely choose the tournament. Look at this board. I mean, you can't get much more on top of that.
Yeah, excellent spot for Wijk.
Looks like he's gonna put him to the test here, but he's got redraws, he's got straights, and Bonomo is gonna see the news and not be able to continue here.
Wijk holding his chip lead nicely.
Seems like with the skill levels of these guys in this game, in the format, if they're not getting in certain spots, it might seem at depth it could be shaped up for a longer heads-up match than normal. But I guess it always depends on the cards and the spot. But at certain big blinds, I just think there's, based on, you're not seeing as much 3-betting. You don't really see a lot of raising, so that kind of makes it a little harder to get so much chips in.
And I'm actually quite surprised by that sometimes. I think that one of the things you're going to see develop in this game is 3-bet bluffs. And the funny thing is that we actually saw Tom Dwan making a few of those. And, we keep talking about that we see Tom do some things that nobody else is doing in short deck. And he was also one of the people who did that. And it's just tough because you give such a good prize. But at the same time, in PLO, you give people an amazing prize as well, and you still do it.
Yep. So nice ace queen, just
big win.
Takes it down. Good pick up for Bonomo. Every pot critical at that stack depth as you're one of the shortest.
It's also just gonna matter, right? Like if Wijk knocks out Liang or Justin, then he's just gonna have the same comparative stack and effective stack depth. But if Liang or Justin knock out each other, then all of a sudden you're looking at 200 ante heads up.
Right. Yeah, it's a big swing how these chips break out on the second and third place stacks, but there's no guarantees. Of course, things happen quickly. It does seem like Wijk Young has a super comfortable lead and just sort of position. Not really going to be risking a lot of chips pre-flop probably. Just taking his time.
Yeah, ICM still important though. He could definitely pressure a lot because these two guys don't really want to get knocked out. If you just
Yeah, it's true. If you start making it, you start raising pre-flop. It's like guys aren't really going to re-raise you, and
Yeah.
then you're in a flop, and then you bet the turn flop, and they're just like, well, got to decide.
Yeah, if you just start making it like 550,000, you know, of course you're also leaving a lot of money to be stolen out there, but people have to be worried. They're gonna expect to get called by anything that's remotely, you know, solid hand. If somebody makes it 550 with 10-9 suited, and you go all in for 4.5 million, you're just calling. So it's not like it's just a very easy raise to take it if you're facing that aggression.
There it is. Look at the tournament 100K short deck, pounds. 50K short deck going on. We saw a couple collisions there on the money bubble. They actually chopped because they both busted the same hand. I think Chun and Michael Sir Watts. They both went out at the same time. Benefield just ripped the ace-8 on the bubble there and Watts called with queens, ace on the flop. Benefield's running really hot. He's got a big stack deep in that as well in the money. Stephen Chidwick, another final table.
Wow.
If there was a player of the tournament, it'd be hard to argue. Even though I guess really, if Wyken Young can finish this off, I mean, going win-win in the mains is.
Yeah, he has a first and at least a third, so
yeah,
it's gonna. Yeah, I would definitely.
Got a nod, maybe not over there.
Yeah, I think so too. So definitely have to go that way. Well, Hangzhou with a big flop. Nobody else has something though, but since he only has a king high himself, it's not too bad to get 2 folds if he gets a bet in.
The another one was a first and a third. You know, Linus.
Oh yeah, Linus Leuliger, yeah.
The 50K and 25K right off the start. So kind of the reverse. You see Wyken Young towards the tail end, the mains doing it, and then the first opening events was first, third, and saw Linus going for it in the short deck. He participated.
Yeah, I think it's. I think what's most impressive is the fact, you know, you just see that Wyken is in control of both games this well.
Right.
A pretty solid hand for Justin first act.
And he's up to 8160 now, so getting shorter.
Yeah, I see Leanger with 90. Antis. Not gonna go for it. Good decision here. Very similar board to earlier when Justin had jacks. I think Wyken Young is just very comfortable just grinding like the way he is now. He's doing an excellent job, obviously has the chip lead. Hangzhou with a gut shot. Needs an 8 to hit a straight. Gut shots are pretty strong in this game. Yeah, and that's kind of a little bit of sign of, you know, or a sign of, you see Justin Bonomo slightly frustrated there because you just kind of know, like, oh, there's such a big chance that I have the best hand now, but what am I going to do against it? You know, I can't raise because my hand is the worst for that. Because I pretty much just block some gut shot straight draws and nothing else. But then this guy's just going to bet with a 7 and I'm going to fold. But yeah, that's just the way of things. It's just a drawback of limping and trapping before the flop, and he's going to get a lot of the advantages if people try to isolate him. Just gotta kind of swallow it.
Yep. Also maybe thinking about that ace-queen play. I mean, again, that's like stuff where I don't know. 3-handed, but ace-queen seems like a pretty good hand. But when it as played, you know, he limped, got raised, jammed, and got in a pretty bad spot there. Maybe got a. Looking back on it, maybe he would prefer not to, of course not results oriented, but just thinking from a perspective of how it was shaping out, where he was at, that maybe that's not the play to make the aggressive move. But
we saw a few of those, you know, and I think, you know, I called Jason Kuhn with King Jack suited for 60 antes. I think Justin called Tom for 45 or 50 antes with Ace-10 offsuits. And there's definitely, I think, especially Ike and Justin that have been on a very light side pre-flop, but to be really honest with you, at this final table, I don't really mind that because he's playing against two guys that constantly play short deck in their life. So if you know you can get in a spot where you're like 50-50 and you can apply some pressure, right? Like especially if he's the one going all in, I think that's pretty important. And he just puts these guys in these situations where it's like, you can fold your 50-50. I'm printing chips, and at least I don't have to play as many post-flop situations. So,
yeah.
like, you know, from a learning perspective, it's really great to be out there and battling. But if you play against a guy that plays this game every single day, then you might think to yourself, well, maybe just put pressure and play a little crazy in situations where they don't want to wager the stack.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason Kuhn was visibly frustrated with that. I mean, can't blame him. He's also won two of the short deck main events, so he was kind of looking for that legacy action. I mean, similar kind of impression to win multiple of one of these or multiple of each. I mean, this is Jason was bummed to finish in outside the final table. He did get a second this week though, so decent week for Jason. A couple cashes and a 900-pound score. Liang, we saw that move with 10-3 off on the just after the money in the main event. You saw that? That's where Paul had ace-jack of clubs. He was in the big blind. I think it was a raise, call, and then the small blind completed, and he made it a huge raise with 10-3 offsuit. And then Paul had ace-jack of clubs, and I think he must know Liang was capable of man up, win with it, got a fold. That was a big pickup for Paul, though. He propelled him sort of back off the. It was after the money too, so he was already.
That's cool though.
Yeah, it was an interesting hand from both players, but it's really interesting to see his range on bluffs. He's made some great calls and great folds, so it is fun. Rui Cao was fun. The start of this day today, he got some sick bluffs through. Really maneuvered multi-way boards with middle pair, kind of turning into a bluff, and it was very impressive play from him.
Yeah, he's great. He's just really fun to watch as well. And battles really hard. Justin eyeing the clock, just wants to see. He does get. He is pretty short. He has a strong hand.
Yeah, so certainly option.
One of the things, though,
700.
I really like this. I was just going to say, one of the things you have to be careful for is that when you're trying to print antes that are in the middle, to just not go like all in all the time. Because, like, what if Lang Zhu thinks, you know what, you and your button raise, I'm just going to attack you with King Queen. And King Queen is such an easy fold if Justin goes all in, but now Lang Zhu might be tempted to go all in himself. Wow, that's a pretty snug fold. It's a good one. So,
yeah.
You know, I mean, what can you say? Like, he's folding, and I'm really surprised because it feels like he's going to be pushed around. But every time he seems to be on the right side of these decisions.
I'm waiting for him to make a mistake. I haven't seen it. I did see what we saw, a crazy fold versus Rui Cao yesterday, 10-10, 9-9.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Rui
yeah.
Cao had Jack 10, and he had a 10. So he had to have Rui would have had to have quads exactly, and he folded. That was like the only one that blew my mind, and I guess wasn't correct in that specific situation. But as it stands, 244 antes. That's a massive lead. 162 Bonomo are short stack. But as you equate the situation to no limit hold'em, 62. What's that, like 20 blinds ish?
No, like 25.
Yeah, they 20, 25 is 10. Yeah, so maybe 25, 22, 23 blinds. So playability there. Still in the mix. Can't count Bonomo out.
Offsuit again for Lang.
He's got position and a pretty hand. 44-56. That's the percentages before the flop. Quickly into the lead. You got ace-10 of spades. You don't love that. Yeah, it's going to take a stab here. It's not a really nice board for your hand, but the dealer button. Oh, let's splash over to an all-in here with Richard Young and is it Chidwick? Chidwick at risk.
There's 4 spades. Richard Young takes it, knocks out tough opponent.
Oh, what? Ace king, ace 8-1.
Yeah, ace 8-1. Yeah, made a 4 flush.
Just like that. That'll be the end of Steven's hometown or home country. UK all-time #1 money list. Had quite a week, cashing many events. Final tables, £1 million included. And
Ace 8's a good hand. I want a big ace 8 hand too.
it's a lot of poker this week. Sure, he's going to enjoy a little break here.
Oh, we see Lang Zhu trapping here. So he called the flop. Wai Kin Young continuing his betting on the turn. I really like that. Now all of a sudden he has a gut shot. He can rep the overcard. Ooh. That might be trouble. The absolute nuts. All the straight draws miss. All the flush draws miss. So if he thinks there's a big chance that Lang Zhu has one of those, he could be firing.
He's going to go down that right into the stone cold nuts.
1.1 million.
A little frustration. Nice to have the nuts when you're getting bet into. So you can see the field 108 down to 3.
3.4 million.
Right, 3.4 million.
And fortunate for Wai Kin Young is he does not have anything here. Big raise. It's going to put Liang up to 10 mil. Certainly in striking distance, close the gap a bit. Bonomo, though, distancing himself in third. He knows what he's got here. He has a tough road ahead. 2 phenomenal short deck players. I think it's pretty obvious. And he's out chipped. But Bonomo likely knows the ranges here really well as well. I think everyone's in tune.
Really like the check from Bonomo. Ooh, nice flop for Wai Kin. The biggest problem with low pairs, it's kind of the same what it is in Omaha. It's just such a big chance your opponents have with draws, and also because single pairs don't get played that fast, right? So if you have King Queen on Queen 7-6 here, the turn is going to be so scary almost always that you're going to slow down with King Queen. Whereas in No Limit Hold'em, if you have a set of 6s on King 7-6, the turn can also be a deuce 3, 4, 5, like all these random cards that are out there and also on the board. So you're just going to make more money with sets against top pair as opposed to short deck. And if that means that your opponents are going to have draws a lot, and all of a sudden you're just not looking that great.
Yeah. Still 18 million. Wai Kin Young, 9-10. One of those hands, Jack 10, 9-10 seem to get a lot of love, especially when suited. But decent hand. Queen 9 is would say in the lead, yeah. So, I mean, decent 64, 47 for ties. There are ties.
That's 1.5.
Yeah, correctly calls with queen high. Good float here. Both players with a gut shot now. Wai Kun Yong can make the nut straight.
It seems like a pretty good card to keep the story going. Maybe if he's getting called by queen high, probably king high. He assumes king high calls him, maybe queen high, and it's gonna be hard to stick on. But I mean, Liang is just always seems dialed in. You see him check back trips, snap, and then when he's got queen nine on a precarious board, he's just wheels are spinning. So I mean, this guy scares me a ton.
Yeah, you're right. The fact that he's just considering this, just what?
I'm telling you, man, this guy is
Next level.
Scares me, legitimately.
Yeah, he's incredible. Really good game sense here.
And sometimes game sense isn't enough. He does get banked on the river, although, you know, I mean, I think, yeah, this is just, he was just heroing down queen high, but definitely not a great card for his hand, because if he thinks the hands he's ahead of 8-9, well, so 8-9 would be a straight. The hands he's ahead of, this is not one of the better cards.
Yeah, he just, I mean, you know, you're pretty much looking at hands like check 8, check 9.
Right.
Oh, but he's going to lead at it now. All right, so that's how you solve it. Oh, sorry, he's going to bet at it.
And check 2. This is actually could work. I mean, the 10 is an interesting card, though. If you're Wai Kun Yong and you're betting, bluffing, then you improve to the next best pair. It's just kind of you're blocking, what's that, 6-7. So 8-9 would be straight. I'm just trying to think what Wai Kun Yong is thinking here. If he likes this spot or not. Doesn't love it, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to. The problem is that not only would your opponent to have floated you twice or called you twice, he also has to turn his 6 or 7 into a bluff sometimes, right? So if Liang Zhu has a 6 here, isn't he just checking the river a lot? And I think that's kind of what's going through Wai Kun's head. I think that's what makes a difference. What if you have a hand like King 6? Do you think, well, he probably checked some trashy gut shot that has better showdown than I do, so I'm just going to bet at it, which would be pretty good, but that's why Wai Kun is considering that. Wow, good call. Nice.
It's hard to be impressed multiple times on a hand like by both players, and it's just like the great play, stellar play, amazing play. You gotta smile a little at that one.
Yeah, it's just one step ahead of him there.
It's actually really, and it's pretty crazy too, because if you get called on that card, I mean, you're ahead with queen high and you have your opponent in pretty bad shape, and he actually makes his hand as well, which is even more frustrating. Now, here's what I'm interested to see. If it gets to a certain stack depth where Yong has such an advantage, I wonder if there's some ripping starts, if we see that gear shift where it's just all in, or if that's just not the game plan in the short deck. Like, I wonder if he leverages those pay jumps and puts the variance up, but maybe it's just not the move.
I don't think it's his style. So, I mean, okay, so if you just compare it to the No Limit Hold'em final table, right? When somebody went all in on the small blind to his big blind with like Sam Greenwood with like...
Oh, he called Jack high.
Jack 3, he called pre-flop. And then the next time, 12 big blinds, he called Queen Deuce. So this guy is just not thinking about payouts in that manner, right? Like, he knows people want a ladder and stuff, but he just plays his game and he just tries to play and win hands as best as possible. And you know, I think that's also a strength in certain situations for him, because sometimes it's nice to be able to lean on somebody or think you have fold equity, and you know, because people might think about the ladders and what that all means, but he just like, I just want to win. this pot?
Yeah.
And how can I play this hand the best? And
big flop here for both players. Double gutted and sneaky hand. Hello. I mean, this is a card.
Yeah.
The offsuit 7. And when you're Liang, you love this flop. Wow. This is quite a card. The nutters, too. You just this clean nuts versus a hand where the 9 can even, you could feel all right about the 9. Plus, it's nice to have a little backup.
I mean, we see how marginal he's willing to get, so.
This is naughty, dude. He's still 18%. He's going to check it over. Now, if you're Y King Young, you're thinking, what can I do? How much can I bet? What does my opponent have? There's, I mean, a lot of draws out there. Flush draws, straight 8Xs, 10 Jack. You block both of those, but
I think generally in these spots, you kind of try to target like queen, usually like a queen with a gutter, or you know, a 9 with a reasonable straight draw with it, something like that. That's just most of the time what you're going to be facing.
Liang's definitely not folding, just a matter of how he proceeds. I mean, he's got a decent coverage here. Generally, he plays pretty quick. Looks like he's got something up his sleeve. He may just gonna call right. It can't. Raising doesn't seem to make a ton of sense there. Big river sweat here. I mean, this would put Y King Young up over 20 million if a clean card comes in. I mean, it's changes slightly the dynamic of the board. It does pair it, but
yeah, I think Yang Zhu is going to be pretty happy with that river.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of, you know, it's not a spade, so obviously he would have liked the spade better, but the board does get a little bit more dry, and it's less likely his opponent has a queen. I don't know how many queens Wykin would be betting. We see these guys short-handed really try to get some bets in.
That's 1.1 maybe.
But just instant fold.
it's crazy to me. You know, he's just so.
Alright,
I would
okay.
be, yeah, I'd be in like time bank card 3 by this river, and guy is a wizard. He's scaring me.
No, you're absolutely right. We've seen him do some really cool stuff, and this guy just seems to be incredibly solid. Yeah, a lot of these hands are apparently just part of this guy's fundamentals. You know, he's just like, okay, so I do this, and then I do this, and that's where I float, and just has it down, right? Because otherwise you can't make decisions that fast.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I've seen this movie before. That's just, you know, never.
Yes.
All right, it's okay, Wykin.
Is it fair? Is he the leanest love of short deck? I mean, I don't know. Maybe what's his online name? I promise you, I'm not sitting there. I'm not playing you. I don't care what. This guy is like the Grim Reaper, scary.
No, I completely agree. Like it's hard to explain the spots where that he folds and stays out of. I mean, how many times have we seen? I think that ace king fold for a single all in against those aces. That must be one of the first times I've seen ace king folded before the flop. You know, we heard Tom say that ace king is relatively stronger in short deck than it is in hold'em, and you know, people don't really fold it in hold'em pre-flop. Rarely happens. And then in short deck, I don't think I've ever seen it. And this guy just folds it, was up against aces.
Yeah, right. Like that's the thing, because even if it's like a flip or queens or something relatively flippier, but it was just, he had to be spot on. You really have to be showing aces there to feel really good about it. I mean,
ace king versus kings is 40-60, right? So against kings, you're already, especially if you have money invested or whatever, it's a very big chance that you're already making a mistake with everything that's out there in the antes. Yeah, this guy plays like a gangster, honestly. And it's cool to see because, you know, especially when calls and folds and decisions are that apparent, you know, there's plenty of situations where you can think, oh, this little intricacy of the game is hard to see, or we can't spot it because these guys are masters at it. But it's those kind of decisions that really stand out and are very visible that make it so interesting, and then to be kind of witnessing it in a heads up, it's really cool that these guys have some play.
King.
Takes one down, Justin Bonomo bleeding a bit, but not getting great cards, so not much you can do about that. Can't just randomly start ripping in the old ace-6. All right, here we see Richard Young on the other table. He has Arnaud Romain on the ropes. Ace-king versus
Man,
ace-queen.
I'll tell you what, we've seen Young in this tournament, the few flashovers we've seen, he's just had his opponent in bad shape. Like, they're just behind.
Q. Triple Q.
Now going for the old school over energy, just asking for it all. Wants quads.
Man, I love Richard Young.
Yeah, he's got to be happy to see his son over there doing crazy things. There's Webster again, just finding himself deep. He's had a great week.
Yeah.
Super beast.
Wai Long Chen and Webster just deep every single time.
Okay, 9Q.
Things. Oh yeah, there's additional things going on there. Possible chop. Not gonna be.
Thank you.
We saw Arnaud actually bubble aces all into the Dark Prince Ace King of Clubs. That was a all in right before the money from Ike Caxton, taking out aces to Ace King of Clubs, river to club. I remember from yesterday, and obviously this man knows a little short deck thing or two. Getting deep, final tabling, bubbling.
Plays some cash games too. He's been a Triton regular since it started.
This is another 7-figure score, regardless of what happens for Bonomo this three-handed match, which is pretty impressive to see him spread his wings in another game. I want to thank Party Poker Live, one of the sponsors, partners with Triton. Got a stop next week, as well as there's a couple Triton events there. Going to be a 25K short deck and 100K at Razvedov. So if you guys didn't see enough high stakes short deck, there's more coming. And it'll be curious. I just think these short decks. We saw the World Series this summer. They had an event. They got over 100 entries. It was actually a double knockout. Alex Epstein, I believe his name is, called it off with 9-10 or Jack-10 suited, maybe 9-10 suited. I don't know if you remember the hand, but he double knockout to win the bracelet.
Wow.
And just put it in. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was Jack-10 suited, but yeah. Saw him walking
That's
around.
nice. You know, like 2 all-ins in front of you. You can just end it right there.
Yeah.
You know, you have good equity.
Yep.
Yeah, that must be nice. Alex Epstein also played here, flew over to London, so.
You know, have you met him? He was at Reno. Yeah, he mentioned actually, I was like, where have you played short deck? And so he was like, oh, Run It Up Reno. I played a bunch. I was like, really? So he's got his practice in there and used it on the big stage.
Yeah, and he's another example, just like, you know, Ben Lamb, for instance, some of the Omaha guys that really take to short deck because of the similarities, and they kind of understand the betting structure of the game. And you know, Omaha is also a very dynamic game where on the flop, as a pre-flop raiser, you can feel great and you bet, and then on the turn it's the worst thing ever, and then somebody will take the betting lead, and then on the river you're just like, oh, okay, we got this. You know, it's the amount of times it switches, like your stance in the hand or who takes initiative, really different from No Limit Hold'em. And you see that too in spots where people lead on the flop. Like, how often do you see somebody check all the flop and then lead the turn in No Limit Hold'em? It like, you know, it happens a little bit these days with really small bets, but like nowhere as much compared to
these other formats. Yeah, it's true. Pretty nice spot when your opponents both have the exact same offsuit ace and you have kings.
Oh, interesting. He's gonna limp. Justin Bonomo really likes these type of situations. He has an ace. He blocks ace king, ace queen limps, so he might decide to go for this.
Yep, he looks like the wheels are a spinning.
Yeah, 54 antes for him, so he's getting pretty short.
Oh,
there he goes.
This reminds me of Johnny Chan inside L. Like, just has his man, and he even has an ace out. Like, just gets him in. Bonomo's thinking, man, I got pinned in here.
Yeah, and these percentages do not resemble the fact that there's an ace out.
You can see how disappointed Bonomo is with this result. He knows that, like, even though he's got equity in his mind, he doesn't know an ace is gone, but this is a pretty significant lead, even in short deck, to get it in. And everyone knows the significance here. This is to be heads up, and why King Young would have a massive lead heads up. 23 million to about 8.
Yeah, there's 9 million in the middle.
Big moment here in this 100,000 short deck main event. And Bono Logic, he's got some other things happening now. Still keeps his percentage roughly the same. Again, one of those, oh, they have the 3 aces listed, right? But there's 2, so it's so slightly worse than this. Bonomo, gonna see a turn here. I mean, the life of Bonomo.
Yeah, it really is.
Knows he just got absolutely kapuffed there. Oh my goodness.
It's actually pretty brutal.
Fair. I thought S7.
Holy
A7? Yeah, I thought S7 as well.
Yeah, that can't feel good. I mean, of course, like, that's the thing, right? You just turn it and you're like, oh, there it is. Come on, okay. And then all these things start flashing through your head, right? Can only lose if 2 of the remaining 7s come.
That's a wild run out.
Or chop.
That is wild.
But he's still in, let's be real. He was all in. He didn't have many outs. He had 2 outs to start the hand. And of course, you know, there's lots of runners to be made, but...
That was a masterful play from Wai Kim Young as well, to flat the
Second
kings.
limb,
Know your
yeah.
opponent, know like what kind of range he's probably going to take that spot more than the average. And he just got exactly what he wanted.
All right, so antes are up. So now 2 players, 100,000 ante. Bottom will put 200,000.
It's really fun stuff here.
Check.
So Bonomo down to 45 antes now. So it's going to be go time for him soon. I mean, even Lang Zhu is at 80 antes. You know, 80 antes is fine. It's good. But it's far from comfortable. The only person comfortable at this table is Weikin. Limp now. Of course, Bonomo not new to these situations. Has made comebacks before, and he's already top 3. He can be very pleased with himself. It's a very tough field to navigate through.
Yeah. Liang with the trip queens. Multi-way here. So he doesn't bet the flop. And now, if your Bonomo does have queen 8 of clubs, 2 opponents, no one bet. Just thinking if he takes the lead here, what happens? Could he maybe just take it down? But we're gonna see check, check, check. So makes a straight, but he is against the full house.
Straight.
Both for Lang Zhu. Millie in the pot. It's good for him to keep some distance. I'm really happy to see Weiken at this stage. Even though he hasn't made it deep in some of the short deck tournaments, you know, over the last few editions, me and Randy have kept mentioning how impressive he is at short deck. Because of, you know, what we saw at earlier featured tables, where you just, with a lot of these guys, you just think like, oh wow, you know, when somebody does something where you think, oh wow, okay, and then you start trying, you know, what's the reasoning behind it? You see the cards face up, so it's much easier to figure out the strategy behind it, and you just kind of learn along and think, wow, that's so cool. It's just something you don't see other people do that often.
Yeah.
Bonomo now with a very strong hand.
And a little reverse here. So
Yeah.
we see Bonomo, who is going to be the benefactor of a out-of-line wide King Yang move. Even though it's cut off, it's a little different. It's not like Bonomo limped and got bait. He just has initial action in front of him.
Yeah, Wyken just doing what a chip leader does. Making a raise, he has an ace in his hands.
All in.
Yeah, it's an excellent spot for Bonomo. As you see, there's already a million out there.
I think it's a tiny bit less than 4.
Selling yourself short there, Justin. Yeah. And so what Wyken is thinking about now, like obviously he's not happy with his ace-9. Yeah, he's going to make the call. He's up against ace-king. He really hopes that if he is up against a hand like queens or kings there, he's going to have 40%. Not so much this time, but still 30% for Wyken, so...
Yeah, tie is available too.
Yes, you know, 40 antes. It's very short stacked. It's like 15 big blinds, you know, sometimes you're not happy with it, but you have 30%, lots of money out there, a limp before you. So that money, if he spikes a 9 or some straight cards, he can knock out Bonomo, but Bonomo in an excellent position for a possible double up.
Almost got the hearts covered just in case there's running straights for Wyken Yang.
We're almost guaranteed to see a sweat on the turn. That's actually pretty rough. He needs a 9 and a 9 only. A jack would make Justin Bonomo a higher straight.
Looked like it. Looked like a 9, but it's not. It's a 6, and it's gonna see some chips move away. A little chink in his armor here.
40,000.
And this is gonna change things a bit. Pretty emotional swing there to go from having your opponent dominated to be heads up with a huge lead to double him up.
Oh, we see Mr. Liang all in against Dave Benefields.
I'll be impressed if Mr. Liang can outmaneuver Benefield here. Oh, he's got him a big shove all in. Yeah, I mean Benefield's running hot this week, and that actually is not enough.
Yeah, Mr. Liang, better to pair.
Yeah.
Aces and 8s. Nice.
Wow. It's not a good turn card for Benefield's hand, although he still has a huge stack. Maybe the chip lead.
Mr. Liang, absolutely fearless. We saw him call 3 streets in the £1 million event against Vivek with ace-king high. River all in, that's how he busted. It's absolutely fearless. Of course, most famous for the ace-king versus 5-3 hand against Jean-Robert Belland.
Yep, that's special. That was, you know, it goes a long way. People say, JRB's not, he's got a method to his madness. You know, he does a little advertising. I saw him last night in Les Ambassadors playing cash. People talk about that hand still. He was in the room, and you know, JRB's, I think he's got some ulterior, he's got some angles.
I think
might be a stretch, too big of a investment.
I think he was really shocked. I honestly think he misread Liang's stack there, where he just thought that just, you know, making a bluff, and if it doesn't work out, it's a few big blinds.
I'll tell you what, in the high stakes in the community, if you're known though for doing some stuff like that, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna put in $500,000
Yeah.
USD with 3-5 high. Like, yeah, he can play.
Yeah. Yeah, every time if I would play at in an underground game or whatever, you know, a private game, then if you're kind of a toss-up, if you're between calling and folding and you have a really bad hand, like 3-deuce offsuit, and you have bottom pair, and I was like, well, he could be bluffing. I just call, lose the kings, and you just show it.
Right.
And they just think you're a moron, you know?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
No, it's not it's really not the worst idea. Crazy swings here. Whole new game.
Yeah.
Get the coffee pots out. This could be this could be a bit. This could be. I've hit my quota, but if you're at home, this has definitely got the making of a long one. $8 million. Still a nice lead for Young. I was thinking Triton should add to their store a deck of cards, like have a 52, like regular, like get the people in Triton, give them. I mean, there'd be a couple Ace of Spades though, you know. Like there's some serious talent on here. Have like an all-star, put the faces on.
Ah, yeah. Like collectible.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. I mean, they have all kinds of rankings and points on their site. Do like the aces and stuff. I don't know. I mean, there's definitely some regulars. I can already tell. Like, there's a handful of guys here that are sort of the Triton regular, you know, legends, and it's fun to watch. It really is fun. There's a 50K final table going on as we've cut 2 over there, so there's still 2 Triton trophies up. See a bet here. So Wyken Young does have open-ended, good enough to be involved still. I ain't gonna go ahead and take the 8 for a bet. Oh, 3 hearts on the board. No one with the heart, standard. Board pairs here. $1,000,000 flat in the pot. JRB would be up there. People requesting for a Twitch stream for JRB to stream poker. That would be fun.
Yeah, a lot of time people request or people think like, oh, it'd be so awesome if so-and-so streams. But a lot of the times it's really hard. Like you can't, like, you know, good players aren't necessarily good at talking about thought process or talking while they're doing it. So in the end, you just kind of end up watching somebody playing. But I think that JRB is an excellent example of somebody who would be awesome to watch.
Yeah, Phil Locke stands out too. I've heard some requests. He would be interesting to see. But
for instance, you know, yeah, because they could just kind of like monologue their way through it, you know, in a way, and that's pretty important.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember Mike Madison on the stream streets.
Did he? I know he did fire up, get a stream going. I knew he was talking about it.
Yeah.
Saved by the chip breaks here. Wyken Young 146, 178 antes. Those are 3 stacks that still have playability, and it is anyone's game. But a couple big all-in moments. Double Bonomo. Oh no, he didn't double. They chopped the 1, so he chopped and then doubled. But still, nonetheless, he's healthy again, and this has got the makings of a long run out. But always, as we know, could happen in one hand. So wide open. 3 people going to get over £1,000,000. All 3 here get a £1,000,000 score. Paul Pois with 4th, just under that, but good showing again from him. What did Madison stream? He was streaming in Vegas?
No, he's just streaming some random tournament, but he was like walking away from camera and his sound was shit, and it was just a madhouse. And he was just, you could tell, like, it's also important if you're just like multitasking, right? Like if you can play live poker and you talk in between hands or you talk about stuff, but it's really hard, I think, you know, to realize that there's a camera on and that you need to talk as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's not just like thinking about your hand and then.
Yeah.
But it's you know, it's an experience thing. All right, so we have a double gut shot for Wyken Young. Very strong hand.
Yeah, sneaky too, but these guys aren't going to be blindsided by many board textures or runouts. Definitely a nice hand to hold, though. No one interested. why Kim Young was selling there. Back to 15 mil.
Yeah, definitely a little bit less comfortable for him, but he's still in a commanding chip lead.
A bit unfortunate for him timing-wise. You saw, like, I think the stacks were just starting to get. He was to a point. You said, you know, the ace-9, he opens up a little bit, starts to lean a little bit, put a little pressure, and then found himself in an awkward situation where just felt like you said if he had kings or queens or some other hands, he's going to be in just fine shape to run it down. Just not the one he wanted to see exactly.
Yeah.
Queens. On the button, queen jack suited. Like, it's a pretty hand.
Yeah, it's very powerful.
Let's step into it here.
$1.1 million. Oh, 900. My bad.
So this is one of those ones like the king, ace, king, kings, aces, pretty obvious to me. But the queens, this is one that's a little trickier.
Yeah, queens you gotta go for still. It's definitely like you even see it full table. Queens is definitely a headache hand. Like, you know how people kind of in general.
Tens or jacks.
Oh, he's gonna shove. Can't imagine that Langshu is gonna fold. Call, sorry. But like people in general always complain about pocket jacks, right? In no limit hold'em, and way too often.
Right.
But the way people think they should feel about pocket jacks is the way pocket queens actually is in.
Okay, that makes sense.
A short deck, so it's such a toss-up, and it's a little bit too strong to fold, but it's just always a headache, and.
Creative way there. He does add to his lead and stack. That's gonna be. I wonder what hand specifically he would raise the button with and then call that jam with. I mean, we saw him get off ace king. I don't know in this situation. It's a little different ante sizes and things.
Yeah, I can't imagine him folding ace king now.
Yeah.
Especially not after it was shown that you fold that hand. I mean, if people have seen it, then you probably can't just get away with folding it again.
Yeah. Why Kim Young getting a little momentum back. Had a blemish there. Now he's got a little chunk out of Liang stack, getting a walk, hovering back to 16. He flirted with the over 20 million. Might be a little tired. He was in that 2K, 4K game last night. Not sure till what time, but look at him, head down. That could be a little nap. He looks fresh. Looks like he just came out of a cucumber, massage. Like he just like he's just like got the looks like rested. Like he's got the
cucumber massage.
Yeah,
Dude.
Just fully rested and focused and fresh. But I don't know. Who knows? If there's ever a time you could power through, it'd be to go back-to-back main event wins, though.
Yeah.
Just lock it home.
Yeah, gotta be able to get yourself geared up for this one.
Yeah, looks rested. All these guys look focused and. He actually looks the freshest. You know what I'm saying though? Like when you get the cucumber, what do they do? They put the cucumber on your eyes. Do you know what I mean? Like you get the facial, like the green mask facial massage. He just looks like. Might have just done just that. He is the chip leader three-handed. I think that's one of the underrated things in tournament poker too, how tiring it is. How many times have you been on a 10 or 12 hour Twitch grind and you're like going off momentum? You got an army behind you, but it's like at times when you're just alone, or the days back when you used to grind online and you're on 12-hour Sunday and you're just like alone and you're like in there up against it, you're stuck. You got one tournament left and you're just like, what's happening? I'm in a $33 rebuy trying to save my day, and it's like, these are long days.
Yeah, energy-wise,
the next
it
big D number?
definitely feels easier to play than to stream, but it's I think in big tournaments here, it's just the moment you bust, you just kind of collapse or something. Like all the adrenaline is gone. That's why I don't like dinner breaks. I don't like breaks late in the day, or you just don't want that anymore, because it kind of gives your body a time to relax, and that's when you get really tired, because then it thinks, oh, we're done. Can we chill? No, we can't. And it's too important. Especially the crazy thing is, like, these guys are going to be exhausted after a week of poker like this, but this is when you need to be at your sharpest, is right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why that stuff matters. Fitness, health, working out, diet, sleep, all these things can make a huge, huge difference. And you just, you know, there's not a, at this level, there's not a ton of separation. So what are you doing that's different than the other guys?
True,
and a lot
yeah.
of times it's off the table. The little things. Well, look at this. 3 clubs and 1 over to the board. Pretty powerful flop for Bonomo's. Got to feel good about it. Probably has the best hands. Got a 10 high flush draw. Some questions if this event will finish today. I don't think this is the last day, so there's no way. There's just one answer there, and that's an improvement. Although, yeah, it's an improvement. 100.
We see a flush.
Yes,
Crazy.
It's rare.
It feels like the only time we see a flush is when there's 3 on the flop.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw Stevie make one on the 50K today. They flashed over and he had it, but not many 2-card flushes. It really is. It's like quads maybe in Hold'em almost. In between quads and
It's
a full
rare,
house. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
What do you think about PLO short deck? I'm sorry. No, that made no sense. Pot limit short deck. Is that maybe a modification that could be done?
I honestly think that in the future this game might go to pot limit before the flop and no limit after. Because I think that if you make it pot limit before the flop, you're going to get a lot more interesting pre-flop scenarios where people are going to raise and re-raise more because they can't be shut out of the hand.
Okay, so and that's the longest break. There's no longer dinner break. Cool.
I think there's that 30-minute break for dinner, short but longer than normal break. They get a little breather. It looks like 7 million, 15.9, and 8.8. Yeah, pot limit does.
You know, like think about pot limit Omaha, right? That's why no limit Omaha is a really dumb game, because if somebody opens, there's no, let's say you're 200 big blinds deep in a cash game, there's no point to re-raise with some 6, 7, 8, 9 type hand, because if somebody has aces, they're just gonna all in for 200. So, and that's the kind of the same, a little bit less so, but similar in short deck. You know, it'd be much more interesting to raise with hands like 10-9 suited if your opponents can only pot you and you can go see a flop anyway. So
yeah.
like, because of the similarities to PLO, I'd really like to see it change to pot limit, but it's still, I think we'll start seeing a lot more like re-raise mechanics and.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, that's the cool thing. There's Triton's open to things. There are also other modifications in games that get created. So that's it's kind of fun too, because it would change stuff a lot. Like it would change it, but also probably make it not too different at the same time. So.
But you know, in cash games, these guys sometimes play like 600 antes deep, and then it's a different story. Then you'll see 3 bets, and it's just, you know, it's impossible to get to that point in tournaments. Also, because it's just not interesting to watch. It would be cool with mechanics and stuff, but it would take 5 days for a tournament to complete.
Yeah. Let's see. Check back Bonomo, best position, ace 8. See the equities though. Queen Jack suited, really a good looking hand. No one has a 10. 7 is Why King Yong's hand. Yeah, like these are the spots where I feel like I'd have the most trouble, like going 3 multi-way, these type of boards where it's just so hard to kind of, it's just so different. Like it just seems different than Hold'em. Going for a raise here, huh? Well.
Gets it done. More plates.
Yeah, I think the plan there is to rep. I mean, maybe some Jack sixes come reps some other stuff, but it's a weird. It's kind of interesting to see hands they choose to raise or not raise.
We got a giveaway running at socials. It's Triton Poker Series on Instagram and Triton Poker on Twitter and Facebook. And you know, if you want to see hands like the disastrous 5-3 of JRB and some other highlights, even some updates and highlights after a tournament day, there's tons of those posted at the socials. Also announcements of tournaments if there's a new format like the £1 million tournament. All those things you can find there. Active all year as well, so see Langzhu take a flop in position. Bonomo with the open ender. Langzhu top pair, gut shot to a strong straight.
Well, 9-10 gonna run down a boat here. .1 in the middle. Couple shots to be down to heads up. There was 2 all-ins, ace-king. At first it was, I believe, ace-7 to kings. That was the most likely scenarios, with Liang folding the exact ace-7 offsuit as Bonomo was all in with. Bonomo turned a gut shot, or he flopped a gut shot, turned the straight, and then river chopped with the 7 arriving. And then afterward he got in with the ace-king versus Kim Young's ace-9 and doubled. So chance for a knockout. 2 opportunities, once ahead, once behind. It was chopped and a double. Those were the results. And Liang's been quietly chipping up ever so slightly, but closing in on 10 mil. Kim Young checking him in his rear view mirror, seeing him inch up. Tell you what, I don't want a part of a 3-handed match where they say maybe Bonomo's not the weakest opponent, and potentially, I don't know if that's even fair to say, but I think in this particular format, these 2 players just have so much experience and understanding, but then you can maybe neutralize it with the ICM or the tournament experience that Bonomo has. So I don't know how you shake it out.
Yeah, having experience winning big titles is important. It really is.
It's hard to close the door, right? It's hard to finish it off. And
Langzhu has a second nut straight here. Great turn for him. Wyken hits a 10. It's not really what he's looking for.
yeah, this particular run out. Not a ton. I mean, at the same time, Young thinking, well, maybe I could have 7-8 here. See some trickeration from Liang. Checking back with his hand. He's going to have to act first, so he's going to go ahead and bet. Doesn't want to let this one get checked back. And a quick fold. Nothing really much Young can do.
Sure gets out the way. White can call just the bottom with a strong hand.
I think that's the no limit players coming over to short deck. That's important to understand the percentages and just sort of distinct what hand is sort of similar.
Yeah.
You say ace jack off, well maybe that's how does that match up with the hold'em hand? How do you shift it slightly, the pips, and gives you a better feel, because then you can sort of equate it to, well, shorthanded, this is that, and this is how many blinds I have, this is how I play and hold them, and you can have a baseline. Just take some practice and mental exercise. So I guess so ace jack, it's in short deck it's a little bit worse, right? Because all the hands are jumbled up more, so it's like a ace 9 or something, or just a couple.
Yeah, it's tough to say.
Yeah, in that range, going that direction. Yeah.
This is a great turn card for White and Young. Bonomo definitely going to be more comfortable with his jack on this particular board.
He's going to commit the chips. Does have outs though. That gut shot's more powerful, that's for sure. See the 14%, that's higher than in Hold'em.
And that's nice because White and Young can just do whatever he wants. You know, like normally you're betting with trips. You know, we saw Lang Zhu could stay out of the spot with trips earlier on a Queen Jack Jack 10. He's going for the full trap.
Announces his hand. Bonomo realizes he was in bad shape there.
White can really trying to set the trap for somebody who's just playing a naked king, or maybe get Bonomo to bet with a straight, check raise all in.
Ace 10, Queen Jack. Bonomo having to proceed out of position here. Goes with the limp. And with the Ace 10, taking a peek over there, doing a little inventory. Making sure he sees the situation clearly. 10 million to 6 million.
Plus this.
Okay.
It's always nice to know worst case scenario, what's happening.
I really like these, when you're in position, I really like these raises to 8 antes, 10 antes as opposed to all-ins, because if you have a really strong hand, you really want to give your opponent the chance to just limp raise all-in with a hand like ace-9 if they think you're bluffing. And if you just keep going all-in for 60, 70, 80 antes, it almost seems, you know, okay, congrats, you win 3 antes, but the time you're going to be crushed, you lose 80 of them, so.
Yep. Yeah, it's cool to see Triton put this elaborate stage platform production on, and then get to see players kind of rise to the occasion and showcase their stuff. Someone like Liang, who I've never had the pleasure of really getting to see, and just to really get to showcase their talents here. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's just it gives us a glimpse into this whole different high-stakes world that, you know, pretty much covers half the world if you look at it, all the action, and it's. I mean, imagine, you know, whenever the first guys, Ivy and Tuan and Tricket and all those guys went to Macau to play. Imagine if we had these tournaments back then on TV, we would have known, we would have been able to follow the whole journey. And
yeah,
it's just a treat that we get to have that now, and really special too, because I don't know. In my personal opinion, it's the most fun high stakes to watch because of.
Yeah.
It feels old school, you know. You have all these characters, and it's. Yeah, it gives me that same feel as like high stakes poker back in the day. And
wow, what a card from the heavens! But as it plays, it's not really that crazy. It's not going to get too out of hand. But there are some. I mean, Wai King Yong has a 7 would make a straight. Liang could get in trouble with a 9, but I mean, Bonomo does just strike. He limped in here, so it was one hand too late. He limped the queen jack off, got popped. Then he limps the aces, doesn't get resistance. And Liang probably thinking to myself, you know what? I got a 9. What is Bonomo repping? He limped. He's leading now after checking. The thing is, he's got to think, what's he limping? So from his perspective, Bonomo probably doesn't limp with an 8 in his hand. So what does he have? He doesn't. He just has. I guess he would limp 9s. He limps other hands, but I think that's what was maybe crossing his mind. What does he have here? Jack 10. He looked very curious.
just folds a 9 for 2 antes, no problem.
Correctly, masterfully. That word. This guy. He honestly has made. The jack, like that trip Jack's check back was so fast too.
Yeah,
like that
yeah.
stuff. That's the kind of stuff that really impresses me.
I'm a fan. I've seen Liang Zhu before, but he's gotten a lot more airtime and kind of showcases moves. And this is just another one of those names where, on the next edition, you're just going to be looking out for it and thinking, "Oh wow, cool, he's there." You know, can't wait to see what he brings this time. So it's just another one of the Triton regs that stands out and gets some of the spotlight.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how they put their chips. So Wai King Yong has his chips clearly to the right. Bonomo looks like he has his chips directly in front of him, and then it's maybe he has a little to the right too, and then to the left. I always see some interesting chip building and stack sizes. We saw some time bank card statues, and I don't know if there's time banks left now. I haven't seen. There's been. It's getting deep here. Is there a reload? I don't think so. Bonomo hit that ace on the turn. He must have been thinking, please.
Yeah, you saw like a micro expression in his face when everybody folds. Like, oh.
Right. That was a way. There was a path to 10 million plus there. You kind of see Benefield over his shoulder. Look at that, with the mountain over there, going for his another short deck title. Pretty cool.
Yeah, Benefield says he's pretty much here only for the short deck. Really doesn't like regular hold'em anymore. Wyken gonna continue pumping this up.
Richard Young and Webster there too. We can see at least 3 of them. So I think 3 or 4-handed or so there. Bonomo has the key card here, the card. Remember, flushes beat full houses, so with the King of Diamonds, can't be too worried. And Wai King Yong is speeding without much of a shot to win. It's going to be really hard, even if he made a 7 or 9 offsuit. But as it plays, Bonomo is going to improve. And Wai King Yong with a 9 high. Not ideal. Not ideal. 2 million out there. He looks interested. He might go for a. He is going to go for it here. And as we see, it will not work. And he went for a healthy raise here, or healthy bet. Bonomo's got the straight with the nut flush card. Pretty powerful holding. Thinking, could I lose to a full house? Do I need to, is there anything other than call? I don't think there's anything you can do other than call here. Actually, the truth is, though, I guess if your opponent had a king and you ripped it, I guess maybe that's the thought process here, Lex. What do you think? This is dynamic in that sense because I would just imagine call, but is there a chance you could just get your opponent off a, would you ever try to move him off a king? Don't think so.
Yeah, it's tough because he would play full house the same, he'd play a flush the same.
Yeah. I wonder what he was thinking about though. I guess it was raised, right? He's never there's I don't know what else it could be. Maybe just realized that was not a great option and just call and likely win. Okay, so check back in on the counts. I think there's going to be a 30-minute break at some point for this. There's a 50K going, 86 blinds. Things are tightening up a lot. 13.7, 10, and 8. So if you look at the antes, that's what's important. 137, 101 in Bonomo, 86. Wide open. Wide open. Big payouts today. $1 million plus everyone will get. Huge money. Like Caxton, the Prince of Darkness. He is in 6th place.
Man. Can you imagine if that just sticks and then random people are like, what?
Yeah, this guy, yeah. Rui Cow put on a display, went out. Paul Pois, back-to-back final tables as well. Won't get heads up again with Wai Kin Young like they did in the main event, but 4th place. Starts adding up. Big money. Players all look pretty sharp and rested. Jack 10, one of the hands you like in this short deck game to see. King Jack, 8-7. Just gonna go ahead and check everywhere. We'll go to a flop, take a look at the percentages.
Pair for both Bonomo and Wai Kin.
Heard some people be tweeting or in the chat saying short-handed or three-handed short deck is boring. I've heard some say this is the most exciting thing I've ever seen. I think it's sort of that analogy we talked about in football, like a Super Bowl, the Tom Brady Patriots win where it's technical and there's not a lot of scoring. Then there's the Atlanta one where there's a shootout and it's the craziest game ever. But the technical one, if you can appreciate the skill and the art and the artistry of it, it just depends kind of what you're looking for. These guys are three players that are super talented, super technical, and yeah, if you want to see, Tan Xuan and Rui Cow and a few others you could name that maybe this would be over already, and there'd be some crazier stuff. But these guys are doing great stuff, just a little bit more controlled pot dynamic. So I think it just really depends where you're coming from and what you're looking for. But it should be, noted that that's what's going on. We're watching some really special stuff here.
No, yeah, that's true. I think,
I think you should say something as soon as you see it.
Yeah, I was thinking about it and then, yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
I wasn't thinking of it. And then I realized.
Kind of missed that one, but I think there's a card maybe you've seen and you didn't mention it right
Wai
away.
Kin wasn't sure, and then Justin, rightfully so, said maybe you should say something. Wai Kin was like, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he's like,
sometimes
sorry.
it slips by.
Yeah, sorry, I was up playing cash games to the wee hours back up now. I'm trying to stay.
I mean, one thing, right? They're like, if somebody says out loud, I think I saw the burn card, you know that he has no malicious intent, because then he would have said nothing,
Right.
So.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that, sometimes you see a splash fest, all-ins everywhere. It can be super exciting and it's crazy. And other times you just see the game for what it is, and this is, can be very technical, just as when No Limit Hold'em is very deep. And this is a great side to see as well of the game, because when it's re-entries and everybody's popping off in this tournament, everybody's like, oh, this, or everybody, some people like, this is amazing. Other people say, there's no poker in this is just gambling. But now you get to see what it results in.
Yeah.
It sets the stage for a very awesome kind of technical poker match. And so that's what we get to see right now. And this is kind of more what short deck is like. Some people love to play short deck. There's cash games here that are $200,000 buy-in that are 40 antes, and it's just people shoving every single time. You know, and it's fun to watch that too, and this has their own, its own kind of fun. I think like in a match like this, you learn way more about the game itself.
Yeah, I think it's also to note on that point that if you weren't watching any of the short deck day one or some of the early coverage or when it was picked up, because I believe the main event was going at the same time on the final table versus day one, you know, that it's similar to a tournament for No Limit Hold'em. There's different stages, different things. I think you see Ace King fold three-handed, which is absolutely mind-blowing into aces, but probably in the level one, the rebuy period, Ace King is going to fist pump, put it in. So it's like you have to understand this is some high-level stuff happening in different stages. This is very different. ICM, huge pay jump implications than you're going to see short deck on a cash game or in the middle, early bubble stage, even, you know, the first rebuy period of a tournament. So that's interesting to look at.
All right, nice little takedown. So pots are definitely getting pretty big. I mean, limp pots, 600,000 now if all players join. Waiken Young definitely relinquished some of that lead that he had.
Yeah, poker, very mental, emotional, a lot of highs and lows, even within a tournament. And every hand really is a puzzle, and you gotta just regroup, make your best decision, and not think too long on it. Can really affect your future gameplay if you get hung up on a spot or a hand or a mistake in your mind. So, yeah, I mean, Waiken Young doing well, but he was up to 20 million. He's got 13.5 now. I can't think. It's a different spot now. Every hand is new, and I'll tell you what, Liang to me he just seems so dialed in today. I'm just so impressed. And I mean, again, I don't really know what to. For what I've seen, it's impressive. I just haven't seen a lot of short deck, but he just seems to make the right decision every spot.
Oh yeah, this is definitely very high level.
This board looks pretty safe for A7. Looks nice. Not too many two-pair boards where I've said, oh, this seems safe, but this looks pretty safe. Even though, again, the 8 would be, what, 8 or 9, you have a gut shot. There's just always something going on.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's always something.
So in Macau, I've been once very short time, and I don't think short. It was 2011. If you go to Macau now or in Asia where they spread, this is like, it's primarily, is that your understanding that short deck spread? Like you go in, you say you want to go on a cash game table inside one of the casinos there, and they're like, oh, it's you know, 5-10 short deck.
No, I think so, but I think definitely in the highest stakes, it's mostly played. So I think there's still a ton of No Limit Hold'em games.
Yeah.
In Macau, and you know some of those bigger games there as well with VIPs, but you know, like Dur was saying, the games that Paul, Dur, Rui, all those guys play, and it's just short deck. It's just
9.
Oh, I like it. Wow. Okay, that seems very snug. King Jack suited to a button raise out of position. That you got to be a little bit careful there, because that hand still plays really well, you know.
Yeah. I think that's sort of that's the exact hand he's targeting though, like a king jack off. Not maybe shouldn't expect to get a king jack suited to fold, but those kind of king 10, king queen off,
yeah, just
ace 10, yeah, ace 9. Just gonna put it in a tough spot, especially with the chip lead. I'm up to 8.5 million all of a sudden. And these are some of those. These are just absolutely trashy hands. And I think I see the logic in this. Just same kind of thing. Make a better hand fold. It's just a really bad hand. If he somehow gets re-raised, he doesn't really care. But Bonomo showing a little bit of short stack prowess and
yeah, he's got himself up
tricks.
to 90 antes again. Must feel good. He was down to 45 antes earlier. Got lucky.
Yep, lucky for a chop and then doubled. Take a look here. There is an exclusive giveaway at Triton/series.com as well as on Instagram, Triton Poker Series, and Facebook and Twitter has Triton Poker, some cool gear we're checking out. Oh. Young with the limp, the Blackbirds against Queen 10 off. Still, look at that percentage. 2-1 favor, a little better than. Pretty clean flop in the particular situation. I do remember when there was talk of PLO taking over No Limit Hold'em, just where it would spread. They thought maybe a year or two, it was up for debate if it would be the game when you walked into casinos that would be what was being spread when it kind of burst onto the scene. It didn't quite catch that fire, but there's still a lot of PLO, and it seems to be slowly maybe making a little ground on No Limit Hold'em, but not in tournaments, especially live. But you see cash games are popular. Maybe
Yeah, for sure.
a round of each and.
I think in the end, I love watching short deck, but I think short deck and PLO in the end are best suited for cash games, and No Limit Hold'em is just so hard to come up with something more awesome than that for tournaments.
Yeah.
900.
At 900s, see two suited hands. Take it down.
Three-handed still, and not much given here. Not much given away, that's for sure. People making really good decisions. One more time, why Kim Young did stop at the cash game, because he was there. It was pretty late. I don't know if he finished the session, but Justin with a dealer button, he just decided not to limp. This is actually interesting. This is almost the exact same hand, Lex, that he decided to fire out on the limp, but this time it's a raise, and this actually may spark his attention on the reverse. He's gonna give it up, but you saw him think about it. Maybe he limps his big hand, so maybe this isn't that big. So some good metagame, good adjustments being made, and didn't bite though.
Yeah, it's tough to go smaller than that. You know, you're giving somebody the option for 6 antes to see a flop in position in this game, so gotta be careful that you don't make it too easy for your opponents. Playing an overpair out of position is so hard in this game. I can also quickly getting rid of King Jack, so these guys definitely not valuing King Jack that highly. So, especially after seeing Lang Zhu fold it. Now this one, maybe something to learn from.
has a pair. You know, except in the hand of Justin with 6s below the 7. Sees the board texture, decides to take a stab. 9-10 in particular does have a gut shot, flush draw back door, and 2 overs to the 7, so worthy of a call. And I don't see it. Why can Young gonna give it up? 9-10 feels pretty. Look at that. It's actually a 72% favorite in this particular situation. Well, 61 to win. And look at that, 10 highs even ahead.
These guys are gonna tie a lot though, still, but.
But these guys, they don't look like tires. Someone's gonna take a stab at some point. I don't see it go check, 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 check. But maybe. Could on the river. The turn, okay. Well, there's a winner. But Bonomo, though, when he sees the check on the turn, I mean, he has 6 high. That's so hard. That's it. That's the worst possible hand you could have.
Yeah, he quite literally has the nut low.
Love the speed play. Beats the dealer before it's his turn. It's just to the next hand.
Yeah, Langshu plays really fast.
Scary when someone plays so fast. That means they want the HPH, the hands per hour, up. They don't want to. They want to keep the antes low. They don't want it to get too lucky. You know the guy's dangerous when they see that.
Check.
Right, 3-way. Really whiffs everyone. I mean, Langshu with reasonable holding here. So, well, turn set. Wai King Yong has a 9. Ling.
No. Oh, sorry, I saw.
Make sure it's on the right person here. Cut off hijack matchup.
Okay, guys, you have 30 minutes break.
Alright, so these guys are going to go on a 30-minute break. Of course, we're not going to leave you guys hanging on the break. We're going to do some highlights. We're also going to be showing some break desk, some insights on what we've seen, what's happening, what's going on with the 50K that's running alongside it. Of course, you're watching coverage from the main event here. You see some chip counts. Wai King Yong, 140 antes. Langshu, 103. And Justin Bonomo, 83. But antes will be going up, so I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some blood very soon. The deep stack play is over a little bit then, and people are going to be forced to go for some more all-ins. I can't wait to see what that's going to bring. So first some highlights, then the break desk, and then we'll see you guys after.
It's been an amazing week here in London for many reasons, but one reason stands out above all others. The Triton Million. What an event. The biggest tournament buy-in in history. Let's take a look back at how it unfolded. 54 people stumped up the $1,050,000 entrance fee. Half of them pros, half of them businessmen. 2.7 million of the prize pool would go to 10 different charities, leaving 54 million to play for, 19 of which would go to first place. Not bad for 3 days' work. 11 people would make it into the money, and if you're wondering who the bubble boy was, it was Igor Kurganov. We're still feeling your pain, Igor. Eventually, it was Bryn Kenny heads up against businessman Aaron Zhang. Bryn had a few shots at the title, but it would be Aaron Zhang who lifted the trophy. The consolation prize for Bryn was that he would earn enough to see him leapfrog Justin Bonomo at the top of the all-time money list. And with King Kenny now leading the way by $10 million, like a robber without fingerprints, he's going to be hard to catch. So what's next? 100 million guarantee? The Triton billion? Watch this space. Now where the hell am I?
You're flipping with ace king. Bonomo's got ace king. He's gonna jam all in
Oh,
here.
so maybe the reverse. 8-9 suited, it's like 9-10 suited.
Yeah, I would suppose.
Or
But then again, it's just a different game a little bit.
Right.
Post flop, I would say yes.
All in.
All in for Bonomo. Ming Zhonglu is our first player at risk. Look at the odds. It's 54-44.
就是没关系才敢推了嘛。SP 单不敢推。
545.
This day.
Let's get that flop. Any clubs, any 9, any 8 to save Ming Zhonglu.
This is wide open.
漂亮。
That is pretty dry.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. They always say there's always a sweat on the turn.
Always is a strong word, Randy. Let's see if you can back that up.
Backed it up.
Back it up, Randy. Lou, how do you know? The club feels powerful in Bonomo's hand here. He has a club, takes away one of the outs. There's already no 2, 3, 4, or 5 of clubs, so he is in down to 4 outs, 1 to come. River is, oh, it's black, but not enough. He sees the stuff set in, but just looks like a nice guy. Smiles, having fun. Made some nice, went for it early on. And he will be our 7th place finisher. Getting a nice score there, though. Nothing to sneeze at. 482,200 pounds. And an impressive showing. Triton resume stronger. Triton website result locked in. It looks like he's already checking out the 50K field.
He's definitely jumping into that 50K. Great performance from a Hong Kong player. Everyone else over 600,000 pounds guaranteed.
At the casino, whether
They may come out just for one. I mean, it's actually more. Let me correct that statement. If you play long deck, you play short deck. But if you play short deck, it doesn't necessarily mean you play long deck.
Right. I
300
got you.
看到啊。
Rui Cao, the real hand. Is there an actual hand ranking chart? Like, is it You said you roughly know, but is there you know, in Hold'em that's like you can? It's pretty easy. Aces
I mean,
down, pairs.
I've never seen one, but if I was to guess,
There
it's
is one.
aces, kings,
ace king,
suited,
340,000.
suited of course, but I mean ace kings, queens, and then jack 10 suited. But there's a chance the jack 10 suited is above the queens. There is a chance. Like, it's more like this. Queens is better pre-flop. Jack 10 suited is better post-flop. So it depends on the situation.
Well, ace king suited. This is pretty fair fight because they're now there's no club evident, but the Paul with the ace king off.
You see the respect here, right? Like
Yeah.
they didn't get it in pre-flop in. This is two guys, yeah, they're
two
cash
guys
game
from-
players, but they've adjusted to the tournament aspect of it. The payouts, they know, like, maybe unnecessary to get all in right now.
Yeah, if you're Paul, you do have the diamond. You're drawing the nuts with the 10. You have a powerful diamond there. It's a decent spot to be bluffing. And if you're Mr. Rui Cao and you see this action, you're putting them on hands, there's not a ton of great scenarios here. Jack 10 is ahead of you now. Ace king, you're tying with. Kings, you're way behind. Aces, you're way behind. Oh, what a card from Mr. Pois here. He's got a redraw with the same hand in the nut blocker here. And Paul is going to be interested here. He knows, though, this is a dynamic board. There always seem dynamic boards with
Every board
short
is
deck, but
dynamic.
this one extra. 3 broadways.
Usually, I think a lot of people actually check here because they don't really want to commit the chips on the turn. If you have to commit the 2.6 million on a turn, you're probably beat. But there is merit to betting and checking back to river. I do like to check.
So not the call Paul wanted. He was love to see a diamond in there.
Yeah,
but
or 10. But yeah, okay, value bet from Rui Cao. 170. It's a block bet.
Yeah, it's just gonna get called and just nothing else to. Actually, no, interesting. Well, yeah, because the 10 there. I was gonna say. I mean, he does have that king of diamonds, but I don't know how.
It's very easy for Rui Cao to actually have a hand like king 10 or queen 10, jack 10. I don't think you should be raising.
It would be a pretty sick bluff that would actually work.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if it'll work. Right? It's so hard to make a flush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Set.
Did you say set?
Yeah, it's just troll.
Yeah.
King jack suited.
Shove pre-flop. Same.
You shove?
Oh. Maybe. It's hard.
This is the kings, and Isaac Haxton has pocket aces. The very first hand back from break. Haxton's thinking about it. Is going to make the call.
3-way all in.
A 3-way all-in at the final table. Pocket jacks for Lang Shu. But when you see this many all-ins, you got to lay down to jacks. You can ladder up really well. The jacks are out. Such a sick turn of events.
Yeah. I like your head.
There's no jacks left in the deck. You folded 2 jacks, I folded 1.
No jacks left.
Diamond. No diamond. Better still, the jack. Now you are
7, 8, 9. I guess there are a lot of wheel cards.
70 to 1 to hit the flush.
Rui Cao does have more chips than Haxton, so if they're both eliminated, Haxton would get the lower place finish.
Again, pass 2 of them. Sorry, guys. Joking.
No jokes, Paul. This is very serious. We're going to need 3 6s on the board.
Okay. And then 4 6 on the turn.
That's exactly what we need, yes.
Let's see that flop.
Oh.
King on the window card, and that is a lot of spice.
Dead.
Haxton almost dead.
Oh, yeah, yeah, dead for now.
Not completely.
Rui Cao
Nine.
need an ace or
Come
9
on.
to stay in.
9 of diamond.
9!
Turn card is the 10. So now Haxton's got some
All the
outs.
jacks are gone, right?
That's so brutal.
9 ace.
But there's no more jacks in the deck, so Haxton's eliminated officially. River card is the 6, and Wai Ken Yong gets the double elimination. Haxton has less chips, so he's going to be the 6th place finisher.
No use.
Yeah, use.
I know you have a lot.
My stack is bigger than his.
It's worth about 200,000.
Yeah, but he won the Pope.
I think number 5, right?
611,000
Oh, open-ended. Fuck.
for the Prince of Darkness, Isaac Haxton.
Lim Rui, how much chip you have? You went all in.
3 million around.
3 million? 60 BB, spare ND.
Rui Cal finishes in 5th, 783,000 pounds. We got 4 players remaining, 975,000 pounds for 4th guaranteed. Rui Cal has been super aggressive, won lots of pots post flop. Eventually, his demise was the Jack 10 of diamonds. Cooler, GG.
Who's chip leader now? It's hard to tell.
There we lose the Prince of Darkness himself, Isaac Haxton. Another deep run, another close finish, but can't quite close it out. Pocket Kings trying to figure out the perfect raise size. Ace Queen for Lang Shu. Definitely a hand that he could have considered going all in with. But Paul's so short. Definitely not expected to happen now. Does outflop with the trip queens.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series. The players are at dinner, and we still got 2 events in play, Randy. We got the 3 left in the 100k main, and of course 4 left in the 50k. And I think the story has to be that both Yongs are still in there. Waikin in the big one, and then Dad Richard doing okay in the 50.
Yeah, father and son duel would be pretty epic. Can you imagine them both holding the trophy at the same exact time? Like 2 all-ins at the same time. They both win back to back, and then they both get presented the trophy.
I think it's been a wonderful event in general, but it's almost a fitting end that the founder gets to lift the last trophy of the week and his son next door. I mean, they couldn't have designed it better, really, could
Most
they?
certainly.
I mean, it seems quite a fitting finish, and happy for them both there. Wykin's playing fantastic, and I'm sure Richard on the other side, haven't seen too much, is playing his usually strong game. Just generally, the entrance numbers we've had this week, it's been quite impressive, and it looks good for Triton going forward.
Yeah, it's been record-breaking, and like the main event, 130 entries. Of course, the Triton Million. Actually, that was very impressive, right? 54 total entries. We're looking at 42, 44, 46, and all of a sudden, all these guys wanted to get in. And the short deck main event, it's got over 100 entries, lots of records being set, lots of big prizes. I know there's so many people that are loving the short deck action. They're going to get in on it, and more Western pros have been playing it. I'm excited for the next one. I imagine you are too.
Oh, yeah. It feels like the million was like 3 weeks ago now, doesn't it?
I know. I want to see another million, more big prizes, more pain, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, not enough millions in the world. I think we're going to see some more, I reckon. Triton are going to be back with that one. Let's take a look at the 50k first. Let's see that leaderboard. We've got David Benefield, again, leading the way. He's having a fantastic week. He's one of the standout performers. There is Richard Young behind him. Yeah, David is having a fantastic time, proving his worth at short deck. We knew him as a full deck player, and here he is, just killing it this week.
Yeah, he already shipped one tournament in the 25K. He was very impressive, right? He's the type of guy who understands mathematics to the T. You know, he's going to shove all in. He's going to make the right calls. And sure, he's going to get it in bad sometimes, but you need to think about the times when people just fold 12 of shoves. You pick up all those antes in the middle, and by the time you get it in bad, you're not really that far behind because it's probably like a 60-40. You won all those antes before. This is a key winning tournament strategy, and Benefield understands that best.
From all I've seen of short deck, it looks like a game that people that tilt shouldn't play because you get it in. There's so many. You see outdraws all the time in this game. You've got to have a strong stomach to play short deck.
Yeah, I've been saying, you know, if you can't handle bad beats and no limit hold'em, try short deck, and you'll see like all sorts of crazy things. Yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster, but I think it happens so much that people are used to it. Like, oh, it's short deck. I expect it. There's always a sweat on the turn, pretty much like 95% of the time.
Great to watch. Probably harder to play, I imagine, Randy. But I'll give it a go sometime.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. In the 10 pence short deck tournament.
That's where I'll start, and we'll see how that goes. Is there any smaller? Okay, let's have a look. We've got two champions still left to crown. Let's look at who's already been crowned champion this week as we run down the illustrious list. First up, we had the Triton Million, of course. Aaron Zhang winning the largest buy-in event in history. Of course, Randy, that was the highlight of the week. His matchup and the heads-up against Bryn Kenny. I don't think anyone truly fancied him with a 4-1 deficit against Kenny, but he found a way. He got there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think he understood that, yeah, Bryn Kenny was like, it just seemed to be his tournament, you know? And eventually Aaron Shunu Zhang was like, well, it's short stack a little. When you get short, you can double up, and then you kind of get close in chip stacks. You really just got to keep your head high and just battle in there. You know, Aaron Shunu Zhang is very well known for his cash game ability. Doesn't play that much tournaments, so I think he was a little bit surprised he actually ended up pulling the win, but once you got that lead, you can definitely see it, and he eventually got it in with the top pair against the flush draw, and that was a sick hold.
Yeah, he very nearly didn't enter the tournament because he didn't believe in himself, and then someone told him, look, you're good enough, buddy, and there he was winning it. And he's perhaps the nicest guy to ever win anything.
Well, to win anything. I don't know anything.
I've checked. I've asked everyone.
But, you know, I saw Aaron, he actually went up to Bill Perkins after he won the tournament. He did, you know, he shook Bryn Kenny's hand, but he went straight to Bill Perkins and says, I want to donate to charity that Bill Perkins was talking about. And that's really cool, you know. Like, that's the first thing he wanted to do. Was obviously very humble about his win. It's a great
And then there was the party after the million that night, and there was a magician going around working for tips, and everyone was like pointing at him like he's just won a hell of a lot of money. You impress him, you could pay off your house.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at who was next. It was Charlie Carroll in the 50K 8 max, 1.3 million, his largest career cash, beating Jason Kuhn heads up. We enjoyed that heads up. It was quite a tense one, and Carroll came on top, even though Kuhn had a few shots at that fourth title, couldn't quite get it.
I want to ask, why is it that every time, the first time someone comes out to a Triton event, they ship a tournament?
Mate, I'm going to have to play something in the next one, aren't I? And just
you don't ask me to buy your action, all right?
Yeah, just prove that it doesn't always happen. That's what it'll do. Then we had Linus Lowlegger scooping the 25K 6 max, his first major title. I imagine he'll look back on that in years to come and say that was the first of many live event wins because the guy's got some talent.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he deserves to have a No Limit trophy. He's just widely regarded as one of the best online players. He got a first and third. And he's playing some short deck a little bit now, right?
Yeah,
so maybe he'll get one of those short deck titles.
I think that's a live game legend in the making there. The following day, all eyes were on the main event, the Triton main event, where Waikin Yong defeated Paul Puar to lift his third Triton trophy and the largest main event in Triton history. That was a great heads-up battle. Paul desperately wanted it, but Waikin got there.
Yeah, super epic match because Paul really wanted that title. He's got 16 cashes. Got to the final table heads up. We got Waikin all the way down to 5 million in chips and eventually lost it. So you got to feel for Paul, but Waikin third Triton title. And now he's at the final table, 3 remaining in the short deck main event. He can be the first player to get 4 Triton titles, first player to win both the short deck and no limit main event.
I mean, to do it in 2 different games is
Back
the
to back.
mind-blowing thing. Like, it was 2 days ago. It feels like 3 minutes ago he was lifting that trophy, and there he is again. Okay, then we had David Benefield, the 25K short deck champion. Yeah, as we said, he's been an outstanding performer this week. I'm sure he'll fly home very happy man. But of course, our main focus is the 100K main event, still in action, 3 left, eating a lovely dinner. But do you want Wykin to do it?
I mean, Jeff asked me who's your pick for this final table, and I picked Wykin Young. You know, I want to see the 4th title. I want to see the No Limit champ kind of pull in a short deck championship as well in back-to-back at the same stop in London here. I think he's a very skilled player. He's definitely known for his short deck experience as a cash game player, and it's definitely shining right here. You know, when you're playing 100 to 200 antes deep, if you're a better player in short deck, it's going to show, right? Justin Bonomo, obviously a very good player. He's going to be approaching the more in a pre-flop way because that's where he studied most of his edge, right? And of course, he's going to know how to play post-flop pretty well from his No Limit Hold'em. But then again, Wykin definitely has more experience than him. And it's been really fun to watch these 3 guys battle with Lang Shu to making some epic hero call down with Jack 6 on a, what was it? Queen, Queen 6, King Ace. Like, I don't know what he beats with the 3-barrel call, but he made it, and he raised the Ace King, got re-raised, and actually folded and was correct against pocket aces. This is like one epic short deck battle.
They're doing amazing out there. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, actually. Let's see how they're standing. There is Wykin leading the way, not by much. It's very tight. I mean, we've seen it swinging back and forth, and this 3-way battle's been going on for a few hours now. I mean, it really is anyone's. Justin will be desperate to chip away at that deficit that Bryn has set. That 10 million, that's going to be a hard gap to close.
For sure. And I mean, Wykin did have 20 million chips at one point. It did look like he was going to take it away, but when you're short, you're not really that short here, right? Like, the shortest stack here has maybe 90 to 100 antes. There's a lot of battle to go on here. You know, I think this is going to extend even further. Blinds and antes are going up, but there's still a lot of limping going on, some raises and multi-barrels and call downs. I think this could go on for a while, but then again, it is short deck. It could be someone's got aces, someone's got kings, and, you know, it comes out quads, who knows?
And then we got, Bryn doesn't play short deck. So, of course, Justin, at every one of these Triton events, he has 2 or 3 more shots at digging into that deficit, the 10 million deficit. So, do you think that that's going to make much difference? I mean, is it a shame that Bryn doesn't play these events? It would be great to see what he could do in a short deck field.
Yeah, I mean, Bryn Kenny, I believe it was funny because the one time, I think in Montenegro or Jeju, I can't remember which one, he decided to fire into the 100K short deck at the last minute registration. I think he played exactly one hand with like pocket eights, jammed it all in, and just got busto super fast. I haven't seen him since play it, but, you know, he might get in it. But Bryn's the kind of guy where he just plays when he wants to play, plays only higher rollers, going out and get some good sushi and traveling the world. And I think he's okay if the lead is very wide. It's like $10 million. Justin Bonomo can win a couple tournaments and he still wouldn't overpass him. But Justin Bonomo, like you said, he does play short deck, is very good. He's going to have a little bit more catching up, but can catch up much quickly.
I wonder if Jason, I wonder if Bryn will be at the next event diving into the short deck to try and give himself a few more opportunities. I mean, he loves these events, so you'd think he'll be trying to make the most of them, playing everything he can. So maybe he'll play more than that one hand. I'd love it if that was the only hand he's ever played. One hand of short deck, lost 100 grand. What about Liang Shu? We must mention him because his best live cash to date is just short of $330,000. So this is huge for him.
Yeah, well, whenever you see a guy with their Hendon mob saying only 300K, it's a big sign that they're a cash game player. And you can see from his skills, his post-flop ability is very good. He knows when to make big folds, big calls, and big bluffs. Lang Shu, maybe one of the lesser known of the 3 players remaining, he plays very impressive. I don't know if you've been watching, but like I said, he's been making these hero calls. You know, Lang Shu, I played with him in No Limit Hold'em, and he like multi-barreled me, and I honestly don't know still today whether he had me or not. I decided to fold. He's a very, very tough opponent, very well composed, and he's always capable. And whenever someone's always capable, you're always second-guessing yourself.
And we saw him final table in Jeju. He had a 7th place finish. That's when he first came on the scene for me anyway. And he's a cryptocurrency trader, but is he more a poker player? I don't actually know, to be honest, his background.
I don't know the exact background behind him, but 100%. Whether he's a professional poker player or not, he looks like a professional poker player based on his talent. Yeah.
And we've touched on it earlier, but of course, Jason Kuhn and Makita have the 3 titles as well as Waikin. Yeah, how desperate is he to make that 4th title, to be the first one to that landmark, 4 titles?
There's so much meaning to this title, right? It's not only the short deck main event. You already won 1 title, the No Limit main event. I mean, I don't think anyone can really match the back-to-back wins, especially in the 100K main. It's going to mean so much to be the first one to ever win a Triton title in, Manila, I believe, or Macau, I can't remember.
I think it's Manila.
Manila, the first time to reach the 4 titles. And first, $6 million probably if he wins both events. That is mighty impressive. You're going to cement yourself way up there, and a lot of people are going to have some catching up to do, and he's probably just going to play some cash games on the side and just win even more money.
Okay, this is, I believe, our last panel of the week, and it's been a pleasure, Randy. But let's just quickly pick your brains. If you could give me some quick fire. Your favorite hand of the week. We don't have to go into detail, but who was it, and what did they pull off?
I like the trick it hand of Ace-Jack. Man, that bluff was so sick. Got Chidwick to fold the flush. Absurd.
Yeah, any hand that can push Chidwick's call with the Jack-5 off your radar has got to be a good hand. It's fantastic to see Tricky Trickett living up to his name. Yeah, that was an impressive one. And who's impressed you most out of the players?
I'm gonna go with Waikin Young. You know, he hasn't played No Limit. He doesn't play that No Limit that much, but the fact that he shipped that tournament, now he's at the final table, had a big, massive chip lead, still has the chip lead. Like I said, history is going to be made today.
And what was your worst moment of the week, Randy?
I feel like you know the answer to this. When Bonomo hit that ace-10, he rivered the 7 straight against me, and I busted 2 or 3 from the money with my queens.
I thought you were going to say when I didn't turn up to dinner that night.
I never invited you to dinner.
Okay. Do we think we're going to see any other games? We've got the short deck and the full deck. Are we going to see Omaha? We've heard about smaller stakes being introduced with Triton. Are we going to see any other games, you think?
We did have an Omaha tournament last series. I believe Chow won that one. You know, we don't have it this series, but it's cool. You know, I think the players did request the tournament, and we made an Omaha tournament for them. So it's possible it's going to come back in the mix. It depends on the schedule. We want to make sure we get the short deck main, the No Limit main, and some smaller binds, 25Ks and 50Ks in there. So depending on how it goes, we may add more PLO. And I don't think mixed games is that popular, but short deck is definitely the game now.
Okay, and one thing to touch on, this week saw the first time that Triton introduced not covering your face in the million. That was quite revolutionary. Obviously, these other events, they've been allowed to do what they want. We've seen a few people covering the face again. But do you think that's the future for...
This?
Yeah, that's the one. Do you think that's the future for Triton? I mean, it seems to be a tournament that prides itself on people chatting, people having a good time, and just a relaxed feel. And maybe the scarves and, covering up your face kind of ruins that.
Well, it's cool to see that they're being very innovative. I think they're going to get feedback from players like, hey, what did we need to do this? And some people are like, yeah, it was a great idea. Or so, no, it really didn't matter. We are playing for £1 million here and there. So other innovations like the shot clock, right? The multi-color, 20-second, 25-second, and 30-second is very cool to see. I think Triton's always trying to innovate. And
I love the website. It must be.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Like a commentator's lifesaver, right? That's been amazing for you to.
A lifesaver for all the people. You don't always have to ask, how much you playing. You can just look at the chip counts.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's us for the week, Randy. It's been a pleasure. As I said, we must give thanks to everyone else that's worked on this, which is Jeff, Randy, Lex, Marley, Liv, Ali, Nick, and everyone else behind the scenes. Let's throw you back to Jeff and Lex.
thanks Pete and Randy. That was the last break desk. I really hope that you guys enjoyed those segments. I think we were able to get a lot of insights from not just the commentators and the panel members, but also with some guests. You know, we had Danny Tang on there, Jason Kuhn, for instance, just to name a couple. We had Tom Dwan in the booth. I think it's really special, and it just kind of shows how close the players are to the staff and to the organization in general. Triton really just like a big home game circus. It's just traveling the world and playing their games, and we're just lucky enough to have cameras on it, really. Like we said before the break, let's give you guys an update on the chip counts here. So 120 ante with a button ante of 240,000 has pretty big ramifications for the stack sizes, as you can see here. You know, 2 levels ago, Waiken Yong was on 250 antes, 200 antes, and you know, that's drastically gone down. And now we get to the murky waters, where we're gonna perhaps see some more pre-flop blood, and where people are gonna be more comfortable just getting the money in. Lang Zhu really knows how to stay out of a pickle. Waiken Yong really knows how to put people in one. So it's been a fun battle between these two. Justin Bonomo as well, out there battling. Really good performance by him. A little bit more inexperienced at short deck than these guys, but definitely holding his own. Waiken Yong with a flush draw here. That's a pair for Lang Zhu. Really good sense here by Waiken. Puts pressure. Really shows that his opponent's range, according to him, is weak enough. Lang Zhu showed to be pretty sticky sometimes. He called twice with queen high. That was in position, of course. Big difference in this game. It's called in or out of position. Position is king. When boards change and are so dynamic, position becomes more important. That's why relatively the button is more important in Pot Limit Omaha and short deck as opposed to No Limit Hold'em, for instance. Because their boards are a little bit more static. So a lot of the actions that you'll see players take, which you saw on the turn here as well, it's not so much that people think you're in a bad spot now, but it's more like by betting the turn, you're also trying to tell your opponent you're going to be in a really bad spot on the river as well. And to kind of avoid that, you see people bowing out early sometimes, as Lang Zhu did there with the ace-10. Waiken trap limping with the ace-king. Lang Zhu. Massive hand. We saw him fold ace-king earlier. We're a lot shorter now.
1.2.
I'll be going all in here, I bet. One of the strongest hands. Short deck.
5 seconds.
All in?
All in.
Set.
Down, please.
Double suited.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, that joke is funny again. Called the offsuit hands double suited. 2 chances of making a flush. Well, that flush is going to have to be a spade flush, otherwise we're just going to chop the spot. Flushes are so rare, and both players will take back their money.
Goes 18 of clubs against 18 offsuit. This is the top. Board is Queen 772 now.
People started this tournament. Lots of re-entries. I think the average amount of entries in this tournament is 2 for each player. I think we had about 70 uniques. Young has been around 15 million for a while.
One.
He had it Justin Bonham on the ropes with Kings versus A7 to chop that one. Both Lang Zhu and Justin Bonham will have chipped up a little bit. Oh, we're gonna go to the other table. This is the 50K short deck tournament. Mr. Liang.
1 million. This is 5, yeah?
Yeah.
So
With
5,
Chin
8,
Wei Lim.
1 million and 60. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 million 60 total.
106.
106.
Both players with a strong hand.
All in and call?
So this is 25 antes. So pretty short. Richard Young gonna get out the way. And see an exact flip here. Big moment for these guys. Wow. That's a 10 in the window. That makes it tough, but still 20% for either runner spades or a queen to pop off. There's the queen. Wei Lim pulls out ahead. Mr. Liang has to make a full house now. And he does. Wow, this game. Unbelievable. What a showdown. Mr. Liang goes up to 5 million in chips. Another great finish for Wei Lim. Really enjoy seeing him. Very good player, runs deep a lot. So now these guys three-handed. Richard Young, Dave Benefield, and Mr. Liang. That's what people actually call him. Back to our other final table. The short deck main event. There's been some crazy cash games going on. I know you guys are asking us a lot, and we are recording cash games. We will put those out later, and we have also the Montenegro ones prepared for you guys. Here we see Lang Zhu has 2 blockers for straights. Pretty good. There's blocks ace jack and jack 9. He's gonna get a call from Justin. That's That's another king. That's gonna make it a little bit more dicey for Liang Zhu. Yeah, Balamo does take it down. This guy's very close in chips. So 120,000, 240,000. Some serious stakes. And here we see that Justin Bonomo almost catching up now. He's only 5 antes behind. Wai Kin Yong, 15 million chips, 125 antes. This could go very fast. These guys are definitely getting into some of the more shallow situations.
I was wondering, we were talking if there's big stacks. Sometimes we saw leverage versus the 2 short stacks, but is that, in your opinion, strategy-wise, would that be more normal? Just do you think these particular players, or Wai Kin Yong in particular style, not someone would do that? Like if you saw Linus, Loiger, guys that more tournament savvy, or play more tournaments or just situations, there's a lot of the time where you can just ICM leverage and push it pre, but do you think that's just his style, or do you think in general the game doesn't play as well to just muscle people when there's a stack, this type of situation where there's 1 big stack and 2 smaller?
Yeah, I think it's definitely matters who has the chip leads for that to happen, and I don't think that Wai Kin Yong is necessarily going to do that too much. But it's also, now it gets to the point where it's so expensive. It is also just kind of nice to be at that 15 million, because if you raised twice and you lose those hands, your chip lead is gone.
Right.
So it's really hard to exercise a lot of pressure with people having that much equity in every pot. Liang Zhu here with an open-ender. Rainbow board, always nice. All your outs are 100% clean.
Ace Queen, just from what I've been seeing, doesn't seem to connect very well with boards too. Here it seems to be the same in Hold'em. It's just one of those tricky hands where you feel like you have to play. It's a very good starting hand, but just oftentimes it's not so easy to win a big pot or be in a great spot. What is your thoughts on Ace Queen in short deck? Still strong.
Yeah, it's strong, but it's still marginal. It's I mean, Ace Queen against Jack 10 is just a flip, and against Ace King, Ace and Kings, you're obviously trailing, so. It's tough. It's tough. We see people play Ace Jack and Ace 10 pretty fast this week around, so that could, that kind of works in the favor for Ace Queen. But I definitely think that Justin just wanted to take it down. He was just trap limping there. He would have just shoved if the button would have opened. Ace Queen offsuit plays very poorly. It's so important for hands to be connected in this game.
Yeah, here 9-10 suited versus King Queen. You see 9-10 suited, definitely one of the more popular short deck hands. Jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited. Seem nice to start with. So pretty looking for 9-10 suited. That 50K behind there, it's in and out. See Richard Young and Benefield, and maybe are they 3 or 4? It looks like 3.
Yeah.
Wow. So 3 and 3 handed. Nice, just father-son combo.
Yeah, that'd be
Three-handed,
great.
going for it.
They could be together on the podium. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It's fun too because they're super competitive against each other. I mean, one of the first reactions Richard Young gave when Wyken won a tournament somewhere and people were giving him praise for like, wow, your son is really good and what he's doing. And then Richard Young said something along the lines of, you can say whatever you want, but I'm still #1 Malaysia all-time money leader. So super savage.
Set the tone for the dynamic, yeah. Tightening up a bit, 14 million, 8 and 9, so yeah, stack's getting pretty close. A6 off. How old is dude? Wyken Young? Is it? Do you know roughly?
I think to remember he's 27, but that's
sort of a guess. Or
yeah,
feel.
yeah. It's kind of like I kind of remember it, but it's still a guess. The Bonomo takes it down with the gutter. Strong hands, good shots.
Another thing when you start talking about Bonomo or these guys that are relatively new to short deck or tournament short deck, you just wonder how much time they spend on three-handed, two-handed. You know, it's like you want to, it's where the lion's share of the money is, so you expect them to do some work, but it's like no limit hold'em. How much time do you actually spend on heads-up game? Just usually not your most comfortable format because you're used to playing that. The majority of the tournaments are six-handed plus. So just curious if Bonomo's done some of that work, probably. Raises going now.
It's really nice. The nice thing about having these trashy aces on the button is the fact that you know your opponents are less likely to have ace king, ace queen. That's what makes it such a perfect stealing hand in position. Because if you check, like the hand is abysmal. You know, a7 offsuit, a6 offsuit. Those hands are tragically bad, really, in this game. It's really hard to state that just how bad they are. But there, it's just a really strong blocker. You know, especially when somebody's limping range is pretty scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's cool about this game how you just always have something in the pot. You know, it's like every hand your ante is visibly in front of you. Even though big blind ante format tournaments, technically you're anteing each time for everyone, but it makes you feel a little more connected to every pot to fight for it.
Yeah, it's so much bigger in this format too. So.
Yeah.
It's he definitely. We heard Danny Tang. I think talk to you about that, right? Where he said it's so dangerous to get anteed out in this tournament.
Yeah.
And if you get to a point with 30 antes, it's just like people just not gonna fold anything anymore. It's queen 10 suited. Yes, of course I have to call. You know, it's kind of.
Yeah, you want to stay out of that danger zone. Everyone clear of that right now, but it is really evening up here. Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw, both players backdoor straight draws, and it's a money card.
There you go. That is a pretty nice 2-outer there, but at the same time, you know, Lang Zhu, enough reason to not drown too deep in this hand. He's had excellent spider sense when it comes to staying out of trouble. I like the bet by Bonomo on the flop, specifically also because he blocks queen 9 and queen 10. So it's
Snap fold, good.
Man, I really like how fast this guy plays. He's crazy good.
Yeah. So I'm saying that. But the thing is, the reason it's just so impressive because it's always been so spot on. It's not like there Bottom was bluffing with a gut shot or something and he just snap folds. It looked kind of silly, but when he's got the nutted hand, it's just like, oh, wow.
Yeah. And then, you know, you think, oh, okay, so this guy makes really good folds. And then he just calls with queen high twice and is good. You know, it's razor sharp.
Yes. Really. Surgical. This is a definitely, like some people are saying, it's a little slow three-handed, but it's pretty cool actually too to just see the maneuverability of hands and board textures, especially since this isn't a game that many of us are familiar watching.
Yeah.
For sure, me is.
I mean, yeah, you get to know the game a lot better. You know, I think that's why some people have a lot of trouble kind of getting to know the game when it's still in the re-entering stages, because it's so insane then. It's just all in, all in. I mean, how many all-in hands did we show in a row with outer tables? It was like at least like 20 or 30 in a row where it's just non-stop all-in coverage, you know. It's fun to watch and it's fun to see the pain and all that stuff, but that's not the beauty of this game. This game is very technical.
Well, pretty cool. The players remaining in the 50K, there are 3. David Benefield has a chance to land his second trophy of the week, and then Richard Young also three-handed, and Yu Liang is that's Mr. Liang. Yeah, Yu Liang. He is in there as well, so that's pretty cool. They are playing for 777,000 pounds up top, 357 guaranteed. Also, all 3 of those players are in for 1 re-entry, or not. They were in for 1 total bullet, which is nice. That's pretty. That's sort of like a.
That's unreal.
Yeah, that's a feat.
That's unreal. Right, we see Bonomo getting pressured here. He has 3rd pair now. Kind of the bad end of the straight draw. So David Benefield won 650,000 pounds earlier, I believe, in event number 6. The 25K short deck, first short deck tournament of the week.
He got
deep in this one too.
Yeah, he final tabled it, and I believe he got it in aces to Wyken Young's 9-10 of spades on a 6-7 queen board, 2 spades. So actually, the 9-10 of spades was a favorite versus his red aces, but it did peel off spade, just in case he missed the turn. Delivered the river for him.
The deck was like, I got you.
Make sure he knew he had to go over and get in the 50. But that's 3 for 3 cashing the short deck that's something. And title, and a possible second title.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Stylistically, he would be one that, if I'm not sure, they flash over, maybe we flashed over some, he would be one that would maybe be playing the big stack leveraging differently, because we saw on the bubble he jammed ace-8 off, big jam into Sir Michael Watson called with queens, and he did hit an ace in this tournament here. Okay. So he may be going for a little more of those ICM type of situations. But
it's also just like, you know, you see even like really good tournament players are sometimes making like, you know, minor mistakes, or sometimes bigger one when it comes to payouts when it's really technical. I mean, you know, you can calculate most of that stuff, like what should I be wagering with what hand and how often is my opponent going to pressure. You know, and it's kind of one of those things after the fact, you check through a few decisions and then you kind of get a clue on what adjustments you should make. And, you know, the more time you spend playing cash games, the less you're going to do that. It's just not worth it. So these guys play cash games 95% of the time, and if you then just play a tournament, you know, it's like rather spend some time thinking about the cash game strat. And that's why you see a guy like Wyken really approach those situations head on. No bells and whistles, just like give me the most chips I can win so I can win this tournament and beat my dad. That must be so annoying too. I'm sure, like, I mean, they play high stakes games together, and you know, Wyken is so good. I mean, Richard's very solid, you know, so it's like both are very good, but it seems like the kind of situation where Wyken, you know, it's like, oh, son of founder Richard Young. No, hey, you know, I play the high stakes cash games. I do all right. So, you know, I'm going for my 4th title. What are you talking about?
The first one, that's a pretty cool milestone for sure.
Yeah, And then you wake up and you go for breakfast, and your dad is just, and he has that over you that he's number one on the, you know. Now Paul Pua actually is number one on the all-time Malaysian money list, but.
Yep. Nice hand there, ace king suited on the puck. Dealer button. Position in all poker really is so pivotal in this game. More so, same as No Limit, PLO. It's just all so powerful, but
This, it's incredibly important, this one. I think it almost, well, PLO is like we said earlier, the more dynamic boards can be and the closer, you know, winning chances are, the more important position becomes. There's been some famous side bets in PLO where people played heads up and said, I'll give you the button every single hand. And like a world-class player would tell like a weaker, you know, known to be weaker or allegedly weaker player. And it was impossible for the people
to overcome.
Yeah, impossible to overcome. So it's definitely not something.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I don't know if any of these three in particular, Wykin, Young, or Liang, spotted me the button in for rolls. I don't think I'm not I'm not going to sign on that dot, but I think generally speaking, you're right.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, this is essentially the Super Bowl of short deck. This is the biggest buy-in in the world, the main event, 100+ entrants at Triton, and you get to say you're the best in the world. I mean, this is the world. This is the main event for this.
Yeah, there's legitimately not a higher quality of play stage than the guys that play at Triton. I mean, these guys invented the game. You know.
Is it safe to say we'll see a £1 million short deck in the future in Triton? Maybe once the Hold'em jumps to 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put out crazy things there, but just to give you guys like an idea, there's a tournament that is going to be like invitation only for the VIPs. And, you know, it's pretty much going to be like, you know, just the business guys. And it was planned to be a £100,000 buy-in. And they were like, after this whole week of high stakes, they just said, screw it, let's just make it 250K. Yeah, £250,000 short deck just for fun.
Probably re-entry, right?
Probably, yeah. 45 players, and, you know, it has some different players, people that don't necessarily looking for the camera or the spotlight and all that stuff, you know. But so, you know, a tournament like that's not going to count for any money list or anything, but it happens, and I think it's only a matter of time before we see that at a stage like this, for sure.
Also, that's going to be Hennemablis. That's like literally off the.
Yeah, it's off the books. Yeah. It's like a 45-person invitational.
45. Oh yeah.
It's just like.
Nice. 45 man. That's nice. I remember those 45 mans back on. What was it? Full Tilt in the day. So $75 45 man. Just add a ton of zeros and.
I think the most important thing there is that, you know, it's not public or whatever. It's just so.
Yeah.
You know, it's
private. King Yang with the gutter, the heart, and 2 million out here. This is a significant pot already to the flop. The pots are getting a little bigger. We see the Blake Blund and Annie jump up here. No turn action here. Liang with jacks navigating on now an overcard of the board. A lot of red out there. It's kind of sick if you see like someone rep or bluff with like blocker flush cards, because I haven't seen a ton of it here, at least at this stage. But you know, it's like it's almost like you get paid because it just doesn't happen. So it's like you just bet big if you have it. Like people don't credit it.
People don't respect the flushes, so.
Right. It's kind of interesting though.
Jacks stay good.
Quick check knows that's just a showdown hopeful winner. It is. He's he's checking, making sure.
Would have shoved the flop. And then I will be in a very bad shape.
Jack 打光了。来个 Jack 打光了这牌。
3张你打我就打光了。
啊
？3张打应该也打光了，除非你不去。
flop 你动就打光了这牌。
You know, just three-handed. It's been three-handed for a while now with no real sense that it might go heads up at any moment, but you kind of think at this level and this deep how it would be, especially heads up, depending if the chips kind of break and it's sort of an even-ish heads up match. It might take something pretty special, a special cooler, a special moment for this to break. You know, it's just like these guys aren't giving it away. You're not seeing you're not going to see just kind of a random all-in. It looks like these guys are really posted up, and I think part of that is these are high-stakes players and the money's huge. But the title, I think it comes out. These guys just want it so bad. They don't want to make a misstep. They know like this main event Triton short deck, most prestigious one in the world. And here's a 50K, you know, also, but it got less, about half the entries. It's half the buy-in, so mine's a little less. But you know, these titles aren't easy to come by. And this is nice. It's nice to get this is actually cool to switch over here and see these guys also battling for big pounds.
Yeah, still pretty deep, these guys. You see, both have well over 100 antes. Richard Young plays very fast, as we always say. Look at this stack of time banks. It says a stack, like barely grab him with his hands. Just gonna fire at it.
It's kind of fun, cards face down too. Just a little different thing. It's just so hard to guess sometimes in these scenarios. But this is Benefield on the button. Looks like he's got the chip lead at least versus Young. I'm not sure how many chips are in play. Kind of see what he's doing, what he's thinking. The 6 is generally the card that does favor the button. That's one thing we were mentioning earlier, right? If they're kind of forced in there, you have position more likely you could have a 6. So for Richard to attack that 6 is also could be just part of the, not necessarily has to have a 6, but just could realize like, well, if he's betting that day, he's sort of saying he has somehow like aces or 9s full. So maybe Benefield just really queuing in on that.
Bet 1.2.
Big bet.
Is it gonna fold?
Young's never used a time bank, right?
No, I mean, did you see the stack is like almost as high as the table.
Man, that's crazy.
And I've seen him make some sick calls too, just like third pair, no limit hold'em at a final table of a Triton event. And somebody just goes all, you know, somebody uses like 2 time banks to go all in, and he'll just like snap out a chip within like 2 seconds, just toss one in the middle. Third pair, no problem, get out. It was good too that time.
That's just awesome.
Yeah.
But by the next maybe future Triton stops, there'll be a time bank card stat like time banks used in or whatever you call acquired, held on to. I want one of those boxes. I don't play many, like, do games at home really, but it would be nice to have that. You know, if you ever do have a game with friends, it'd be fun to have a time bank box. It's a really nice feature they have. We talked about a lot day one, but those pre-flop, flop, turn, it does save a lot of time. Different colors, different streets. It 20 seconds on the pre-flop, 25 flop, 30 turn and river. And if you need more than that, you do have time banks. If they run out, then you are subject to those requirements of 20, 25, 30, and 30. Innovative feature with the 4 buttons. Benefield's just either not showing his cards or they're not picking them up, but top 2 versus a nice open-ended here.
There we go.
Does arrive to his hand.
And most of the time, your opponent is actually going to just show up with Queen Jack, King Jack. So definitely not has to have a straight just yet. So.
So 900 out there. Benefield does have the chip lead after winning that last pot a little more significantly. And they ain't going for a nice value bet here. The board pairs. He does lose to other straights, but I think he can pretty much safely understand this is his board. And Richard.
What a fold. Nice. Especially 3-handed. You know, there's so many bad cards and hands out there. That What a stage. I'm gonna miss this setting. Honestly, it's it's been such a crazy ride this these past 9 days.
Went fast, and they definitely set the bar high.
It's weird how you just get in some sort of like, you know, tunnel almost. You just every day you wake up, you have breakfast, you go to the venue, you see everybody. There's crazy action. You sit down in the commentary booth. It's really wild.
Yeah, and it blends together. It does remind me of an intense Twitch grind, like during a series, you know? Like, you kind of wake up, you're up, you're in it, and it's like no time to really calibrate even what day it is. I actually don't know for sure what day it is.
No, yeah, you just lose track. And there's times, that's why I get so annoyed if you come back from an event like this and somebody will say, you know, where have you been for the past 2 weeks? It's like, dude, I did 120 hours of commentary. What do you want from me?
Yeah. Exactly, that's exactly right.
It does feel, like you say, it does feel like such a long grind, and so like for these players especially as well, you know, they have the high stakes pressure, and you might see these guys play tournaments all day, but a lot of these guys are trying to get into cash games as well. You know, some people will be guaranteed a seat in the cash games, of course, and they're just gonna go all night. We saw, especially this week, I heard a quote from one of the Western guys that plays in Macau a lot. He said that the games here were some of the biggest games he's ever seen in his life.
Yeah. That's scary to think. I mean, I've heard of a couple 2K, 4K, but I know that's not a that's not the ceiling.
But it's just like, you know, people straddle in those too. Just straddle, and somebody's like, I remember that, you know, we hadn't heard from Tom Dwan in a few years, and then all of a sudden he just tweeted that he put on a 20K straddle. Like out of the blue. I believe this was like 4 or 5 years ago or whatever. And he, yeah, this games get out of control. 2,000, 4,000 PLO is just...
Yeah, it's silly. I think I was telling Randy you weren't here. I stopped by for a second. I saw Aaron Zhang get it all in PLO. Vivek was there, 3-way all in. It was a 4-5 was the nuts, 2 heart board, so 2, 3, 6, 2 hearts. Aaron Zhang had ace 9 of hearts and some whatever else holding. He ran it twice and he just heart peeled it off, ripped off the whole. He did a big celebration. He's like, yes, and everyone's like laughing, and then he's like, I'm running hot. I don't care. I don't care. I'm happy. That's what he said. I'm happy.
Oh, that guy's so nice.
He's really nice. Yeah. So we've been seeing some of the three-handed here in the 50K. It's nice to have the option on both tables here. Both three-handed. One started a day later. It's the main event versus the 50K. So 100K, 50K. 100K is not finished. And some well-known faces in the community here on both tables. Three and three-handed. Seeing some special stuff, some really nice folds and calls. Benefield does have extending his lead here. E6, 10, 6, so 10 in the hand. Young checks it over. And this is just, doesn't feel like it's kind of Benefield's week. He gets it in. And he is going to get called here. Got 100%, that's nice on the turn. Board does get different, but Young is going to have trips. And
Hey.
he's gonna win. Checks back though there. I guess makes sense. Like, what would you be value betting against? Ace 9, Ace 8, Ace 7, Ace 6. Those are the only hands really. Everything else doesn't make a ton of sense. Going back to the feature here. Oh, well, that is a new chip leader. Bonomo, 104. Kin Young is in second, so it looks like Bonomo did a little magic trick and something happened. We didn't get to see exactly, but he has 12 million. Or maybe he's just chipped up a little.
Yeah, if we didn't show the hand, it has to have been just winning blinds and antes a few times in a row. I mean, look, there's 600 if you raise once or you call a flop bet, then there's going to be a milli in the middle, and you know, win 4 of those spots. You're going to be chipping up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Lang Zhu now is the table short stack.
I did ask Paul, and he said he can confirm that did happen about the short deck. It was from their game. Someone didn't want to, they were complaining it was too tight, and they just created the game. Basically, it was years ago, and that's pretty cool to be a part of history now. That's like a famous, one of the three, I'd say. I don't know if you could even argue. Is it's Hold'em, PLO, and short deck. Is there any other variation that's even in conversation? I mean,
I don't know.
Don't think so. Those are the three main games.
There's the straights. There you see it, 3 million in the middle. Wyken's gonna slow play.
He's got the back. He's got the hearts with it. It's kind of cool. Big hand. And Liang, will he bite? He's thinking all the scenarios here. A lot of times thinking, is my hand good enough to just check back, or do I not mind to get blown off? And he does check back. Wow, the rare flush, the unicorn,
yeah,
comes home.
Here we see it, and that could be trouble. Lang Zhu makes 2 pair. Of course, there's a 1 card straight out there.
A lot of money in the middle here. what a powerful hand, right? Like this is just like never we were worried about being over suited when you make your flush. It's just like it's got to be just the rarest thing to see flush over flush in general.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, I don't know. Well, I've definitely never seen it in my short history. 1.2. Liang has been perfect in these spots. He just hasn't even. The fact that he's thinking about it worries me because he's been so fast in all his decisions, but this is definitely worth a think. Could we see his first misstep? He wouldn't be able to blame him.
What?
No.
Just never. I just like, I don't know. It's so solid. And yes, it's a scary board, and it's a one-card straight, and, you know, I mean, flushes are a lot less likely, but it's really incredible.
Yeah, that could almost work out against him, right? The fact that flushes are so, and the guy's just betting now, like, would he bet a necessarily just a straight there? Maybe, because they're so rare, but he's just spot on. Bonomo with the lead. Or did have the lead. Maybe now he's tied or close. Ace, 6, 7, 8. Kings are in there. Bonomo with the ace-jack suited. He's got top pair, nut, flush draw on a turn, 720 in the middle. Liang with the 2 kings. And 2 kings, just hard. Kings is going to be hard, multi-way. It's not ahead now. Is that 2 pair? That's 2 pair, right?
Yeah,
that's 6, 7, 8, 10. That's ahead if it can hold on. Maybe everyone's hand's just too good to bet. So 6, 7 might be able to find a way. That's when it's going your way. So run out like that. Look at Bonomo's got to be thinking, what?
Yeah.
I had such a sick hand there. He's like, this is different than Norman Oldham. Ace, king, king, queen, jack, 7. We will see the king, queen limp and the 1 Milski. We've seen Liang just sort of pitch these hands with ease, but at some point maybe he thinks there could be some. And I mean, this is, to me, this seems like a study point, especially in the tournament side. The king, queen just comfortably limp, like comes in and folds 3-handed. I mean, maybe it's a function of knowing his opponent isn't messing around too much, but I just, you know, I don't know your school of thought on that, Lex, but for me it does seem like that's king queen's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, king queen seems strong. He didn't want to play king jack earlier either. Maybe he's just aware of, you know, the situation with being last 3 and the out of position element, and it must also be a sign of respect towards Wykin. All right, so really nice river here.
This is an action card. I mean, if we're not going to see a couple extra bets going in here, I don't. It's a bet and a call. Just a quick call, no consideration of a raise.
Not straight there for Lang Zhu. Lang Zhu is really comfortable keeping pots very small. Definitely not that much action before that, but again, he's right. Like, what can you say? I definitely am surprised that he doesn't put in a race, but the guy is right.
The sick part is, like, how with how fast he calls, and or just with that the demeanor, it's almost like he wants to fold. You know, like he folds that. I mean, we're gonna walk it off and just just let you guys sort it out. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
that guy's an animal. It's crazy. Just reads people wrong. Sorry, strong and weak for right every single time.
Yeah. All right, so Bonomo's still over 11 million, but Wai Kim Yong also back to around his perch, his lead, 14 million.
That's interesting. We have double gutter for Lang Zhu. Bonomo with the dominating straight draw. Straight draw is very powerful. There are 2 spades on board.
Queen. So what would a queen do? So his gutter is good in this case, but so it's a pure 9, pure ace, and then pure. An 8 is just super. So 8's a big action, relatively big action card. If he hits a queen though, he still has the best hand, but
yeah,
it's just not quite the nuts. But
yeah, it's true. But I think that if there's a queen, if Bonomo has the betting lead and the turn is a queen, there might be no stopping him because he blocks 2 pairs. He blocks the nuts with a 10. We'll see though. That's all ifs, but.
That's the one he wanted. Got the wrong guy to extract value from, though. I'll tell you what, Liang's not just gonna. This card is not good for Liang. He just knows it takes away his sneakiness like an 8. It's powerful, but he's just not gonna be in love with this card.
1.2 million.
That's 1.2 million.
He folds. Alright, so down to 50 antes now. Lang Zhu, so something's got to give. I mean, I have to say, like, this guy is giving a masterclass in short deck. So it's actually quite unreal to see him this short. It's just, you know, been on the wrong side of some variance here and there, but what a player this guy is.
Yeah.
But something's got to give soon for him because he's definitely getting in the danger zone.
Queen 8, 9, 10. You see the open-ended here versus top pair and a gut shot. So close. 9, 10 gonna go for it. Does have a club. Both players with a club. It's interesting, maybe the game is so tight within understanding ranges of betting the 10-9, knowing that you block the 8x for the 10 might even just be that much more strong to just be out here betting. But he does get a decent card. He might not know it, but that's not the worst card I would think in his mind. 10 or the 5 being super scary. Just clubs, I don't think even anyone considers that someone has a flush draw. They just don't care.
Yeah, it's
They're
just
like
doesn't really matter. No.
It's like the straights are.
Yeah, I think you only start really considering a club is when you have a full house and there's a 3 flush board and somebody starts going absolutely nuts.
Right.
That's when you think, wait, what?
Maybe I'll just call, yeah.
$1.25.
1.25 bet.
Exact pot bet there.
I wonder, interesting that he has a 9 in his hand and a 10. So he blocks like 8-10. He blocks 9, a full house.
Yeah, he has a really strong combination.
Right. He's sort of like, well, what are you saying you got?
But one of the biggest drawbacks of this hand is like, yeah, you have a really strong combination now. What do you have on the river? And I think that's what makes him fold here. Well done by Bonomo. Good bet sizing, I think.
Yep, makes it work. 13.4. That's the highest amount we've seen Bonomo with. He's got to be contending for the chip lead. I think he's right up there. Him and Wai Kim Young and Liang starting to feel this one maybe get away a bit. But of course, as we can see the cards, not really anything he could do. He's kind of free rolling really the ace king aces in my mind, and some of the other plays he's made. So
you're absolutely right. This guy should have been long out with the hands versus hands he's had, but he just keeps escaping in different ways.
got a pair, overpair, and hold them three-handed on similar stack depths. This might just be, all right, let's see it. Let's see it. 4-1 happening here, though. This is just, we haven't been seeing that. Now, though, Bonomo might be thinking, is it time to just pounce? Now maybe we can go no limit on him a little bit and just rip it. Are we at 122.40?
3 million.
All right, there it is. And 2 9s, quick fold, which makes sense, I guess. But like in Hold'em, we're just going to see that.
Yeah,
we're just going to run it down. I'm going to say, what a cooler here. Liang's just not even interested. I wonder if what time is it? Maybe he's got a late dinner. He's saving time on a lot of spots on fast folds. Like there, I would, just knows it. It's no good. They'd come in today a bit fooled, thinking, oh, well, this will go fast. It has been three-handed for 4 hours? I don't know, 2 to 3. So Wai Kim Young and Bonomo are exactly tied for the chip lead. At the same time, Bonomo was all in a7 to kings with a7 in the muck from our other player to be on his Tony G bicycle, as likes to say. That was one of my favorite moments when Tony G said to Alex Foxen when he came to the table, he said, we're going to need a bigger bike. Didn't hear a lot of Foxen, who's been one of the more, I think it's GPI #1 player recently, or one of them. He's just been on an absolute tear, but he didn't get much going here this week.
Yeah,
we didn't hear
kind of
from
soft bubbled the 25K opening event.
Mm.
It was a tough one for him.
Yeah.
Played the 100K main event.
Yeah, a couple bullets or one re-entry. I know he's. It's a big momentum. That's the thing about bubbles and such. It's like you just don't know how you're gonna. It's just not fun, right? You come to a stop, you get the hen and mob flag, you get a little momentum, it feels good, and then all of a sudden it's like, it's like, where were you for a week if you don't show up? It's like, oh, I played this series and.
Yeah, see, Wai Kim Young here with the straight. Justin Bonomo has a key card in his hand. He has the king of clubs, so even though flushes are rare, they do exist. And if you don't have anything else going for you, then it's definitely a shot to try and take a stab at the pot.
Is he gonna put it on?
600.
Okay.
There we go.
7-8 though. It's pretty sneaky straight. Looks good. Obviously, he's gonna be coming through for at least participating to a river. He's got a club as well, just which is nice. Nice to have in case maybe that could come in handy.
Just got a call.
Also, speaking of Charlie Carroll, stone bubbled. Now exact bubbled to 25K, and then the next event he entered hit the 50. and shipped it for 1.3. That was pretty nice. Well, as it stands, 2 million in the pot. They started with the same stack. It appears Wai Kin Yong is going to extend the lead here, but depending on Justin's bet sizing and I haven't seen any over bets in this game yet at all.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often. It's also usually, board is so scary, you can rep a lot of different things. I think this might be the time. Ooh, he's gonna give up.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know. I wasn't sure what was gonna happen. I guess.
I really expected a 3.5 mil.
Does he ever have a check raise in him on if Wai Kin goes for some value here? That could be an interesting one.
Yeah. I definitely think he will.
I wonder if Wai Kin. Yeah, he's one of those hands though. If you bet and get check raised on, it just seems like. I don't know. This is why these are the uncharted waters. We have no clue what's going on.
Oh, I can't wait to see. Like Bonomo has to know that, right? And this is different than Hold'em, guys, because if you have the king high flush here, you'd beat every single full house. So we do have, quad nines, obviously the nuts, and then king high flush is the second nuts that you could have. Ooh, I'm surprised he doesn't consider.
I think he definitely is considering it. I just, man, yeah, I have no clue, right? Maybe not the right guy to try it on.
But like you said, it's really tough repping the unicorn,
It's so hard.
Because it's already hard to have a flush. If you check raise there, you're pretty much saying I have the flush.
I have it, the nuts.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Benefield with the kings in the hijack, so he is going to be acting first here. He does go for the raise. Spend some. Maybe he thinks these opponents just aren't going to be re-raising much pre, so maybe his strategy is just more. We just get to see the kings, but maybe he's opening his whole range of playable hands. Queen suited broadways and such, but we're not sure either way. It's on Liang, Mr. Liang. Look at Benefield's got a dominating lead here, man. He's got like a 3-1 lead.
Oh, he's done well.
I'm sure Young's not interested. Shows the kings, lets him know. I got good hands.
Big stage for these guys. 777,000 pounds.
We talk about the success in the Chidwicks this week. Timothy Adams, multiple final tables. So many players that did extremely well. Of course, Linus Love making his really splash, winning an event in the third. Some other champions that got the wins here. But looking at from another perspective, some of the best in the game that go through a tough series. There's like Nikita played the million. Other guys that have had titles, multiple Triton titles, but we just didn't see. And it's like, and there's got to be some celebrations and wins. But there's guys that come in here in a tough series, especially the Western pros, tournament grinders expect to come in here and dominate. And there's times where it just doesn't go your way, and you got to regroup and just realize that look at maybe some things you did that could have done differently, but also just understand that that's going to happen. And I think that's really hard and important, and just understand that there is some people that don't come away ahead here.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I ran into Jason Kuhn, and he had a second place for 900,000 pounds, and he was playing this 100K short deck main, and he said, "I'm looking for a trip saver."
Yeah, it's a crazy situation, but yeah.
It's nuts. Looking for a trip saver. What?
Also, Ibinger, Fedor Holtz, those guys, they played a couple of the stuff didn't quite pan out, but it's it happens, right? It's like you gotta look at a long game, stops. This was not many events. Even if you're deep in a couple, maybe you miss a couple. You play 2 to 4 events, 5 events maybe, and these are a little bit dangerous though with the rebuy, the re-entries, right? You're in 100K 3 times, 5 times. You're in a short deck 50K 5, 6 times, like.
Yeah, and then if you know, I mean, running deep is nice, but let's say if you run deep in a 25k and you just break off all your 100k bullets, that's expensive.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is, you know.
Yes, it is.
It's just the way it is.
It's also important to know a lot of these guys they do play high stakes cash games, or they have some of the business field, they have a business background. You know, you got some of the guys like Kerry Katz, they'll come in and cash every event. Their business, they take away some of the pro pool, double dipping. Did we check Kerry's Hennemob? I think he had at least 3 cashes, maybe more.
Yeah,
It's silly.
Absurd, yeah, Mr. Liang, bottom 2. That's a heart.
Saw Richard Young there sweating the Triton website updates, checking on his son. Doesn't want to go over and put pressure on him, but he wants to know what's going on.
Wow, it's action cards. Well, I mean, it's a 4 flush, but still, it's 3-handed, and Benefield has made a straight. Mr. Liang has the 3rd not flush. See a block bet coming out of Benefield. Very smart, I think, here.
Yeah.
Let's see if Mr. Liang goes for that. Very smart bet.
Yeah, it's awkward because it's like, do you ever, I guess it's like you want to raise, there's straights there. How many hearts beat you? So he would need to have a king or a 10. But what is he calling to raise with? I mean, but that's another thing you can, if you're looking at areas to improve your game or that could be different, like getting your bet sizings down. Like you're dictating pots. Like, okay, so if you check, maybe you're going to check call a certain amount, but you just want to bet this amount and then fold to a raise. You know, those add up a lot. It's also with sizings. Are you betting on the flop? Are you going 50% on turns or value bets? Are you going 60, 70%? Over the course of a entire tournament or entire cash game, if you're 70% betting for value or you're 75, that adds up a ton. In 100k pots, you're losing 10k, 15k in value on certain streets. You know, of course, you don't want to just bet 70 on your value and 62 or 50 on your bluffs, but there's some interesting things to pay attention to and think, why are guys doing these things or these sizings or these leads? Some nice looking short deck hands.
Oh, in.
Oh, Richard Young.
Wow.
Wow, the great trap from Mr. Liang.
Great trap into the short deck percentages. Not the head, but really one of the best spots you can get, right? It is. This was a trap.
Yeah.
He got him, but.
Yeah, 60-40.
Yeah.
Takes a lot to put somebody down in short deck.
Benefield realizing that unless there's a chop, there's going to be a very likely scenario he's heads up or it's very close to it. King in the window feels powerful.
Always a sweat. This game.
30% top set versus the innocuous turn card. Oh, not the one he wanted. GG.
GG to Richard Young. Amazing finish.
Oh, his son came over. Look at that.
Yeah.
Came over to sweat. Saying, Dad, you fell for that? You fell for that trap?
Yeah, tough situation there for him. 50 antis deep. Ace 10 looking real good, 3-handed. Very smart limp by Mr. Liang, so well done by him. 360,000 pounds. Great finish.
It's the Triton playground Paul and Richard have built here. This has got to be fun, you know. I see this how it started. They didn't track results, I'm told, on the first series. Now it's they got scoreboards tracking every entry, every rebuy, every stop, the whole thing. Beautiful set here. So we are heads up in one, three-handed in the other, 50K. And here, 6, 7, 2 nines. Bottom almost hit a fair amount of sets, and Waikin Young, who went for that, looks like trap pre-flop, didn't get a biter, no customer, and Bonomo knows that, yeah, Queen 10 beats me, but let's go for some value. Set, very strong hand, and Waikin Young, it just has no way to release at this moment, for sure. Pretty clear check call from how it seems. Depending on some runouts, an ace or a king could put him in trouble, but that card, still ace-king, got to feel pretty solid. It's got to feel pretty good. Definitely like a 10 queen going to kill some of the action. 10 or queen will also give outs. As it stands, 0% on the turn. Justin just thinking what to do here. I definitely got to go for a bet. There's your third place finisher on the 50K short deck. His son is Waikin Young right here looking on. Didn't have to walk far. He turned his back, and he is sweating the action now. He got a well, we're playing buying in pounds. This is chips, a 1,000,000 chip bet. And if you're going to limp an ace-king, you're kind of at the top of your range here. And he is on the hook, and depending on the river, there are some troublesome cards, an ace, a king in particular. There could be some cards that could get him. This is one that is going to look like a bad card for Waikin Young, but in reality, likely is going to get it to check and keep the damage low, but we'll put Bonomo into the lead. So he does check back. Says king, and he just shakes his head. Bonomo letting him know.
Hello. How's it going, Jeff?
Oh, Mr. Nanonoko. Hello there.
That's me.
We are joined by the man. He's been everywhere. He's been playing. He's been commentating, doing other stuff. He's just in the mix, and we are confirmed here in the booth. It's true.
I mean, like I've been saying, this is a battle for the ages. You know, you got a lot of chips to play for. Whoever's got the best post-flop ability usually will come out ahead in this tournament. We're playing for a lot of money. 1.2 million guaranteed. 625K pay jump right now from third to second.
Liang is on that short stack now, but I'll tell you what, that man, don't count him out, Randy. I'm not going to let you do it.
I'm not. I mean, it's a lot of flip-flopping.
Whoa. Just as we say. Oh, and he is ahead.
All in a call.
He finds
Snap.
his way ahead. What happened? Queen 10, there's so much patience. Is it just the short stacks? It should function of blinds at this point, but 10 million pot. And look at the odds. It's not really that insane. They're going to tie some of the time. And 1 out of 3 you're going to see Waikin Young send our friend Liang, Mr. Liang.
It's the fastest snap call of King Queen I've ever seen. Bam.
He's folding ace king and then snap calling king queen high. I mean, he's in the matrix confirmed. Queen 10 though, anything could happen. King queen, queen 10 matchup, and there is a queen, but that doesn't change much other than we have 2 cards left. It gets through the flop. If you have king queen, you're feeling relatively secure. You know that there's likely an extra bump on the turn. Nothing going there. It's going to be, oh, what is it? Queen 10. He's
as
got,
blank as it gets.
Yeah, it's pretty blank. See the outs on the screen. Is there chop outs? Yeah. Oh yeah, 9 or 7, right?
That's right.
Brick.
That's not it.
News.
Wow. Big flip flop, eh?
Why?
I came in.
You got
Blank
action.
Shoe was a short stack. Bam. 10 million chips, and now we got Waikin on the bottom.
Yes. See Lex step out. Randy jumps in. Having a good time here with you from London.
52, 55.
Bet you why Kim Young right now is thinking, why didn't my kings hold to ace 7? Would have been a big lead heads up hours ago, but now as it stands,
Now
it
we
is
keep
super
battling.
tight.
can't get rid of anyone.
No, we're having fun. We're learning, watching. And Benefield's heads up for his second trophy of the week. That's not easy to do.
That is insane. Hey, but you know, he's up against Mr. Liang. First time I've seen Mr. Liang enter a short deck Triton tournament. Heads up for a title. Pretty cool. He has very limited participation in tournaments, generally a cash game player. So I'm telling you, man, every time you kind of make your tournament debut, you always do really well.
Yeah.
Have you changed your mind about entering a 25K short
I feel more
deck
comfortable, but Mr. Liang is scaring me. He scares me. He just knows. He knows things. Fresh off a big double. I just want to know how he knows to fold ace king, which is beyond insanity, and then snap call the king queen off in a similar spot.
What about the jack 6?
Call down.
Triple barrel call down?
What was it, jack? It was 6 queen queen ace king or king ace.
Correct. That is insane of a call down. You put the guy on what, 10-9 exactly, I guess. And they have 10-9. I don't know, Jeff.
I don't
Some
know
of these
either.
guys are too good.
14?
Yeah, so that 32% it said that was because of 21% to tie. Queen, jack, jack 9. What are boards here that could get dicey? There's something. Something can happen, and our friend who's chip leader is looking on as the other two gentlemen participate. Pretty jumped up now, but it has flip-flopped a bit.
We never see Bonomo loses composure. Always has like the best posture. Always focused. He gets tournaments done, right? Like he just ships them. Chip leading. It's gonna be tough for him to win this pot unless he binks that 10. Just a 9.
Queen, jack, trips, 9, Bonomo.
Check, check. Sneaky.
Showdown. No, there's a club present. Jack of clubs.
I probably would want to showdown to Jack 9. You're up against 8x a lot. Shu Lang here. Queen, jack. He might go for some value against a king. Doesn't expect an 8 or 9 to call. He knows he played it tricky by checking back the turn. So maybe he can go for a nice value bet. 600,000. While thinking, did you really check a queen back on a turn? Did you really check back 2 clubs on a turn? Well, the answer technically is yes.
It is a yes. And there's a time bank there?
There's only limited time banks, and if this match is going to go for a long time, you got to be careful using them.
Hold on to those. Might have to phone a friend, get one from Richard Young, who's never used one in the history of his career, is what I'm told.
That's right.
I was going to say, the Triton stats and website's so powerful, they might have a...
time bank usage.
Yeah.
$3.6 million.
Oh my god, 3.6 million. He's got the straight blocker, he's got the flush blocker, he's got a full house blocker, technically. This is a nice play because Bonomo knows that Shu Lang can make some very big folds.
He passed up on the the spot where he had a nut king blocker similar to on Yang, who had a strong hand. We thought he might go for it. Lex thought he was going to check raise that nut card in that spot, but he does get called.
Wow, what a call here, Queen Jack. That is impressive.
Wow.
That call.
He's such an animal. I'm telling you, this guy is MVP. He's just thinking, where did it go wrong? And that he went wrong because he went into the man who hasn't made a mistake.
That was a great read. He was just thinking, Bonomo, really? Are you really going for a check turn, check raise river play with a full house or better? Sniffed it out, and this is just showing you how good of a post-flop player Shu Lang is in this short deck tournament.
Yeah, it's just special.
You've been saying it, right? Shu Lang's been super impressive.
He's got it wrong. How does he know?
Does he know? Goat.
I think,
Goat incoming.
yeah. For I'll tell you what, he's on animal style. I know who doesn't enjoy what's happening is
the guy losing the chips,
well,
Justin
as well,
Bonomo.
but Yang. I mean, he still has 10 million. It's not like this is like.
Of course.
Yeah, he's super fine, but.
Even Yang, he's got a good amount of chips.
Yeah, but the momentum has shifted. He's down. He's up stuck 12 million. He sees Liang in the matrix right now. He does. It's difficult.
Yeah, Shu Lang only had 5 million chips when they got into the booth. He's on the chip lead with 15 million. It's insane.
I'm impressed.
You know, it's super swingy, right? Like, everyone has held a chip lead at some point, and everyone has been to short stack at some point in this three-handed battle. We still have every single one of these guys. It's very hard to predict who's going to win, but it is great to see this high-level play. Some people think this game's a little bit simple, but no, I actually think this is a very complicated game. It's about tight ranges, more narrow. You need to know when to value bet, when to bluff, when to fold those middling hands, and sometimes when to call those middling bottom pairs. There's the straight for Wai Kin Yong. Man, this is such an endurance battle, right? Like, they've been playing for, what, 5-6 hours probably, three-handed? It's an endurance battle. It's a battle of all these small pots, occasional big all-ins and big bluffs. And if you really want to practice some poker, like, short deck is really test your ability as a poker player. You know, it's not like a turbo where, anyone can win within 1 hour. Here, and especially if people are making really big folds pre-flop and not leaving it all to chance, you know, like ace-king and things, it's going to come down to the post-flop until the blinds get too big. But right now, they're still very deep.
I think part of that logic is that there's just no flushes ever made, too.
Mm-hmm.
No one makes a flush, so when you bet, if you have a flush, just fire it. Matrix. That's up there. That was a big moment. Big call.
All in.
All right, so bottom, we're just going to take what's in the middle.
Tell you what, I think both players are not happy with each other. Bonomo's thinking, why did you double this guy up with Queen 10? And Yong's thinking, why did you bluff this guy? He's got the chip lead now, and he's ready to run. I'm a short deck fan, I'll say that. I don't know if I've got a fighting chance, but it's a fan. I might have got there. I might not be out of this by now. I could have got a hand or two in. I'd be fist pumping ace king to aces like, let's run it.
Okay, this is a spot that could, depending on what happens, maybe a bunch of action goes in. We've seen Bonomo get into ace queen. Wai Kin Yong is the short stack, so we know Shu Lang is going to raise. And it's very possible that Wai Kin Yong just rips it in. He's playing 50-something antes. This is, I would say it's definitely going to go in.
1.8.
Especially when someone makes it 1.8 million. You got so much more to commit. They're much more polarized to aces, kings, ace, king, and really just pure
Bluffs,
garbage.
Yeah, it's a cagey sizing. You basically tell him it's pony up or roll out. And this could be, I don't know, ace queen suited looks pretty. He's got his potential double title main event. Uh-oh.
All in. Wai Kin Yong was a clear chip leader of 20 million at one point. Now he's at risk. There's the call.
What's this percentage?
It's a 57-42. It's very, very close.
So funny. How many cash game pots they play? How many flops and turns have they played for 6 hours? And now this one's for all the cookies.
Yeah, they're just like, let's go for it.
Yo.
Run it. 8 million for Wai Kin Yong at risk. There's Richard Yong, his father on the side. He's a sweating master.
He does not miss an all-in. He doesn't miss an important all-in, whether it's his family member, himself, or someone else on the tournament. He likes that. He likes to see what's happening.
Let's see that flop. Looking for spades or ace. It's nothing.
Pretty dry.
27% for an ace to come. Maybe need some running
or
cards.
Spades, yeah. Or 6 or an 8, running 6-8. Come on, Randy, no. Or a 4.
I know it.
No 4s, but
No
there's
4s. What about this turn card?
It's calling for a spade. It's not it. It's going to be an ace or an ace only with 1 to come. It's about 10%, 11%. So in Hold'em, this would be 7%.
Can Wai Kin Yong get the ace from space? Here comes that river card. It's a... Oh my
yeah, right.
God.
Yeah, right.
Ace from space.
Yeah, right. Really? That's real? Honestly, that blindsided me. Bonomo can't believe it. It's almost like nothing's changed.
Even Bonomo said something just now. He's like, he can't believe it. That was a 600K pay jump. Shu Lang could have been the clear chip leader going into heads-up plays. Now
Wow.
to short stack again, 5.8 million in
I honestly
chips.
didn't see a Barry coming. I didn't feel it. I really didn't. I heard Richard say it, but because he's supposed to say it, it's his son. But I didn't think like that was a thing.
Oh my!
I didn't think that was a thing. That's crazy.
1 million?
On the river, the drama, and this sort of is back to where it was, right? Liang has like 6 million. Bonomo's hovering around 10, and
So we just played all those hours for no reason.
We're gonna do it again.
All right.
Good news is the antes are up. That means that action is gonna be more furious because that's for sure. 4 hours ago, we wouldn't have seen ace queen in.
Exactly.
To kings, but my man handled it like a champ. Ready? Said, "Let's go. I'm ready again."
What a battle.
Wai Kin Yong. I'd say. I think if they say, "What do you think about Triton coming back to London?" He'd be cool with it.
Oh, for sure. I
he's
mean,
gonna-
like, whether he gets first or third in this tournament is a phenomenal
Pretty good
performance
week for
by him.
Putting up 7-figure scores, like, just it's not a thing.
Bonomo's just scratching his head. Did an ace really just come?
To be fair, Bonomo got it in A7 to his kings, and it got another A7 was gone. So
Yeah.
Bonomo could have been on his tricycle a while ago.
Tricycle.
You know, so it's
not quite a bicycle, just a tricycle with training wheels.
Well, 3-handed, you know.
Yeah,
tricycle,
I got you. I got you.
I know you're on top of it. This was wild.
Kings again.
I mean, this is a bit insulting. It's a
kinda
bit
limp.
too soon.
No, it didn't limp yet. Maybe he's gonna raise. Thinking about jamming. He's playing just under 40 antes.
There is already a limp in front.
He's gonna jam. Try to make it look weak. Not gonna work.
What do you think Bonomo would call it there? Ace? Would he call ace queen?
Yes, he would call it ace queen. 100%. 100%. Because Ling Shu's only got less than 40 antes, that'd be, yeah, it's mandatory. Ace Jack, he probably would call too. I think Ace 10 becomes a borderline play. King Queen becomes very borderline as well.
Twitch chat lost their mind there. That was wild. Honestly, that made me. I really.
You got the energies back,
yeah,
right?
I was like, this is just too much. Something had to give. The chi was high everywhere. Everyone here doesn't really want to leave. Justin Bonham was over there doing Pilates after the hand.
It's like, oh, another 6 hours coming. We got Ace Jack for Justin Bonomo. Is he gonna pump it up? We've seen him jam Ace Queen on dealer button before. Ace Jack, not quite enough.
I feel like if we were to play a tournament right now, it'd be a good time soon. Like I feel pretty like it can't be much more engaged than this. This has been a lot of. If I ever made it to short-handed, three-handed, we've got a huge sample size on three-handed of hand logic. This game is not for the faint of heart.
No.
There's a lot of changing of the board textures and.
I'd have so many bandages on my hand after. Just punching balls.
This is crazy.
Shu Lang is going to fire out from first position. He's got an inside straight draw looking for an 8 or an ace. Although an ace would not improve him in this spot. Bonomo's got top pair. Top kick.
Yeah, this is about as dry as a board you'll see in this game. The Jack 7-6. Even though, look at this, an 8 is a straight. There's still gut shots, like even a trash hand. I mean, it's still stuff happening.
Turn is the 7. Not the card you can really barrel too much on for Shu Lang. You put your opponent on Jack X or 7X, so those hands probably not going anywhere. Bonomo, I do think he can sneak a bet in there. Does seem likely he's got the best hand. A king and a queen would be a bad card for him. Yeah, nice bet, Bonomo. What are you gonna bet? 1.5, it's good. Nine suited. There's a chance Bonomo just jams. This is a high equity hand, 46%. If you can get your opponent to fold like an ace rag, some king 10 offsuits, is gonna jam. Shu Lang's got the king queen. He snapped it last time. What about this one? Snapped it again. He knows.
I mean, this guy. I need an emote on my channel for this guy.
Shu Lang
I might
emote.
change the Phil Lock matrix to the Liang. This man's a hero. And 9-10 suited though. This is a.
It's a good semi bluff for sure.
Yeah.
100%. Bonomo got him out chipped 2-1. Shu Lang is at risk.
Who is Yang rooting for at this point? Do you go for the knockout, or do you think Liang's just too tough as he got too much zen in him?
Well, on that flop,
Wow.
it looks like it's all Bonomo. Trip 10s. Shu Lang needs some good running cards to stay in this tournament.
Doesn't flinch. Doesn't even breathe. Do we get a sweat?
Is there a sweat? There's always a sweat,
Until
and there
there's not.
isn't this time.
Again.
We're going to lose Shu Lang in
This guy.
third place. 1.2 million pounds. Everyone gets additional 600,000 pounds. It's 1.835 guarantee as we go into heads-up play between Justin Bonomo and Y Kenyon. What do you
This
think
guy,
about Shu Lang's
He's
play?
a legend. I mean, this guy is honestly one of the best poker performances I've ever seen. And a game that I don't know much about, but I know that was poker.
You
He
can
folded,
tell.
Snap fold ace king. calling down Jack 6 in an insane spot. He beats like one hand. He's just called. He was just right every time.
Yeah, snap called King Queen multiple times. Like, it's a man who definitely knows how to play the game. It is a deep run. He does cash for 1.2 million, which is an impressive result for short deck. We'll see him at the next stop. I guarantee you.
Absolute legend. That guy is tough. I mean, that's someone you don't forget. You should take a look at that because maybe he's in cash games a lot. You don't get to see him, but that's a guy you see in a tournament. You know he's a threat. We saw him deep in the no limit stuff too.
For sure, man. He was
Cash,
really
he had a
rough,
great
man.
series.
I played with him, and I was like, this guy's good.
Yeah.
So, we're down to heads up. It's Wai Kin Yong versus Justin Bonomo. Justin Bonomo should have the chip lead of the tournament.
Tied up, basically.
Very little. It's a deep heads-up match. 105 antes versus 111. They're playing for 845,000 pound difference. 2.67 million up top.
It's about $1 million US, and that is Justin Bonomo wins. If he can win this, he's going to close that 10 million now, second place all-time money list to bring Kinney.
Exactly.
So, and hello, welcome to Heads Up. Why can Young?
There's no deal being made. You saw how fast they just started playing heads up. They're like, you know, we're ready to go.
Gamble while we're young.
Yeah, let's box. So let's talk about heads up play a little bit. In No Limit Hold'em, generally speaking, the button is the first to act. They raise. They're in position pre-flop. I mean, post-flop, they get to play in position, right? In this game, the first person to act actually has to play out of position throughout the hand. So it's going to be very, very tricky. So let's just say you raise first in, your opponent calls. You got to play out of position throughout. That's pretty tough. So what do you have to do? You probably have to open raise a little bit larger because you don't want to play out of position throughout the hand. You do need to mix in limp still. It's going to be very interesting because Justin Bonomo is used to playing kind of more of the reverse style of the button from No Limit Hold'em, from all of his wins. Can he make the proper adjustment for this heads-up play? Wai Kin, I imagine, has way more heads-up short deck experience. This is very nice to see a battle between, you know, one of the Malaysia's best short deck players and just one of America's best tournament players in the world.
Sick.
So we're playing 100 ante deep.
Nice jack, ace 9. Not much between the two. These are literally, it's rare you see a heads-up match so even to start, especially it's one that took 7 hours to get to.
Yeah, and keep in mind, if Wai Kin Yong wins this tournament, this will be his 4th title. It'll be a back-to-back win in the 2 tournaments he played, which is both the main events of the full deck, No Limit Hold'em, as well as the short deck main event. Would be the most impressive feat in Triton history, besides, of course, the Triton Million from Aaron Shunuzang.
Could argue it. I don't know. Winning 2 back-to-back.
It's sick. It's so sick.
The
I don't know if
ROI
anyone can do it.
is-
I don't know if anyone can ever do this.
Well, it's possible. We're seeing it. It's not.
We haven't seen it yet. It's possible still.
Yeah.
So it's a raised pot. Wai Kin Yong is the one playing out of position. He is first one to act. He's got the worst hand. Still gets called by the ace-jack high. So they're already swinging first hand in. So turn card is the 6. Wai Kin actually picks up a straight draw, but the thing is, when you raise pre-flop and you bet a flop of queen 7-7, it really does look like your opponent has king queen and ace queens and queen jacks. Can Wai Kin actually bet again? Because it would work. I can't believe this guy's reaching for more chips. You raise pre-flop, get caught on queen 7-7. How does he know?
This is a lot to take in right now. This is
just too much. Can we
this is
get
a
some
lot.
small pots, you know?
We should get, man. I think the break dust might be all over, but I would love to talk to Liang. Did we not get an interview? Has everyone gone home? Can we talk to Liang and ask him how he does what he does?
Wai Kin chip leading 18 million.
Appreciate everyone at home watching, learning, taking it in. If you are enjoying the short deck, please send a tweet out. Let Triton Poker know, Nano Noko, Lex, myself, anyone. Tell a neighbor, a friend, an ex.
For
if you're
sure.
enjoying, get the word out. This is intense, fun stuff, and we're having a blast streaming across many broadcast platforms, including Twitch. A lot of familiar faces. Good to see everyone. Really, really do enjoy it. Appreciate all the kind words, mostly. There's always a couple guys out there saying things, but we're having fun, Randy. This has been a blast. This is definitely a treat.
Yeah, do use the hashtag Triton London 2019 at Triton Poker on Twitter. Let them know if you guys love the free coverage we've been giving you. The action's been super sick. You let them know, and you guys will get your wishes.
Yep.
Okay, so we got an open and a straight draw for Wai Kin Yong. Pair of sixes for bottom one, not much.
Really a treat. Long days here, but very, very enjoyable. It is like it's interesting because when you're in the booth or when you're watching at home, and it's a fun way to study instead of hitting the solvers or some other type of course material, which is great to do, but there's not a lot of better way to learn than experience or being able to see, because you get to kind of think about why they're doing stuff, make your own guesses on what they might do, and when they don't, then think about why they did it. Hopefully Lex, Randy, myself give some insight on some of the plays. But I mean, there is stuff like, especially in short deck, things and ideas and concepts and reasons that we might not know for sure. But you get to see the world's best doing it.
100%.
And again, drive slow, be careful, because these guys are on a different level. And take a look at the 50K's heads up over here.
Yeah, it's David Benefield going for his second title here in London. First place is 777,000 euros. Both players are guaranteed 560,000. And it's Mr. Liang, the guy who smoked JRB in that no limit cash game. He's heads up.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see him here. Usually doesn't play tournaments. Usually doesn't play short deck. All right, I think everyone should get their their feet wet in short deck. Seem to always do well. So we do have two heads up matches going at the same exact time.
It's pretty sweet.
And they're neck to neck. It's pretty much even chip stacks.
Yeah. I think Benefield's only complaint this week is that they don't space out the events a little more. He almost was at risk of missing this one because of the 100K he was deep in. But he got to win one, final table one, or did he final table there, or did he just bubble the final table? He cashed all three short deck events, that's for sure.
That is a good day.
Yeah, he's got a first, a second, and a final table. That's
definitely top 3 performers this trip.
Yeah. So we got to go Wai King Yong. I guess Zhang, he wins the showpiece. He's just out there check raising people in the PLO cash games now, laughing. He's having fun. I saw that. And Wai King Yong, Benefield. I mean, Chidwick up in the conversation.
Of course. I mean, there's been a lot of phenomenal performances. It's hard to handpick which one was the absolute best, but
yeah.
Good thing is we can rewatch all of the streams if we want to see it all again. But let's go back to the action here. Benefield got a straight. Mr. Liang Yu, ace 8.
See his bet size here. He did this a couple times bluffing, just very, very small bets, but this board's just one 4-liner, as we say. It's hard to stick on there with no path out if you're beat.
Here. Yeah. I can't say what. Sure.
action is on Mr. Liang. Gonna start by raising it up. Mr. Liang did play the Triton Million. Got pretty close to the money, but actually, unfortunately, did bust a few places away, I believe. So top pair, inside straight draw. Mr. Liang is the pre-flop raiser. It seems that he should probably want to bet to protect against 10 jacks, queen jacks, and king queens, but wants to take one card off and go for a turn value, I imagine. It's also one of those hands where it's hard to get 3 streets of value. Sometimes you just check to go for 2.
Also, yeah, it's even here too.
Yeah, it's 2 pretty big heads-up matches going on. There's the takedown. You know, these double feature tables only possible here at Triton. Otherwise, you know, we would have a guy running around normally at most other tours, right? Like, no whole cards. It's cool that we can see this.
Yeah, really cool. Even stacked here. So 2 even stacked heads-up matches. Wide open. The legacy grinding is surreal. People are starting to stack up titles.
They're
Potential
actually, like,
4-time winner here on the other table.
They're
You know,
just about the same stack size too, right? Playing about 100, 120 antes on both heads-up matches. Question is, which one ends first? I don't know.
I'm gonna say this one. I also think Benefield style is a little more.
Get it all in pre-flop. Not like
not like that,
splashing,
not reckless, but like he's willing
understands.
to fire and make big. Maybe not even all in. Maybe he's just gonna start raising pre and making the pots bigger. But yeah, we'll see.
Mr. Liang is going to bet and take it down double gutter. You know, Benefield always takes off his shoes when he plays. Always.
That's interesting.
Maybe that's the secret. I mean, he's got 1 win. He's heads up for another win, possibly. Okay, let's get back to the 100K main event. Wykin does have the lead. I'm gonna call here top pair. Bonomo just has 2 6s on a 4-liner. You know, if Bonomo can bet again, he can probably steal this pot. But it's pretty tough to do so. Okay, great. 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace. But someone could lose his pot as long as someone tries to represent the ace.
Did you see the card?
Interesting question. Did you see the card? It's a queen. It is interesting. It does seem like Bonomo wants to push his opponent off a chop.
1.8 million.
Wow, what an overbet. 180% pot. Gets the snap fold.
If a card flips over, you have to say something. Okay.
I was talking to the dealer.
Yeah.
I thought he was talking.
That would be such a weird question to ask. Like, did you
Yeah.
see the river card? Because
Do you believe
that
that?
brings a 5 straight, and I'm gonna 180% pot it.
Over pot.
That's a big win. You get your opponent to fold a chop. got much.
No one has a pair.
Can't believe Bonomo's heads up in a short deck tournament. This is pretty cool to see. I believe this might be the second series he's played for short deck.
Queen 8, Ace 8. Heads up, interesting too. I don't know. It could be one of those things where it has. Why can Yang played a lot of heads up? Because in short deck they play cash games, play some tournaments, but how often it's a similar no limit hold'em. Unless you play heads up as a variation like online, or it's just now I think you probably have a lot of practice with.
Yeah, I agree.
Not necessarily. You know, it just changes. It does. You know, it's interesting too, and if you play high stakes tournaments, you play tournaments for a living. Heads up is something very important because your year or your results can come down. The most of the money's at top. You know, having a difference between a first and a second in one tournament could literally make have your year look a lot different.
Yeah, and for some people, it's something they don't practice too much just
Right.
because you got to get there. So it's kind of interesting, right? You need to practice to get yourself there, but then, you know, if you spend the time on a heads up and never get the heads up, then you never get to actually practice and use that.
Yeah.
So Wykin does get sneaky with limp face king. Something we will have to consider for ranges. Top pair, top kick. Do have a bet and a call. Not the card Wykin was looking for, so he is going to slow down. Brings a straight, some two pairs.
Nine.
There's the 900,000 chip value bet. Top kicker with the 2 6s. Bonomo's got third pair with the 2 6s. It's be a very heroic call, but you know what?
Call.
He does make it. Wykin Yang extending the lead. He called really quickly. You know, the shot clock does come into effect because if you take too much time on small pots, while it may help you make a better decision on those, when the big pot comes and you only got 30 seconds because you ran out of shot clocks, that could be very detrimental and maybe cost you your tournament.
Well, Bonomo going to get out of the hole here, it looks like, for the trip with the £1 million tournament. He ran a massive bluff. Bluff versus our favorite name, Nick Petrangelo. Petrangelo?
Petrangelo.
Petrangelo.
Petrangelo, correct.
There he is. That was a great call he made. Both players didn't end up cashing. Bonomo would bust to Igor, I believe, flipping in 17th place, all in 8s to ace-queen. And that's a big gap to overcome, £1 million when the rest of the tournaments are 150Ks. And here he is getting a massive score, potentially 2.5 million, 2.6. He's getting like 1.8 million pounds. So he's looking to close in on about £1 million profit, potentially more, somewhere in that range. Who knows the rebuys and add-ons? I think he was in for 2 in this tournament, so he's guaranteed a win though in his tournament play this trip, which is nice. And Wai-Kin Young obviously looking to stack up about 5 million in tournament scores this week. He played the million as well, yes?
Wai-Kin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so
He invited Ruikao.
nice.
All right, so straight, nice check. Nice. Bottom 2. Going for some protection. He also got the clubs. Extra nice.
Could he just call here?
I like calling. I
Yeah, I guess you also do lose to some stuff, so it's sneaky. It accomplishes a few things.
Yep.
Also, that club's powerful.
You hit the club. They hit a full house. GG.
The 8. Well, he actually, as it stands, there's no way for that to happen, but it would be. That is a good scenario, right? The 8 and 6 that's not available. 8 of clubs
Correct.
is in his hand, so. But
Okay,
that's the other scenario.
Who's going to blow each other off of this?
Well,
5 straight
I've
board
seen
now.
Bonomo take a shot before. I've seen Bonomo go for it.
You can see he's thinking about it again. He did 180.
1.1.
1.1, so he's going about 80% pot. It really does look like Bonomo has a jack, given how the hand's been played. You would check call like a 10-jack type hand on the turn. Another chop pot not happening because Bonomo is just so aggressive. This is very good recognition from a no limit point of view. It's just you want to blow your opponents off of chops. You understand that when people bet like 4-liners and it hits that 4-line into a 5-line straight, that it's very hard for them to actually have that top end in straight.
Oh. Very strong. Fair fight. 9s to King 10. Look, King, there it is. There's that example you sort of referenced at the very beginning, sort of fundamental understanding. Ace King to Queens is a favorite, Ace King being the favorite here. King 10 to 9s, where it's just basically flip-flopped and Hold'em, this type of holdings, where the pair is the underdog.
1.2.
1.2 million. You gotta raise big when you're playing out of position throughout the rest of the hand. Can deny your point 45% equity. That's a good win, but Bonomo's like, nope, I'm gonna try to set mine in position.
Yeah, you know, hard hand to play, but if you do hit your 9, potentially, I think sets are a little harder to necessarily win huge pots with. But look at that. That is the gin of gin. The call it the taxi in Houston, King 10. That is pretty. And if you're Wai-Kin, you got to think my opponent called a big raise here. It's very reasonable he has some connection with this, maybe even a big connection. Ace Jack.
I
Ace
like
Queen.
the bet sizing because you don't want to overbet, bet like 80% pot. You want to bet small enough where those King Queens, those Jack 10s, those hands come along. And they are getting up. We're gonna have a small break, it seems. So guys, don't go anywhere. We're gonna finish down to a winner in both events. Big chip lead for Wai-Kin Young, 140 antes versus 76 antes.
2-to-1 pick, and Randy, it's your guy. You had him picked out. You got him. I took Paul. You got 4th. And this is a battle of the Titans. Lot of excitement. 76 to 140 antes. We are going to be back. I hope you guys stick with us. We will have a new champion. See you shortly.
It's been an amazing week here in London for many reasons, but one reason stands out above all others. The Triton Million. What an event. The biggest tournament buy-in in history. Let's take a look back at how it unfolded. 54 people stumped up the $1,050,000 entrance fee. Half of them pros, half of them businessmen. 2.7 million of the prize pool would go to 10 different charities, leaving 54 million to play for, 19 of which would go to first place. Not bad for 3 days' work. 11 people would make it into the money, and if you're wondering who the bubble boy was, it was Igor Kurganov. We're still feeling your pain, Igor. Eventually, it was Bryn Kenny heads up against businessman Aaron Zhang. Bryn had a few shots at the title, but it would be Aaron Zhang who lifted the trophy. The consolation prize for Bryn was that he would earn enough to see him leapfrog Justin Bonomo at the top of the all-time money list. And with King Kenny now leading the way by $10 million, like a robber without fingerprints, he's going to be hard to catch. So what's next? 100 million guarantee? The Triton billion? Watch this space. Now where the hell am I?
It's sort of like what, 5, 6, 7 suited maybe, or 5, 6 suited, that type of hand.
No, it's much better than that actually. Yeah,
Like 7, 8 suited.
Yeah, but the all-in playability in this game is so much better. You just wouldn't jam 5, 6 suited in no limit hold'em, right? Like 9, 8 suited, you're flipping with Ace King. Bonomo's got Ace King. He's gonna jam all in
Oh,
here.
so maybe the reverse. 8, 9 suited's like 9, 10 suited.
Yeah, I would suppose.
Or
But
then-
then again, it's just a different game a little bit.
Right.
Post-flop, I would say yes.
All in.
All in for Bonomo. Ming Zhonglu is our first player at risk. Look at the odds. It's 54-44.
就是没关系才敢推了嘛，SP 单不敢推。
545.
Let's get that flop. Any clubs, any 9, any 8 to save Ming Zhonglu.
This is wide open.
漂亮。
That is pretty dry.
Yeah, it's very, very bad. They always say there's always a sweat on the turn.
Always is a strong word, Randy. Let's see if you can back that up.
Backed it up.
Back it up, Randy. Lou, how do you know? Club feels powerful in Bonomo's hand here. He has a club, takes away one of the outs. There's already no 2, 3, 4, or 5 of clubs, so he is in down to 4 outs, 1 to come. River is, oh, it's black, but not enough. He sees the stuff set in, but just looks like a nice guy. Smiles, having fun. Made some nice, went for it early on. And he will be our 7th place finisher. Getting a nice score there, though. Nothing to sneeze at. 482,200 pounds. And an impressive showing. Triton resume stronger. Triton website result locked in. It looks like he's already checking out the 50K field.
He's definitely jumping into that 50K. Great performance from a Hong Kong player. Everyone else over 600,000 pounds guaranteed.
At the casino, whether
Like they may come out just for one. I mean, it's actually more. Let me correct that statement. If you play long deck, you play short deck. But if you play short deck, it doesn't necessarily mean you play long deck.
Right. I
300小
got
子啊，
you.
看到啊。
Rui Cao, the real hand. Is there an actual hand ranking chart? Like, is it? You said you roughly know, but is there a, you know, in Hold'em that's like you can? It's pretty easy. Aces
I mean,
down, pairs.
I've never seen one, but if I was to guess, it's aces, kings, ace king,
suited.
340,000.
Suited, of course, but I mean ace kings, queens, and then jack 10 suited. But there's a chance the jack 10 suited is above the queens. There is a chance. Like, it's more like this. Queens is better pre-flop. Jack 10 suited is better post-flop. So it depends on the situation.
Well, ace king suited. This is pretty fair fight because they're, well, now there's no club evident, but the Paul with the ace king off.
You see the respect here, right? Like,
Yeah.
they didn't get it in pre-flop in. This is two guys, yeah, they're cash game players, but they've adjusted to the tournament aspect of it. The payouts, they know, like, maybe unnecessary to get it all in right now.
Yeah, if you're Paul, you do have the diamond. You're drawn to the nuts with the 10. You have a powerful diamond there. It's a decent spot to be bluffing. And if you're Mr. Rui Cao and you see this action, you're putting them on hands, there's not a ton of great scenarios here. Jack 10 is ahead of you now. Ace king, you're tying with. Kings, you're way behind. Ace is your way behind. Oh, what a card from Mr. Pois here. He's got a redraw with the same hand in the nut blocker here. And Paul is going to be interested here. He knows, though, this is a dynamic board. There always seem dynamic boards with the short deck, but this one extra. 3 broadways.
Usually, I think a lot of people actually check here because they don't really want to commit the chips on the turn. If you have to commit the 2.6 million on a turn, you're probably beat. But there is merit to betting and checking back to river. I do like to check.
So not the call Paul wanted. He would love to see a diamond in there.
Yeah,
but
or 10. But yeah, okay, value bet from Rui Cao. 170. It's a block bet.
Yeah, it's just gonna get called and just nothing else to. Actually, you know, interesting. Well, yeah, because the 10 there. I was gonna say, I mean, he does have that king of diamonds, but I don't know how.
It's very easy for Rui Cao to actually have a hand like king 10 or queen 10, jack 10. I don't think you should be raising.
It would be a pretty sick bluff that would actually work.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if it'll work. Right? It's so hard to make a flush.
King? Yeah. Set.
Did you say set?
Yeah, it's just troll.
Yeah.
King jacks with it.
Shove pre-flop. Same.
Shove?
Oh. Maybe. It's hard.
This is the kings, and Isaac Haxton has pocket aces, the very first hand back from break. Haxton's thinking about it. Is going to make the call.
3-way all in.
A 3-way all-in at the final table. Pocket jacks for Lang Shu. But when you see this many all-ins, you got to lay down the jacks. You can ladder up really well. The jacks are out. Such a sick turn of events.
I like your head.
There's no jacks left on the deck. You folded 2 jacks, I folded 1.
No jack. Welcome back, everyone. 2 heads-up matches going on. Short deck main event, the 50K, event number 8. It's me and Jeff Gross. Sounds like we're going to hear a few words from Wai Kin Yong in a little bit before we go back to heads-up play.
Welcome back to the short deck main event. I am here with chip leader Wai Kin Yong. How would it feel to get your 4th title and back-to-back wins in the main event?
I think it would be great, and I actually can't believe it that I would run deep again in this tournament. I mean, right after the win, and I've been running crazy. Yeah.
Do you think that the win in the last tournament got you any momentum or confidence that you took into this event?
Actually, it did. Like the past year or two, I've lost motivation in poker, and after the win yesterday, I feel pumped, and I feel like I want to play poker again.
So what's next for you now that you have this new confidence, this new love for poker? What do you want to do next?
I think just try to play more tournaments, I guess, maybe. But still, tournament is just way too much luck, so I'll still be focusing on other things instead of poker.
Well, thank you so much, Rakim. We're going to let you get back in there, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the action.
Can Wai Kin Young finish it out? 4th title, the first one ever. He won the very first Triton event back in Manila. I mean, back-to-back titles would be super sick, Jeff. What are your thoughts on what's going to happen in this heads-up play?
Yeah, man, Bonomo's tough, but I've got to give the edge. 2x chip lead, more experience, more familiar with the game. And Bonomo also 3-handed, was all in at risk. Kings to a7 off. Got to be pretty happy to be here. I think Wai Kin Young gets it done, but it's wide open.
It's wide open. It is short deck. Justin Bonomo is good at making adjustments. He's good at post-flop. He's good at pre-flop. He's just good at poker.
That's correct.
He's a 2-1 deficit. He really wants this win, I'm sure. This would be Justin's first Triton title if he can take it down. And it's pretty cool to be the guy to stop the guy making history, right? With back-to-back wins in main events. The guy to stop 4-time champ from happening. All eyes are on you, Justin Bonomo. Can you take out Wai Kin Young? I'm just excited for when they get it all in. Richard Young just wildly appears
you
out
can
of
guarantee
nowhere.
he's in the mix. He's gonna sweat one out.
But don't forget, we're also running the 50K. It's Mr. Liang versus David Benefield, who already has a short deck title this trip. They're neck to neck as well. And we're going to make sure you don't miss any of the action here with 2 featured tables. Who's going to win that trophy?
It's coming. We're gonna find out.
Don't forget, we're playing for a difference of 850,000 pounds. It's 1.8 million guaranteed, 2.67 for first. Action underway.
Is it okay if I use this RFID now? Can I use this RFID? Sit closer.
You can use whatever you want. Yeah, that's perfect.
1.4.
Raise 1.4.
Wai Kin Young is going to open up King Queen.
All in.
Raise all in.
An all in from Bonomo. Man, this
Wow.
is pretty dicey.
Jack 10, 9, 10. Does he think Bonomo? Does he think he has an edge?
I don't think the King Queen can call.
Just a little too crazy,
It's, what was that, like 75 antes? That's too much. I'm sure King Queen.
Can we switch? Because it's so far away from the dealer. I have to push in my chips so hard every time.
King Queen might be a call, but like it's just not worth it.
Marginal.
Like
Yeah, is he
if it's a
shoving?
winning call, it's like barely plus chip EV.
Right.
Hey, speaking of the other table, look, you can see a shot of Mr. Liang. Oh, you guys missed it, but Mr. Liang and Benefield. Alrighty, we got a pair and a straight draw. This is the type of hand you actually want to just keep the pot small. You got a good draw, it's a bluff catcher. You don't want to bet and get raised and get blown off your hand. Bonomo thinking, can he get away with a bet? Answer is no. Makes the unlikely straight.
Oh, it's a little bit actiony, but what's it getting called by?
Just gotta throw out some bet. Let your opponent figure out what to call with. Pot size bet. Calls. Nice value for Justin. Closing the gap.
Okay.
So we're gonna move Justin Bonomo to a different seat. I hope that's not his downfall.
Right.
Some seats are very lucky, you know, but he got the same chair.
Well, that's
so we did
something.
slide him over. But Justin wanted to make it a little bit more convenient for him to throw the chips around, which is fair. Don't want to be kind of annoyed while you're playing such a big heads-up match.
Yeah, it's good to be comfortable.
So Wykin gonna bump up to King Queen suited. Jack 10, very playable hand. It's a good post flop hand. Two players with completely. Easy to ignore the 6 and 7. It is a raised pot. In raised pots, it's very hard to be holding one of those cards, so just the ace is the main concern. Fire some chips, get some other high cards to fold, and it's going to work. 20 million.
Really impressed everywhere. I mean, this guy's playing great poker. Looking to do some very special trophy case adding here. This is big moment here. How many opportunities you have for a main event? Short deck title. Just got your main event no limit title. It's almost not a believable story. How was your week in London? It was pretty good. Just went bang bang. 100. Oh, how many entrants? Oh, 100 6-figure entrants too. 6-figure buy-in, 6-figure entrants first. That is. I don't know if it's ever been done. Is there even opportunities on tours? Like, where do you have a chance to do that in a stop? That's 100.
You don't.
You just don't. That's the answer. I guess you just don't. That's well said.
So the ante now is 200,000. Button ante of 400,000. It's going to make the stacks a little bit more shallow, but not quite that open jamming super wide. Still going to go for profitable reshoves. Still lots of post flop to come.
Check.
If there was a good flop for ace jack of clubs, this is one of them. Look at it. Nut flush draw, top pair. Some straight runner straight possibilities. Is Wyken gonna call here inside straight draw? Answer is yes. Each yellow chip is worth 500,000 chips. King on a turn.
Yeah, Wyken with that 20 mil stack, basically. He's comfortable here. Doesn't want to make a misstep. This is just a smashing of the board here for Bonomo, but at the same time, he has one pair.
I like the value, but it just seems so unlikely that Wyken has a hand like Queen Jack, because a lot of times people would just play it aggressively on open and straight draw. Safely value bet. Well done, Bonomo.
Ace King, nice hand. Heads up, Queen 8 suited. Looks pretty as well. It's got a lot of possibility. Ace King off, a lot of diamonds out there. Bonomo realizes this is big moments for him. Showing his, again, they say no one remembers second. I mean, that's not totally true, but it's a.
I mean, I'm gonna remember Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, I'll remember Brandon. He won the most, but it's just it's so unique. It's so special. The trophy, the ceremony, the whole deal. It's short deck. It's the celebrate event. It's essentially the main event for short deck in the world. It is. It's 100K buy-in main event. There's nowhere else you can say there's something like that.
Jack does take the lead. Bonomo does have an open and a straight draw that gives him a ton of equity.
Nine, 10, Jack 7. Yeah, this is where, heads up, it's just so much more special. And this is it's a nice card. Just gives you a little extra comfort. You're losing like some Queen Kings, Ace Queen, just a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's 2 pair now. Feels better.
I'd like to see a value bet here. Seems so unlikely. Your opponent has you beat. It's heads up. Ranges are wide. People definitely like to hero call a little bit more in heads up. It's $1 million. With 10-9, you beat the clubs and you beat the 10x that doesn't have a pair, which is Ace 10. Exactly.
Yeah, and the clubs, no one ever really reps club, like goes for clubs. They're flushes. They just don't happen. So I think, this is he's going to re-raise.
Bonomo is so sick. He's been doing these check raises. They didn't work against Zhu Lang earlier.
That's probably in the back of his mind, right? It's like he's not bluffing this time. We just saw this air ball. It might work out for him.
Bonomo had a game plan going into this heads-up match, especially after that break. be a sick. This is a sick call too if he can make it. It's a very weak 2 pair.
Yes, it is.
You're not holding any blockers to the straight. Time extension being used.
I saw chip flicking. I thought that was the gangster call, the one
Nah,
chip.
it is time extension. We are playing for shot clock. Bonomo just hoping for a fold. It's a 5x check raise.
I mean, I'm just shocked if he makes this call. He gets what he wants, but it's just like, it's just so, it's even in terms of like game control, you sort of almost end it, but when you are wrong, it's just like everything's back. But that's the nature of the heads up. You got to close it out somehow.
This would be a sick call. He's thinking, okay, when Bonomo makes it this big, is he only representing King 10? Would he make it this big with 10-8? What about Queen Jack, a set? I don't think he'd make it this big with a set or Queen Jack, so it seems very straight heavy.
Calls?
Oh
Come
my
on, man.
God,
Come on,
Ken
man.
Young.
This is some crazy stuff. Noko, I don't know. I don't know if I can proceed out here. This is like what they get it right every time. Why King Yong and Liang? They're just right.
Oh man, Bonomo has
heck?
done multiple check raises on the river and has gotten called every single time.
But they're great bets and
They're
they're better
great
calls.
check raises, but man.
High level. You are seeing the best short deck players in the world operating.
I mean, I love to see the heart and commitment from Bonomo. You know, he's coming from a no-limit background. He knows he can pressure these kind of weak 2 pairs or 1 pair type hands. But
that's a cool shot. Look at
look
it in the glasses.
focus.
You see Bonomo. That's
and
crazy.
That's what
shot.
he sees. He
Wow.
sees a man who just check raised and lost $5 million in chips.
3-1 chip lead exactly. So I heard a couple talk about this is a little boring and whatever.
Nah,
this is as good as it gets.
This is a big heads-up match. They're playing for so much money.
It's a massive call. Literally, it's chip lead swing. Like Bonomo's just so in it. You're wrong there. And then the demoralizing part of that, it sucks the wind out. You could literally lose a match on a hand like that.
Yeah, you just see Bonomo just open rip the ace-8 now. He's kind of short.
Wow.
Can Bonomo recover? Look, yes, you make a big play. You think it's a good one. It didn't work. You need to just regain your composure. It's not over. 1 double up, and 1 double up can happen very, very easily in this game. Probably won't be too far behind either.
Just impressive. It's just impressive. King Jack, ace-8.
Oh.
And here it is. He's ready to get. He's saying, "Let me get in or get out." And
ace-8 is not good enough. It just seems you're dominated a lot. And if you are a favorite, it's very slight against the king queens, the king jacks, and those types of hands. I respect the laydown.
Bonomo just not afraid. Look at that trophy. That's a big one. The main event want to have a little extra height on him.
Yeah, for sure. This is the Triton Super High Roller Series in London. I like Wykin's game plan too. It seems like Wykin wants to take it to post flop against Justin Bonomo. He's sure the ace-8 for some people might be a call, but for Wykin it's just like, I'd rather play you post flop and not leave it up to chance pre flop. Only looking for heavy favorites if it is going to be going in pre. It's a good game plan, especially if you think you got a post flop edge.
Just crazy stuff.
And this might be one of Justin Bonomo's toughest heads-up matches he's ever played.
Yeah.
I'm going to argue it probably is the toughest heads-up match he's ever played.
Yeah, big money up top. Big swings difference.
It's all about, like, thinking about some counter strategies and just they're ready for it right away.
Speaking of heads-ups, here is not to be overshadowed. The 50,000 heads-up event number 8 at the Triton Poker Series here, and David Benefield going for his second title, and he's got almost a 2-1 lead. Almost, not quite, but Mr. Liang is, or Liao, is that Liao? Mr. Liao.
Mr. Liang.
Mr. Liang is not going to be overrun here. He is, I'm sure, a very,
this guy
very
plays
tough player.
the sickest high stakes cash games. He's primarily a no limit cash game player, but he's dabbled in the short deck. He's heads up for a title. He usually skips all of the tournaments and just plays the cash games only, like the televised ones that we do commentary and release it later on future platforms. But here he's like, you know what? 50,000 pounds. That's like one ante for me. Let's go.
Wow. Crazy. See him heads up, playing a very tough opponent, Benefield, showing that he is a master of the game, winning a side event here already. It's crazy. This could be there could be just multiple winners right here. That's what they're playing for. These are two possible double Triton
Whoever
winner.
wins is going to be historic and really cool to see. And he's got an open-ended straight draw. It's a coin flip against the bottom two pair. Pretty sick. Gonna fire out. Bottom two is very vulnerable in this game. They're playing a lot of antes, about 75 antes effective.
It's you're kind of handcuffed here because it's like you don't know what you want. I mean, I get, what's he gonna go for pot control here? Just call.
There's the raise
Oh,
to
he does raise.
350,000. Now, Mr. Liang, is he just gonna potentially just rip it in? Just try to take down what's in the middle? You're coin flipping against bottom two pair. Can't imagine how you're doing against just one pair.
Right.
You're out of position.
Fairly deep, yeah.
He's thinking about it.
Does he say all in?
Nope, this time.
Oh.
5 seconds. Extension.
Oh, yeah.
All
in.
in.
There it is.
Benefield's like, what? All in? Man, why did I raise?
Yeah.
Because he could be up against Jack 8 or a set, and he'd be drawing very, very
Does
slim. Makes
call
the
it.
call. Coin flipping. Benefield
Whoa.
can be a 2-time champion here in London if he holds with 1% edge.
Look at there's Mr. Young,
How
not
did-
far away.
where-
He's just
where
literally
is he?
popped in off the screen.
A wild Richard Young appears again.
David Benefield has the rare opportunity to win 2 events. Going to shake hands, even though, yeah, if he loses, he would still have chips, but be pretty out-chipped. Big turn here. Let's see. I mean, you got outs no matter what. I mean, we're going to see a river's going to matter here. I guess, well, for the most part. Let's see a turn, see what happens. Both players all over this board.
It's
wow,
a 9.
the
That
most
is a
spicy card you can
that's
get.
so
Does it
much
stay? He's
spice.
a favorite.
Oh my God,
he is
so
a favorite
much
on the
spice.
turn, open-ended, unbelievable. Benefield knows there is serious stuff happening. This is he's a favorite.
Mr. Lang, can he double up to stay
Got
in this
a wrap.
tournament?
He's got a lot of the deck. He got it.
Queen. That's a straight. He's smiling, feeling good.
Wow.
Talking to Richard Young.
Wow. Big moment there. Big all-in. Still not over, but he is getting a huge, huge double up. Big lead now. Benefield just thinking, wow. He knows how close he was. 1 card away from a very, very elite club, 2 or more Triton trophies, and a lot of money at stake here. Talking 50,000 pound buy-in. The payout difference is 777,000.
Yeah, that's
to
a
first,
ton.
and second is going to be just under. It's a lot. It's $560,000. So that's 217,000.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Pound potential swing. It's a lot of sterling.
So yeah, Benefield down to like 40 antes or so.
He's over £1 million in cashes in this few events, and can he cash this 100K too? All 3 short decks, 25 win, first or second in the 50 and the 100 final table. Did he final table this one, or what place specifically in the 100?
In the 100K.
Because he lost that ace.
Benefield got 8th place.
Is that officially a final? I don't know.
Oh yeah, he was the final table bubble.
Oh, so
I
basically.
remember. Yeah, he got into pocket aces, and White King called with 10-9 suited.
Yep. 6-7 queen flop. The thing is, if he wins that hand, he wouldn't be heads up over there because we saw only 7th place. I think once they're 6-handed, the registration closed. So you may have actually got more money than.
I like the optimistic, positive
Yeah.
way of thinking about things.
Yep. He's getting to show his short deck prowess, and 23 million. Why Kim Yong showed us. You can add that to the highlight reel of impressive calls. It's nutty game. Also, Lex and I were discussing there are some ways to potentially, listen, this is, again, call it a shootout, call it fast, call it technical, whatever it is. There are ways, and this is a fairly new game. There are ways you could add. You could make some variations. Maybe once it gets heads up, 3-handed, you could change stuff. You go pot limit. You could do other stuff with the game. There are some iterations that could even happen, and that's something we've seen with rules. Paul Poile mentioned today. Initially, they did change it where flushes beat. There was trips that beat a straight, but then it didn't really make sense because you're always scared. It's like at any point you just can beat a straight, so like that didn't make a ton of sense. So there are, this game is great and it's fun, but there's all kinds of situations that could change.
Trying to trap those 2 queens.
And Bonomo definitely is going to take the bite on a fair amount of hands. We know like what kind of hands he would do it with potentially. He may know that, but also it just doesn't change, right? Like why Kim Yong still is limping other hands, doesn't have just queens and kings and ace king. But as it's he does get a bite even on the 9-6 off.
Free 1.4 million. Like to play the queens, jam it in. That's 7 antes going your way.
Sad news for Justin. I think he mentioned after Bryn Kinney hit that 20 million score and did take the 10 million lead on him, he said, yeah, if I won every event here at Triton for the rest of the series, I might be able to get it back. But Triton is coming to an end here. There are no other eligible events. This is going to finish off here after these 2 heads-up matches.
That's okay. If you happen to win this tournament, 2.67 million up top is
pounds. So over 3, you cut it in half by 30%. Bryn, make them work a little. There are some special side event short deck events going on. I don't know if Bryn may be participating. I know he's not a big short deck guy, but he'll splash. Trust me, he's pumped up right now. He'll take a little taste. He's not afraid to gamble. Bonomo goes to Burning Man frequently. I was there the first year. We both went in 2014. I think he's going again this year. Have you been to Burning Man, Randy?
I have not, but I have seen pictures, and I'm going to imagine there's like a Justin Bonomo statue somewhere there.
Could be some sort of stuff going on. Yeah, I mean, it's a wild event. And, yeah, a lot of poker players go, actually. At camp about 120 or so. Gone 3 years. That's where I met my wife, walking by in the middle of the desert. Walked past each other and said I was going to marry her, and that next day, and here we are.
You married her the day you met her?
No, not exactly, but I called that I was going to marry her.
Nice, nice.
Got a Burning Man baby now.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. I would put that, seriously, put on your list, like for next year. It's coming fast. You got to plan a little bit for it, but it's worth checking out.
Okay. I'll find you somewhere out there.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
And I'll bring a short deck of cards.
Oh, yeah, we can play some short deck. sure we could get a game there, even though it's sort of meant to disconnect Randy. Let
No,
it, you know,
I
come
can't.
on.
No, I can't disconnect. This action is too
It's
good.
good. It is good.
All in.
Heads up, such a beast of a game, you know. It's just never over till it's over. It's emotional, the highs, the lows. You get the lead, doesn't mean you win. 3-1, 4-1. We even saw Bryn with the major lead, 5-1. You win a flip, get a 70-30, short deck 60-40. You're all in. We just saw Benefield trying to close out. Mr. Liang, no good.
Yeah, now he's on the ropes.
He's got the deficit, doesn't? It's really, really hard. Bonomo looks a little fatigued, just kind of realizing he's up against it. He's up against the reigning 100K No Limit champion. He's got a big chip deficit. He got called on his bluffs each time. He got snapped off. That one wasn't really a snap. He did waste a time bank, but Liang would have probably beat him in the pot. I mean, he snap folded check back trips in every spot. He was just right. They were just dialed in.
I mean, this is an endurance match. I mean, they've been playing for so long. The three-handed lasted a long time. Heads up is going for it. They've been playing for many, many hours. Now's not the time to be fatigued. You just gotta man up and play your best poker. We have so much money on the line. It's Malaysia's finest against one of the best tournament players in the world. So what do you think about this flop for Bonomo? It's not that bad, right? Just flop a flush, straight flush draw.
Solid. I haven't seen this ever. What's the odds in short deck to flop a flush?
One in like 3
with the
trillion,
straight flush,
maybe.
Yeah. Well, for the thing is, the Wai Kin Young here has absolutely stone airball, so he shouldn't get in too much trouble unless a jack
Hey,
comes. But it's a
there's
spade.
an out.
That's a straight flush.
That's it. That is a straight flush.
see
But
a
you know
straight
what?
flush.
The queen of spades would chop it up.
Okay, so you're saying there's a chance, and why? I mean, he's gonna be happy to check here. Double check the spade. Whew. Flush beats a full house. Straight flush would beat a full house anyway. And Bonomo is thinking, what can I do? Although it's just like one of those things. I don't see how he's gonna get much action.
I think he should go for some value. A full house would check back this board. A straight would check back this board. Give him a chance to pay you off.
2 million.
Okay, it's a lot of chips going in. 2 million. Overbet the pot.
If he's getting notes, if Wai Kin, not that it really matters, he does have a straight, but if Wai Kin Young is getting intel and he kind of hands or looks at his phone, trying, hey, by the way, he's overbet getting you off a chop twice, he's bluffing, you know, that, but in this particular stance, just
A little bit different, right?
it's
not
just
the
so
five-liner.
different. Yeah, it's just like ultimately, how could he call?
He might find one. Would be incorrect. Time extension.
It would shock me, but then again, I mean, it's so this cards are face up. You're like, bro, he had a flush on the flop. He has a straight flush, and like there's a full house there. Any spade beats you. But what bluffs does he have? And he's thinking, what's he betting? Maybe.
Just a random pair, I guess. Nice thing about
Could he
these
turn
polarizing
around?
bets is it looks like you got a straight flush or nothing, and it's true.
Whoa, I hear chips.
Shuffling. Yep, got to shuffle those chips.
And he gets it right again. Yeah, Bonomo thinking, oh.
Maybe we should have minimum bet now, but it's okay.
You know, that's one thing you don't see is you're not really seeing them on their phones. Like there's a 30-minute delay, but you don't see Bonomo really. You know, you don't see him just looking at his phone trying to catch up on hands or anything. It's kind of Makes sense, right? Like it's sort of just dialed in. What's the big deal? So in a given hand, a given spot, if you made a, it's not like critical. I think I would side to not be focused and caught up on that stuff, right? Because it's already happened. It's like,
Yeah, it depends on your point of view. I mean, it helps to kind of review during breaks. Like,
yeah,
okay, what's
no,
this
it's
general
okay. I'm
game
saying
plan?
like while you're at the table and you're playing though, I don't know if
It's kind of,
good
it
to be
does
like,
defocus you, right? Like
Yeah.
you're thinking about two different things. Think of strategies, but maybe not thinking about the strategy of the hand right in front of you.
Yeah.
So a little something, something. Not too much of a piece.
Just enough. Bottom pair. Queen 8 looks nice here. Nicer. It's got the right color at least, and 6-7. 6-7 gonna be hard to do much with.
Just get some stretching in there. You know it's been a long night. It can still be. It can go on for a long time. It could be short. Who knows? It's one of the best tournaments, no-limit tournament players in the world, facing one of the originators, one of the first dealt short deck hands ever in the history of the game, Wai Kin Yong. Who's it going to be?
Man, you gotta go with Wai Kin at this time, but
It could easily be anyone's
yeah,
game.
It is the great tournament players, great players.
I mean, Justin, he's just very good at adapting to his opponents. Learns games very quickly. You can see Benefield and Mr. Liang in the background still playing it out.
Anybody's game. 9-10. That's a better hand. You can already tell it's like a favorite, right? Versus the Queen 6 off. That's, you start to get it, Randy. You see how these things like the disconnected garbage, the 9-10, the Jack 10s have power here.
All right, so we got the straight draw. Bottom, which is bottom pair. Gonna stay in it. Trip, sixes with the Queen 6. So unlikely. Wyken is going to reach for more chips. He thinks that he's going to get called by a 7 on the flop. Some gut shots like ace 8, ace 9 that definitely would fold to another bet. Even hands like 10-8, 10-9, they're going to have to fold. 900,000. Half the pot would get those hands to fold. Never expects a 6 or a jack to fold, so why bet any bigger? Interesting with Queen 6. Keep it small. Try to make it look like you got a weak hand, so maybe your opponent puts in a big bet. it's not always about protecting what's in the middle when you're playing heads up. Try to extract all the chips. River card is quad sixes.
That's a card.
Strong.
There's any doubt, but does Wai Kin Yong just white flag it, or does he go for it here? Maybe think, oh, my opponent might have 7. He does.
I like the white flag because, come on, who's gonna fold a jack on this board texture?
Right.
And you were targeting a 7 on turn. Probably would have folded. So yeah, no point. At this point with Bonomo's hand, quad sixes, you should be going for value against a jack. High card isn't going to call or rebluff you anyways. What's the maximum price a jack would pay off with?
He's going 4 mil.
I mean,
He
he's
likes
done
the
a lot
big
of
overbets. Oh,
okay, not 4 million. Let's go 8.6 million.
The full shalada. The full amount, the maximum. He could have said maximum. That would have played. He wanted just every bit.
It's actually a very nice bet from him because he's been going over bets and blowing people off with chops. So it does kind of look like if he had a jack, he'd go over bet just trying to blow his opponent off with jack as well.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gotten caught a couple times over betting and bluffing, and yeah, she's gonna have value too. Tens in the king 7. 20 million to 11.8. Still wide open, but a nice lead for Wai Kin Yong. See Dave Benefield battling Mr. Liang over there. King 7 gonna make the right fold.
Justin Bonwell does have 1 trophy in short deck in Jeju this year.
Oh shit! So he is in a
Yeah, 586K first place in a 250K buy-in. So looking for his second title. Two heads-up matches still going on. Bonomo closing the gap. It's only 7 million chips behind. Ace 6 suited. No player with a good piece.
Jack 8 in the lead. Just got that low straight draw 9. No one has a heart. No one has flushes except once in a blue moon. Wai Kin Yong gonna take it. You heard him say in his interview with Marley, he had lost his little bit of drive for poker, but going bang bang on.
All it takes is just winning the No Limit main event and
heads up
possibly
in a short deck.
Yeah, winning
main
this
event,
one.
and you might get a little. That might give you a little kickstart.
I mean, think about it, right? He won a No Limit main event. You said he played sick cash game over to Le Ambassadors Club, right? Yeah, I think he's got the passion
Just
back.
having a little fun with it.
Ace 10. Okay, get a walk. Okay, let's check up what's happening in this 50K match. It's Mr. Liang who has a big chip lead on David Benefield. Ace 9. I think David's going to jam. He's only got 40 antes. A very profitable shove. Is going to jam. 9-7 offsuit is garbage. Fold. Benefield did have Mr. Liang on the ropes with bottom 2 pair on Jack 8-6 against the 10-9. Did come running cards to make a straight. Benefield's got ace, queen of clubs. Imagine he's going to want to bump this one up. Gonna raise a little bit smaller than all in. He wants to play in position with big cards. 10-7 of clubs.
Small raise.
Yeah, it's a very small raise. It might get Mr. Liang to kind of put a little bit more chips in. You already put in an extra ante. It's 4.5 antes.
Guess who's over the rail there? Mr. Young on the side and the left.
Just always there.
Just ready for the moment. He says it's likely not an all-in going on right now at the other table, but he's getting back and forth here. We haven't watched much here, so we don't know. It sounds like it's gonna be a call. The price is right.
Price is right. A suited kind of had. When your opponent raises pre-flop, they're very heavily weighted to high cards. So you know where you're at, generally speaking, with like these 10-7s, 8-9s, and 10-8s.
Yep, you just don't want to be against Jack 10 per se, but even then.
Which is just rare.
Oh,
my, trip 7s, and Benefield has ace queen, top pair, top kicker, with very shallow stacks. I think this can get in very easily. And from Benefield's point of view, he raised it, so he doesn't put his opponent on a 7. Very rarely.
How does he have a 7? 7-8 suited, 7-9 suited, 7-10 suited.
And he might not even think his opponent calls with 7-10 suited.
Right.
When you raise so small, though, you do invite your opponent to make these calls. He is going to bet 450K. All in. Snap call. You're going to see the bad news, David Benefield. David Benefield is at risk. Only has 14% chance to stay in his heads-up match. Or we're going to have a champion from Mr. Liang Yu. Richard Young.
On the sideline there watching, see if his buddy can take it home.
How does he know? Just how? How does he know there's always an all-in coming?
That's hilarious. This is a big moment. Richard Young just really loves the action. You got to love it. You got to respect it. Got to fade. Oh. Picks up a few additional.
2 more outs.
Still 14% though. He loses a card but picks up additional outs.
Can Mr. Liang finish off David Benefield to take his first Triton title in short deck here in London, event number 8? Let's see that river card.
Oh my goodness, there it is.
Mr. Liang is celebrating with Richard Young. There's Devin Tang. Good match. Wow, it's just great to see. You know, David Benefield, a phenomenal performance, gets second place. He got a first and a second, but you got to hand it to Mr. Liang. He normally likes to play no limit hold'em full deck, but you know, let's play some short deck. 50K, wins it, his first Triton title. His first time he's played short deck at a Triton series, I believe.
That's impressive. What a win. Finishes his drink. Beats David Benefield, and we got a new member on the wall for the Triton.
That's
the
right. You
legacy
know that
grinding.
tunnel? We're going to see him in that tunnel. And you know
beautiful.
what? I bet you He jumps into cash game and just tells on, yeah, I just smoked these guys in short deck.
What a score.
Yeah,
Nice
Mr. Liang
result.
Yu, 777,000 pounds. What a perfect number to win, too.
That was nice.
Impressive play. That means we have one heads-up match, and it's all in. All in from Bonomo. Wai Kin Yong thinking about it with mid-pair and straight draw, actually behind, despite having the current best hand.
Well,
it's a C-bet jam. It's an overbet C-bet jam. That is tough. It really does look very Queen Jack, King Jack heavy, but makes the call.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa. Bonomo will be the favorite.
Can you believe that Bonomo is actually the favorite here? This is very surprising.
I'm a little. Well, I see how he's.
Oh, he's hoping his opponent had an overpair, knowing the math. Richard Young is back over here. He's railing another.
This is for history. I mean, this is for the 4th Triton championship for.
And this one is special because it's his
King
son.
Young. Yeah. Wow, for history.
And there's the champ.
This is a crazy lot going on here, this board.
So this is back-to-back all-ins on 2 different final tables.
Big moment here. Bonomo's looking for his rail.
He has got no one on his side.
On this particular case, oh my goodness.
Spice.
This
so
is a
much
super
spice.
Hey, the board. 6, 9, 10, 8.
They're thinking of the good cards.
You got to pair the board.
Wild. I don't even know what's going on. He's still the favorite with 1 card to come behind. To the river.
See it.
River is. Oh, what is
Bonomo
it?
hit a pair of jacks to take.
Wow.
The hand beats the pair of 9s.
Wow, and that is, I mean, the moment, the air sucked out of the room, like it's crazy. Literally, he was 1 card away from being double short deck.
How many people did he just
that was
disappoint
crazy.
with that river card?
That was a wild moment. He literally had the whole deck, and Bonomo sees everyone leave. That would have been double hand back-to-back, 50K, 100K over. And that is going to swing things massively now. We see the reverse situation going, where Bonomo is a 3-1 favorite.
Wai Kin Yong is now at a big deficit in this heads-up match. You know, Wai Kin was pretty happy to play a lot of post-flop situations. Took a risk here. Actually got in slightly behind, even though he had the best hand on the flop.
Yeah.
Now it's all Bonomo.
Doing a little counting, seeing where he's at, what's the situation now, and he faded a big turn there.
What an exciting last few minutes.
Started with just Wai Kin Yong on the rail, and then Richard on the rail, and then everyone came over. That's interesting. So he thought an overpair. So if he had an overpair,
He probably would have had the much better odds. Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, the match is not over.
That's pretty crazy if you think about what you just said. So he's hoping his opponent has the queens or kings or jack, whatever, and he would then be in a better shape than as if opponent has the draw. That's what
That
short
is
deck. That's
insane.
what we're up against.
Bonomo is leaning on his opponent, sees the limp in front of him, sees it as weakness, and it probably is weakness because when your opponent is shallow 36, 37 antes, they're going to open jam a lot into you. You should be taking these A6 offsuit and just jamming yourself because they have very low post-flop playability. Hey, look at the background. It's Mr. Liang getting his photo shot, getting the trophy, getting his 2 cards that he won with.
Also, if Wai Kin Yong had a chance to knock out Bonomo 3-handed with kings versus A7 off. So Bonomo, that's what happens in tournaments. You think guys, you got to take shots, got to give yourself a chance to win. And Bonomo boingoed there for sure. And he silenced the crowd.
Oh man, I'm so hyped though. This has been so exciting. Play still continues. This could be very short or very long. These 2 guys have been slugging out a long time in 3-handed. Heads up, it's going back and forth. Have flip-flopped the chip lead. It's all Bonomo right now. He's got the momentum. He's getting people to fold similar hands. Folding high equity spots. Now, I do think that Wai Kin probably has more experience with these deeper stacks, but in these 30, 40 ante stack situations, I'm going to think that Bonomo might slightly have the mathematical edge here. He's going to know the shoving ranges better and calling, whereas when you're a cash game player, especially from short deck, you generally play 100 antes deep.
Right.
With only, 35 antes, this is becoming a shoving game, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's gonna have a pretty good idea still, based on his just how.
Of course.
But yes, you're right. I think in terms of these, and we see that Justin knows how to close out. He's won a short deck event before. This isn't just foreign territory, so he's probably done some work on these spots.
Yep. I'll tell you this: if Y Kenyon did have an edge, it's definitely lower now. That it's becoming more shallow, less streets to play.
You really think about tournaments, main events, these type of 100-person plus fields, the art of actually what it means to close it out. You get every chip at the start of the tournament. It's pretty crazy how it works out.
All in.
And he's gonna. I think he's got a call here, right? Jack 10. It's a pretty good hand, right? He's actually favored against. Well, I mean, the problem is when he runs into like. Yeah, I think he's gonna put it in.
Wow. He's gonna lay it down.
Wow.
That's a big laydown.
Yeah, even against what, like ace queen, ace king, it's pretty good
doing
shape.
pretty good. That's what I'm saying. I think that Bonomo knows these kind of 30, 40 ante stacks perfectly. He's gonna know.
At the same time, it is Jack 10 off, right? You look at it like, oh, he has nines and you got a call, and what's he shoving? But yeah, what other hands is he shoving there? Is he gonna open shove kings and aces? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
So like 7 million.
So that would be maybe my.
Less, no?
Yeah.
Momentum is definitely on Bonomo's side right now.
5.
Yeah.
Think about it from Wykin's point of view. He had 20 million. He had multiple chances
24.
to get rid of Justin Bonomo, and now he's on the ropes.
He had 24 million, yeah.
He's won about 5 hands in a row.
Yeah, that Jack 10 might be the one. We'll see, though, see what gets a good spot. But that's the problem. It adds up so fast. So all of a sudden, let's say you get in Jack 10 even against ace queen or ace king or whatever, a spot even your ace jack, you're behind 70-30 or 60-40. Then all of a sudden you get it in and you're flipping or you're slightly ahead, but you have 4 million left, You want to give yourself the best chance to be in it.
So got 31 antes against 131 antes of Justin Bonomo, 26 million. Man, this guy's been known to be the best tournament player out there. He can win another tournament.
Wow.
This would be a second short deck title if he can close this one out. That's pretty insane because he didn't play short deck at the first Montenegro and the first Jeju. Be mighty impressive. Every time you go to a Triton stop, yeah, we're going to hand you a short deck trophy.
Yeah, you would definitely make the trip. Ace 7 suited, first act. I feel like this is another shove probably. How many antes is it? Yeah, 400 on the button. He's got 200.
All in.
Yeah.
There's the all in.
Yeah, I thought he was going to call there, but I guess, not even that's the right move, and we could see the cards. Just feels like Jack 10's one of those hands you're just kind of like, all right, it's a good hand, But it's not fun to be first in.
I'm just thinking, like, Wykin, if he gets down to 40 and he's in the cash game, he's like, rebuy.
Right.
Auto load me up to 100.
Yeah. Yeah, the walks are big, too. I mean, everything's big, but every spot's... This is actually super... Heads up's pretty fun. Like, three-handed it was dynamic, it was technical, but heads up is really interesting. It's fast.
It's a lot of momentum. It's a lot of counter punches. Like, oh, you start limping, maybe I'll raise you a bit. But if you start raising, then what's my counter? Is it calling? Is it re-raising? It's about post-flop. I haven't done no check raise bluff yet. I'm gonna make a big check raise, and it's, oh, well, you haven't done that. I call you. Yeah. It's a big battle of wits. Ace 10 suited would have gone it in. Wykin's looking for a high equity situation to hopefully get it in, with a 10% or more bigger edge. Bonomo's got 10-9 offsuit.
All in.
He knows the shoving range is going to jam. Queen 7's going to fold. Keep getting his opponent to fold these 40-something% equity. It's definitely a profitable play. Reminds me of what David Benefield did to win his first event. Just keep jamming it in.
Yep. He is
All in.
Queen Jack.
All in. I think Queen Jack's going to make the call here. Here's the call. Bonomo won with Queen Jack earlier to save his tournament life. Can he suck out against the Ace Jack? He's got 35% equity. Wykin is at risk after having 25 million. Richard Young is back in the mix. Lang Yu, Michael Soiza, Devon Tang. Can the Ace Jack hold for the Malaysian? Bonomo closes out. He's been grinding it out. Let's see that flop coming. Oh,
little
it's
extra
sweaty.
something. It is definitely sweaty. Nice to still have the lead, but that hand is, you know that there are some
That's a lot
tricky
of spice.
scenarios. 2-1. Jungle loves that spice word. It is. There's spice. Oh my
10 on the
goodness.
turn is the nut
Oh,
straight.
so he knows. He says you can still chop, but
With a
that's the only
queen.
option. He had the hearts too. He came with a suited hand. Oh my goodness
God,
gracious!
did we just chop?
Was that just a? Is this? It's not meant to end that.
It's short deck. We're gonna play forever.
Wow.
This is an epic heads-up match so
Wow.
far.
Bonomo-
He tried to close out the same hand, Queen Jack.
The thing is, Bonomo knows how hard it is to close matches, right? It's like he feels he's lean, and that's mentally. You have to hunker back in. There's an 800,000 pounds or so on the line,
wait,
plus
was
the
that-
title.
Sorry, no, I think that 200 was mine. There was 400 in the middle. That was my. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought you didn't realize it was a split pot for a second, but
Is there a momentum shift here potentially?
200 and 400.
You think you're
Well-
gonna win the tournament?
Like we said, can Justin really complain? He got it in kings. His A7 to Wykin Young's kings with his A7, and they actually did chop that. He turned him to a chop. He rivered the chop, so similar. Turn and then river chop. But
All in from King Jack. I don't think the ace-8 of clubs can go anywhere. Too strong of a hand. He makes the call. Another exact coin flip going on. Can Bonomo close it out this time? Or we're going to get another sweaty, spicy flop.
let's see.
Oh, Richard Young's back. Come back, Lang
Get
Yu.
the boys. They get round them up. They're getting stronger. The rail's getting stronger.
Oh, man.
Each time. And Bonomo's still looking for anyone in town that he knows.
There's no one on Bonomo's side, but Bonomo's got the cards.
That is a paint. Oh, sees the 8 in there.
There's a lot of spicy turn cards.
He doesn't like it. Bonomo doesn't feel it right now. He sees that is definitely not. He would redo the flop if he could.
Oh, that is some
That
spice.
feel. Look, the
46%.
It just shot up. All these cards flew onto the screen, like bedazzled, bejeweled. What's that game? Things just happen. Just huge spot, huge turn. Oh my
it's
goodness!
over. Justin Bonomo wins.
The card hit me in the deck heads up.
Short deck main event.
Really, really well.
Of course, Wykin Yon played very well. Congratulations to Wykin for getting second place. He won a lot of money, almost got
Huge
back-to-back champion. Only 3 titles for him. Justin Bonomo gets 2 titles, wins the short deck main. That was a crazy 3-handed match, a crazy heads-up match.
Wow, didn't take long. Wow, what swing! What a fun, just an unbelievable game.
Talk about, you know,
Super cool.
him wanting to get back on an all-time money list.
I mean, he just took out over $3 million US.
took
30%.
the deficit, 30%, and just like that, it really is. Bottom like that. Like if you were gonna give up the #1 spot, and then this is a good way to go out of the trip with the championship, a title, a $3 million to your earnings, and just absolutely incredible stuff.
Appreciate it, Richard.
There's Richard, good sport. Takes his son out, heads up, comes over, shakes his hand, says well played, and just incredible, all around incredible. Really, really big time stuff.
Wow, Justin Bonomo just time and time again just showed you why he's one of the best. How does he just keep doing it? He's conquered no limit hold'em tournaments. He's starting to conquer these short deck tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm scared for everyone else.
Yes, this is like Linus Love coming into the tournament scene too. It's like, go in there, sign that.
Yeah, sign that.
Where
That
do you
means-
send that over? How would you like it? Pounds, dollars, BTC?
2.67 million pounds for Justin Bonomo. Second place is Wai Kin Yong, 1.8 million. Shu Lang in third. Man, this has been such an amazing event here. It's over though, Jeff. It's
That's
over.
it, huh? When's the next one? Where's the schedule? Can we get a graphic? When is the next deal for Triton? I mean, what's happening? Where is it coming? Is it out yet? Is there
Right now, we don't have anything planned, but you let Triton know on their social media
Yes,
channels.
get
They
on
got Twitter,
get on
they got
Instagram.
Instagram.
If you enjoy it,
Tag them. Tag us.
someone, anyone, something. Just tell a friend that Triton is here. This is real. This is actually going on. I have seen the Triton stuff. I've tuned in. I've checked it out, but I must say I didn't understand the magnitude, and it's really serious. This is happening. This is a new tour. This is new. This is high stakes.